You're about to step back into the golden age, an era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, a man called X. Did you know that every year forest fires in the United States burn over an area equal in size to New England? Well, neither did Ken Thurston until Hubert Mitchell of the U.S. Forest Service came up from Washington last week and dropped in at the office of the Bureau. Mitchell was pretty upset.
In view of that kind of a situation and the urgent need of conserving our natural resources, the government is deeply interested in seeing that this Oregon plant gets into operation.
And the government has guaranteed part of the financial backing. Is that right, Mr. Mitchell?
That's right, Mr. Thurston. The company that's actually building it is made up of about 60 small timber owners around the town of Tolosa. But, of course, they didn't have the money to swing a $5 million project, so...
All right, Mr. Mitchell, we realize the importance of conservation, and it's unfortunate the construction of this sawmill and byproduct plant is running behind schedule. But where do we come in?
Well, that's it, Chief. I don't know exactly. There have been an unusual number of delays on the job.
And the contract carries a deadline, huh?
Yes. The plant isn't in operation 3 months from now. It'll be sold at public auction.
But I still don't see what we can do about it.
Chief, I think there's a little beating around a bush going on here. Maybe a bush named Ray Brown.
All right. Brown was our forest ranger in the Tolosa district. He'd been looking into some of the recent delays on the construction job, fires and so on.
What did he find out?
He wired me last week. Implied he'd come across some pretty startling information. He wanted an investigator sent out.
So?
So, before we had a chance to send a man, Brown was accidentally killed. Found dead in his cabin. He'd apparently fallen asleep with a lighted cigarette, caught his mattress on fire, suffocated in the fumes.
Pretty careless trick for a forest ranger.
It was careless of somebody.
What do you mean?
Mr. Thurston, I'd known Ray Brown for years. He never smoked anything but a pipe.
Well, Chief?
Well, Ken?
I'll be calling you from Tolosa, Oregon. Country through here, Mr. Crum.
Yep, prettiest scenery this side of the pearly gates.
Do you drive down to the junction every day?
Nope, meet the train 3 days a week, Mr. Thurston. Run my store up in Tolosa the rest of the time.
I see.
Not many folks come in on airplanes like you did.
They don't, eh?
Nope, ain't in that big a hurry to get here. You ain't figuring on going into business here, are you?
Oh, no, just gonna have a look at the new plant, that's all.
Be quite a sawmill if they ever get it done.
I understand they've run into some trouble.
Yeah, calamities, fires, acts of the Almighty, first one thing and then another. Good thing you're not figuring on going in business, Mr. Thurston.
Why so?
Not enough business to go around. Ain't hardly enough for me.
What do? You close up your store when you go on these trips?
Yep, folks will come back. Shut her down another hour every day while I sort out the mail.
Oh, you're the postmaster, too?
Oh, sure, I have been postmaster
Look. Isn't that smoke up ahead there?
Yeah, brush fire. Car parked there side the road. Now, what in tarnation?
Somebody's fighting it. Over there by the edge of the tree.
That's Gene Fox. He sure can't do much over there. He's on the windward side of it. Lucky it ain't got much of a start yet.
Come on, let's give him a hand.
Got some shovels here in the back. Here. All right, let's go. This way, Mr. Thurston. Over here, Gene. Let's hit it off here in the draw.
Okay, coming over.
All right, Mr. Thurston, let's start working on it along here. Just fling dirt, that's all. Won't be too hard to stop. Another 5 minutes, though, and it'll have been in the trees.
What's that? That line of poles back of the ridge there.
Temporary power line. Supplies all the power for the construction work.
I see.
Hiya, Howard. We're driving past and seen the brush burning over here.
Good thing you did, Mr. Thurston, Mr. Fox. Come on, Gene, sling dirt.
All right. Some crazy fool threw a cigarette out of a car.
I'd say somebody did a lot more than that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Surprised you didn't notice it, Mr. Fox. Over there, along the edge of the road, there was a strong smell of gasoline.
Nothing like a brush fire to show a man he's got muscles he didn't even know about.
Yeah. With a little more time to get started, it might have been a lot worse than a brush fire.
Figured you smelled gasoline, eh?
No doubt about it, Mr. Crumb. Just who is that fellow Fox?
Gene? Oh, he's the contractor that moves the log drives for the small owners upriver.
Moves them where?
About 20 miles down the river to the McDermott sawmill. Of course, if Marty Hill ever gets the new plant started, all the timber will be handled right here.
And that'll put Fox out of business.
Yeah, reckon it will. He probably will get some kind of a job in the new plant.
Oh, sure,
Yeah. Looks like we got a hitchhiker waving to us up there.
yeah. Station wagon stopped beside the road.
Well, can't pass anybody up here in the woods. Bill McDermott.
McDermott.
Fella that owns that small sawmill down the river I just mentioned. Hiya, Bill.
Afternoon, Howard. What might be the chance for a lift into town?
Sure, climb in. This is Mr. Thurston and Mr. McDermott.
Glad to know you. Very glad you came by, Howard. Was beginning to think I'd be stuck there for the day.
Oh, Gene Fox is back down the road. Be along pretty soon.
That's so? Well, you can leave me at the garage when we get into town.
What was wrong, Mr. McDermott? Motor trouble?
Oh, no, just my own carelessness, Mr. Thurston. I simply ran out of gasoline.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks. Nice looking place.
Best general store in Tolosa. Only one, as a matter of fact. Come on in.
Looks like somebody waiting for you on the bench there in front.
Must be an out-of-towner. Everybody here knows this is my day to close up.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
I assume you must be the proprietor of this driving establishment?
Yep, that's me.
My good man, I'm here to save you not only from bankruptcy, but also from... Huh?
Bygone Zellschmidt.
Why, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh,
I can see this is a very happy surprise for both of us, eh?
you need new glasses. Mr. Crumb, this character goes by the name of Zellschmidt. Better lock the cash drawer.
Howdy, Mr. Zellsmith. Come on inside.
Bygone, I'm resigned to have you turn up in Africa, Asia, or even Australia. But when you follow me to a place like Toulouse or Oregon, that's the last straw.
But I didn't follow you, Mr. Thurston. I'm now a member of the ancient and unruly profession of traveling salesman.
Yeah? Selling what?
The Ahmed Zellschmidt double-headed hatchet.
The what?
Sure, cuts all, fells all, patent practically applied for luck.
Funny-looking axe. Head on both ends of the handle.
Cuts with both ends. Every lumberjack in the woods will want one. All you do is swing it.
Bygone, you almost cut your head off.
Uncle Ahmed forgot to give me the instructions.
Well, Mr. Crumb, thanks for the ride. Now, I think I better look around for a room.
The hotel's right next door.
I'll show you, Mr. Thurston. I was going to check in there myself, only I didn't have any money.
You still don't.
Oh. Mr. Crumb, you wouldn't want to buy a gross of this hatchet, would you? A dozen? One little sample, maybe? Oh, well, I didn't think you would.
Here's your room key, Mr. Thurston. It's number 16. Best room in the house.
Wait, don't tell me that you're the...
Yep, I'm the hotel manager, too.
Wow.
Bye, Mr. Thurston.
It doesn't seem to work, Mr. Thurston. Hey, maybe it's the wrong room.
No. It's number 16.
Huh?
Maybe we try to turn
Why
it
don't you
there.
come in? The door's unlocked.
Hey, there's a girl inside, Mr. X.
Yeah. Well, so there is.
Hello. I'm Elaine. Come on in, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks, Elaine.
Boy, what a luscious little chipmunk.
Pagon.
But. All right, I'm going. You don't have to hit around about it.
I could be in the wrong room, of course.
You're not. I knew you'd get number 16. Out-of-towners always do.
And why are you here?
Oh, a couple of reasons. For one thing, I wanted to tell you not to believe everything you hear.
I seldom believe any of it. What's the other reason?
Let's say I just wanted to size you up.
Oh? And what's the verdict?
I think you might be pretty tough to handle, Mr. Thurston.
Uh-huh.
We'll find out as things develop.
You're not leaving?
Oh, we'll have plenty of time.
You know, only two people could have told you about me. McDermott or Gene Fox.
Well, I know both of them rather well. William McDermott in particular, since he happens to be my father.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, we'll certainly cooperate with you Forest Service men in every way possible to get to the bottom of this thing. It's just about got me licked, and I'm willing to admit it.
You're in full charge of the construction work? That the setup, Mr. Hill?
That's right, and I'll probably run the plant if we ever get it finished.
Well, the deadline's still 3 months away, Mr. Hill.
A few more of these accidents, and it might as well be 3 years.
Suppose you don't finish, and the plant's sold at auction. Who'll be the most likely buyer?
Oh, I'd say McDermott. Chances are he'd move the equipment down and set it up in connection with his own mill. The rest of us are in up to our necks already.
What's your guess about these accidents, Mr. Hill? If we're still calling them accidents.
Mr. Thurston, I'll give you all the help you want on this, but I'm not doing any guessing. A ranger by the name of Ray Brown made that mistake.
Yeah, you may have something there. You happen to know a man named Gene Fox?
Oh, sure. Fox is the contractor who takes the log drives down the river.
Mr. Thurston.
What's the matter, Pagan?
A big animal or something's moving around out here in the dark. Maybe it's a bear.
What of it? You've got your double-headed axe?
Wrong time of the year for a bear to come down this far.
Well, suppose we have a look. All right, Pagan. Where's this animal of yours?
I think it was over that way. Or maybe this way. I get it all turned around in the country.
Wait.
Hear something?
Yeah. Over to the left. Get down.
Whoever it was must have beat it.
Yeah. Rotten shooting. That light from the door made us perfect targets. Well...
Mr. Thurston, I think they're coming back.
Huh? Steps coming this way, all right.
It's somebody in the path.
Here now, what the tarnation's all this ruckus about?
Oh, it's Howard Crumb.
Discharging weapons in the middle of the night, people hightailing it down the path like it was crazy.
Oh? You saw somebody out there?
Yeah, Bill McDermott, running full speed. Didn't even stop to say howdy. Middle of the night, too.
You're keeping pretty late hours yourself, Mr. Crumb. Even for a storekeeper, postmaster, and hotel manager.
Just you never mind, Mr. Thurston. Gotta get to the bottom of things. Gotta know what's going on. Ain't nobody that's got a better right to know. After all, I'm the constable around here.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
Pagon. Oh, come on, Pagon, wake up.
Oh, why, of course, Queen Victoria. I'll be only too glad to be the president of the Bank of England.
Oh, Pagon.
And I will also... What's the matter, Mr. Thurston?
Nothing's the matter, except you've only got 20 minutes to get on the job.
Well, in that case, I'd be better. Job? What job?
The one I talked Marty Hill into giving you. He's the man in charge of building this new plant, remember?
Mr. X, I don't feel so good this morning. I got pains.
Pagon, get out of that bed and start moving. I want you to talk to the workmen on the job. Keep your ears open. Find out if they've got any ideas.
About who's behind this dirty work? It's Mr. McDermott. He's the one who shot at us last night.
Maybe, but if McDermott is in it, he's not in it alone. Then, too, all we have is Howard Crumb's word that McDermott was even around.
Oh. Mr. Thurston, when you fixed up this job, I hope you considered my outstanding capability, my numerous talents.
I took all that into consideration.
Good. Assistant manager, maybe, at about $200 a week?
Pagon, the job pays 90 cents an hour. Digging ditches.
Hooray! Then I'm... Oh, no!
She's quite a project.
Yeah. Nice view of the whole job from here, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, sure is. I come up here every day or so, just to watch other people working.
Not busy yourself right now, eh?
Well, it's off-season for log drivers. And I guess it'll be a permanent off-season when Marty Hill gets the plant operating. A big part of the drive is a 20-mile stretch of river between here and McDermott's mill.
I suppose there'll be some good jobs in the new plant.
Well, I got a little money saved up. I think I'll retire. Great retiring country up here, Mr. Thurston. Fishing, hunting, you know.
Yeah, yes. I did some hunting myself last night.
Any luck?
Not yet. Morning, Mr. McDermott.
Mr. Thurston, Gene.
Hi, Bill.
Understand you had a little shooting affair last night, Mr. Thurston.
Yes, that's right. You should have stuck around.
What do you mean, stuck around?
We might have had quite a discussion on night hunting. Silhouetted targets and so on.
If you're thinking I was the one behind that gun, Mr. Thurston, you better do some more guessing.
Oh, I thought maybe that was the same gun there on the seat beside you.
I've been taking too many chances for too long. From now on, I'm protecting myself. I'd advise you to do the same. Good day.
Mr. McDermott, I've never stopped doing exactly that.
Yeah, I heard about that shooting last night, Mr. Thurston. You got any ideas?
Better than that, Mr. Fox. I'm pretty sure who did it.
We are.
Hey, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon?
Not only I work my fingers to the bones, but now I gotta look all over the place for something nobody knows where it is. Have you seen Mr. Hill somewhere?
No, Pagon. Matter of fact, I was just going to look for him myself.
Reckon you'll find him at the scaling house over the other side of the ravine.
Oh.
You can walk across on the timber slide. It's not in operation yet.
Thanks, Mr. Fox. What do you want to see Marty Hill about, Pagon?
Everybody says since he's the boss, that he's the only one that knows where it is.
Well, what is?
What the foreman sent me to look for, a left-handed shovel.
Watch your step, Pagon. This slide is pretty steep along here.
For me, Mr. X, it's nothing. Did I ever tell you about the time my Aunt Tallulah was a tightrope walker in the circus?
Yeah, you told me.
And she
you
started to...
You told me.
Oh, I did? Hey, what is this timber slide we're walking on? Looks like a wooden sidewalk up on stilts.
When the plant starts up, the logs will come in at the far end back there, slide across the ravine on this wooden sidewalk, and go on into the plant.
Oh.
Now, what have you found out so far? Anything?
Uh-huh. I'm very glad you asked that. There's one guy down there that claims he... Oh, you mean about this sawmill? Oh, he was talking about a babe he used to know in Sioux City.
Great. That's a lot of help.
Anyway, it was a very interesting thing. He said...
Pigo, listen.
Huh?
Get over the edge there. Hang on to the brace underneath. Hurry up.
Mr. X, what is it?
Logs coming down this slide. Hang on. slide's not in operation yet. Well, come on, Pagon. That could have been a pretty close shave.
Nothing to it, Mr. X. We hear a noise, so we jump out of the way. Like the time my Uncle Ahmed was a bullfighter.
Pagon, take a look over the side of the trestle.
Huh?
300 feet to the bottom of that ravine.
Huh? Oh.
Pagon! Fine time to faint.
Are you lost, Mr. Thurston?
No, as a matter of fact, I was looking for you, Elaine, among other people.
Really? How did you happen to know where I was?
I saw you tie your horse over here in the trees. Knew you'd be around somewhere. Been hunting?
No, riding. I brought the rifle along in case I ran across anything worth shooting.
Anything or anyone?
Meaning?
That rifle's a little surprising. Judging by the empty cartridges I found, you used a pistol last night.
Well, that's quite an interesting opinion.
Well, it's more than that, I'm sure of it. Who are you trying to kill, me or Marty Hill?
See that little stump about 75 yards up there at the edge of the path?
Oh, nice shooting, Elaine.
If I ever shot at anyone, I'd hit them, Ken. You can bet on it.
All right. So you meant it as a warning, then. Why?
If I did anything like that, it might be because I like you.
Maybe, but that's not the reason.
I do like you, Ken, a whole lot. That makes it worse.
Worse?
Oh, Ken, I'm scared.
Oh, Elaine,
Mr. Thurston, are you all right?
I was.
Uh-huh. I see what you mean.
Bullshit.
I've been looking for you for the last half hour, Mr. Thurston, all over this forest.
Wish I'd known it, Pagon. I could have set a trap in the trail. Why aren't you working?
Oh, I got fired.
I see. How'd you manage it?
I wasn't doing anything.
That I believe.
I was only building a fire to cook some coffee. Trying to keep my body and soul together, you understand?
Oh, sure.
How should I know those little sticks I used marked the place for some kind of a railroad?
Railroad?
Uh-huh.
Railroad, Pagon. You may have dug up the answer to the whole business.
I did? Well, thank you, Mr. Thurston. What did I do?
I think it'd be a pretty good idea if we stop beating around the bush, Mr. McDermott. I'm not trying to frame you for anything you're not guilty of. All I want is some information.
All right, Mr. Thurston. What do you want to know?
Anything you can tell me about the new railroad.
There isn't one yet. Planned to build one over a year ago. Even surveyed the route. Then when this new plant came up, they decided to swing the route around and come in from the north.
I see. Wonder if you'd mind marking that on this map. Both routes, the old one and the new one.
Sure, glad to. It swings up through the canyon, then follows the river.
Where do you plan to get timber after the new plant starts operating?
Then runs due south. We've got plenty to keep going for years. There. Hope you got this straightened out.
I think I'm about to, Mr. McDermott. Thanks. And, don't do any prowling up around Toulouse tonight. This time the gun might be pointed the other way. So that seems to explain McDermott's angle in the thing pretty well, Mr. Crumb. He's been playing detective all by himself.
Well, could be, Mr. Thurston. Should have come to me, though.
He's too hard-headed. And he knew that sooner or later he'd be suspected.
That doesn't explain that daughter of his, you know.
She doesn't need any explaining. Boy, what a dish.
Mr. Crumb, is Gene Fox one of the timber owners?
Nope, you used to be. Sold out a year or so ago. Guess Gene's retired, you might say. Don't do much of anything.
He's got the right idea.
How about you, Mr. Crumb? Do you own any timberland around here?
Well, little pieces here and there. Nothing to speak of.
Oh, even a small tract might be a lot of trouble for a man with as many jobs as you've got.
Don't run 'em myself, Mr. Thurston. Got 'em leased out.
I see. Well, the way things stand now, all I need is one more answer.
Got any idea where to get it?
I think so, at the plant construction office.
Guess nobody's over there this time of night.
Oh, Marty Hill's probably there. He works pretty late. Suppose we go over and find out.
Well, I don't know. I got a lot of things to do.
What things, Mr. Crumb? The store's closed, post office closed. Nobody wants a hotel room.
Well, I ought to do some work on the book.
They'll keep. Come on, Mr. Crumb. Let's go look for that last answer.
I don't think anybody's here, Mr. Thurston. No sign of life.
Well, the light's on, though. Come on.
We going inside, Mr. Thurston?
Any reason why not, Mr. Crumb? Good evening.
Mr. Thurston.
Ken,
Didn't know you had company, Mr. Hill. How are you, Elaine?
Well, she...
I was just passing by, Ken. Stopped in to say hello.
You stopped in for the same reason you've been hanging around here for days, playing detective. Same as your father has.
But I thought Father
Relax, Elaine. He's not involved in this. I got a map here, Mr. Hill. I'd like to ask you a question about it.
Well, if it's anything about the construction here, maybe I can answer it.
You'll notice 2 lines marked there, the proposed routes for the new railroad. The old plan and the new one.
Yeah, that's right.
If your plant here fails and is sold at auction, McDermott will probably buy the equipment and set it up downriver. Chances are, in that case, the railroad will be built on the old route.
No doubt about that, Mr. Thurston, but what are you getting at?
Most of both lines are on public land, but one 7-mile stretch of the old route crosses a private tract. A 7-mile right-of-way might bring the landowner a pretty good price.
But Ken... Oh, nothing.
Wonder if you could tell me who owns that tract, Mr. Hill?
You own that yourself, don't you, Marty?
As a matter of fact, I do. It's too bad you found out.
Look out, Mr. Thurston. He's grabbing an axe.
All right, Hill. Drop it.
Oh, my arm!
I said drop it.
I'd have killed you.
Like you did Ray Brown, eh? All right, Constable Crumb, take over.
Glad to, Mr. Thurston. He'll get life, sure as shoot.
You sound pretty sure of that.
Don't know why not. After all, I'm the judge. Come on, Marty.
It's a good thing for him he didn't have one of Uncle Ahmed's double-headed hatchets. He would have killed himself.
Bygone, that's exactly what he did.
Huh?
Anytime somebody starts out to cheat the people who trust him, he's picking up a double-headed axe. And while he's cutting out a profit for himself with one end, he'll cut his own throat with the other. There's no way he can keep from it, because there are 2 things put together exactly alike. A double-headed axe and a double cross.
Our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Let me remind you of something. That everybody benefits when everybody gives to the community fund. Make your contribution now and make it generous. The money you give comes right back to you because the community fund helps make your hometown a better town for you and for everybody in it. Now, thanks for listening, and I'm sure you'll want to hear next week's story called No Greater Evil. For it's packed with suspense and thrill, so I think you'll enjoy it. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon's Elschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's exciting adventure starts in a moment. But right now, motorists, I have the biggest, the most exciting news you've heard since the days of the first pneumatic tire. It's all about the tire sensation of 1938, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the amazing Lifesaver tread. This new kind of tire is utterly different in appearance, design, and action than anything you've ever seen or felt. At the first sign of a skid, it turns the wet road under your car into a dry track and stops you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before. Hard to believe? Just listen to this startling proof. In exhaustive road tests made by the largest independent testing laboratory in the country against regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers, no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to this new tire in non-skid action. These severe tests, made over a 3-month period, also proved that the Silvertown gave more non-skid mileage than any of the other tires tested in its own price range. Averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth. You'll never know what the word stop really means until you felt the grip of the new Silvertown on a wet, slippery road. For safety's sake, make your next set of tires Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The identity of the Shadow is known only to his friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Firebug.
Fire reported at 4th and Chestnut Streets. Blaze at 4th and Chestnut. Fire reported at 4th and Chestnut Streets. Blaze at 4th and Chestnut. Keep back of those fire lines!
Please let me through! Let me through! My baby's in there! I've got to save her!
I'm sorry, ma'am. We can't let you in there. You'd be burned to death.
Look, officer, I've got to get through there. I've got to, I tell you. My mother and sister are in that
I
building.
don't care. Get back. Hey, you get back. Stop that guy. Don't let him get in there. Stop him.
Hello, Chief. How did the firebug get this time? Oh, hello, Commissioner Weston. I had a notion this would bring you out. Near as we can check, it's 3 dead and 6 badly burned. Oh, that's bad. Any idea how it started? It's the same story as the last 6 tenement fires, Commissioner. It started in the hallway with an oil-soaked baby carriage. Callahan, there's no doubt about it. We're dealing with a pyromaniac. These 6 tenement houses fires all started in hallways and in an oil-soaked baby carriage. I know. That's what my department's been trying to hammer into your heads for the past 10 days. What's the matter with your police force? Can't you pick up this crazy firebug? Well, we've done our best. Rounded up every possible suspect in the city. Questioned hundreds of them. Well, Commissioner, I'm here to tell you that if something isn't done and done quickly, the city council will have your job and mine, too. Yes, I know. Careful what you say, Callahan. Here comes a couple of reporters. Well, Weston, it looks like that crazy firebug's put another one over on you. What's the matter, Commissioner? Can't you find this nut who's running around with a box of matches and a can of kerosene? We're doing everything possible. Yeah, and meanwhile, a couple of dozen poor devils get burned to death. The whole town's scared stiff, wondering what this maniac's going to burn next. Maybe it's time you called in that mysterious friend of yours called the Shadow, Weston. Yeah, why don't you get the Shadow to help you? We'll capture the maniac without the Shadow's help. Hey, look out! Look out! Get back there! Get back! Get that car back! The walls are caving in!
You know, Lamont, I feel sorry for Commissioner Weston. The newspapers are writing the life out of him. Listen to this editorial. Enter the Shadow. Due to the inability of our police force to curb the wave of incendiarism, Dozens of innocent persons in the tenement of our city have died. Weeks have passed, and yet the fiendish criminal responsible for these fires has not been apprehended. It would appear that again the people are in need of help from that mysterious figure known only as the Shadow.
Yes, Margaret, the newspapers are treating Weston and his police force pretty roughly. Pyromaniacs are one of the most difficult type of criminals to deal with in the world.
Therefore, enter the Shadow.
Yes, Margot, but this time, if it's humanly possible, I'm going to see that Weston gets the credit for breaking this case, if it can be broken.
Is that why we're driving through the tenement section now?
Yes, Margot, I've been checking a theory of mine for several days now.
Yes, but only as Lamont Cranston, the amateur criminologist.
Well, here we are.
It's just another tenement house, as far as I can see.
Except that it has a fur dealer's shop on the ground floor. Wait here for me, Margot. I'm going in there. I won't be long.
If you see a mink coat lying around somewhere, you might bring it out with you. It might make up for the agony of curiosity you're causing me.
Well, I can tell you this much before I go in, Margot. In the last 4 buildings fired by this pyromaniac, there's been a fur dealer's shop on the ground floor. The man who runs this shop here had his establishment in the last place that went up in flames.
Well, he certainly moved into another fire trap.
Exactly, Margot, and I'm curious to know why.
Good luck. Lamont, why pull your hat over your eyes and roll up your coat collar like that?
It's just that in case the Shadow has to visit this fur dealer later, there won't be any connection with Lamont Cranston. Wait here, Margot. Don't under any circumstance come in that shop.
All guns! All guns! Live fire, all guns! Fire! Right fire!
Antonio! You come in the house right now. Come on, though. Hurry up.
Hey, what can I do for you, miss?
I'm trying to match a piece of fur. You seem to have quite a collection here.
I don't sell retail. Who sent you?
Didn't you used to have your shop over at 4th and Chestnut?
I moved.
Oh, yes, that's right. The building you were in burned down. I hear several people burned to death.
Yeah, so the papers said.
You lost all your stock, I suppose. Were you covered by insurance?
Look here, I got no time to talk to you, mister. You better go match your fur someplace else.
Wait a minute now, not so fast. I might be interested in some furs in wholesale lots if the price was right.
You come back some other time. I ain't got time to talk to you now.
You don't seem very anxious to do business. Could it be that you don't care very much about selling furs you carry in stock?
What do you mean, mister? Who are you anyway? What are you coming around here asking a lot of questions for? Trying to make me talk. What do you want?
Well, at the moment, I'd like to know why you're so anxious to get rid of me. Are you expecting someone?
What if I am? It's none of your business. So get out of here.
If you don't mind, I think I'll just have a little look around. If you haven't got what I want in the way of furs, I won't come back.
Nobody asked you to come here in the first place.
Hello, Morelli. Well, I see you're all set up in your new joint.
Yeah, I got a customer over here behind the rack.
Oh, I see. Copper?
I don't know. He said he'd come in here to match some furs. He looks phony to me.
Yeah? Listen, Morelli. Go lock the front door and pull down the blinds. We'll soon find out what he's here for.
Okay. We better take him in the back room.
Oh, once over-equipped with the brass knuckles will do the trick if he won't talk without him.
He's right back there.
Where? I don't see anybody.
Why, right in it. Hey, he ain't here. But he was just a couple of minutes ago. I seen him go in between those 2 racks.
Maybe he heard us talking and beat it out the back way.
No, he can't do that. The door's locked. I got the key in my pocket.
Then he's got to be here somewhere. He couldn't have gotten out.
Hey, Eggman, wait a minute. You hear that?
Yeah, you heard it. Came from back there in the corner. Come on.
Hey, look out. Maybe he's a copper. Got a gun.
No, Borelli. I am not from the police. And I carry no gun.
Boss, that boy's. Wait. It came from the corner. But there's nobody there. Nothing.
All right, shut up. There must be somebody there. Come out of there, you, and come out with your hands up, or I'll fill you full of lead.
Things in the shadows are best left in the shadows, Eggman.
Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?
I'm looking for a man. 2 men. Perhaps more. Who have burned scores of innocent people to death. Caused thousands of dollars damage to property. And terrorized the whole city. I think I have found them.
He knows.
Keep your mouth shut, Riley.
Yes, I know. You betrayed yourselves.
Who are you? Come out of there, I swear I'll shoot.
I am the Shadow, Hegman.
Shadow?
Hegman, the newspapers for days now, they've been saying the Shadow fella could find out who set the fires. And now he's here in the shop.
Shut your mouth, Riley. Or I'll shut it for you for good.
Yes, Hegman. A bullet would silence Varelli, but nothing you can do can keep me from reading the thoughts that are racing through your mind. You're caught, and you know it.
Reading our thoughts? You're crazy. It can't be done.
Yes, it can. I can read your mind. It is making pictures like the writing on a slate. You've given me the motive for these crimes. You're a broker.
Sure, that's right. Hegman's a broker.
Shut up, Varelli.
Yes, Hegman, you write heavy insurance on the stock of men like Varelli. On stock that doesn't exist.
You're not reading my mind, Shadow. You're just guessing. You're smart, but you're not smart enough or you wouldn't have walked into this place. And I'm telling you here and now, you'll never walk out. The door's locked. I don't care how much you know. Because you'll never live to tell it.
A bullet from that gun won't save you. You've set your last fire.
Hey, boss, he knows everything. What are we going to do?
I tell you what we're going to do. Varelli, get me that can of kerosene.
But it's in the back room, boss. I'm afraid to
Go
go.
as I tell you, you yellow-livered fool. So I've set my last fire, have I, Shadow?
Yes, your last fire.
Varelli, don't stand there. Do as I tell you. Get that kerosene. Go on.
Hey, but this Shadow, I can't see him. I don't know where he is.
Listen, you fool. I've heard about the Shadow. He has some trick of being able to appear in a room without being seen. But he's here all right. And if he lays a hand on you, if he tries to stop you, grab hold of him, and I'll do the rest. Go on, I tell you.
Come on, come on.
Oh. So you don't work alone, Shadow. You've set a trap for us. Well, you're caught in your own trap. Quick, Varelli, get that kerosene.
All right. I'll get it.
So hot, Andre. Are you in trouble?
Why don't you answer, Shadow?
I'll deal with you alone, Hegman.
So hot. I'm going to get the police.
Before the police can break in here, you'll be burned.
Here's the kerosene.
Pour it on the floor. Throw some on those fur racks. Hurry up. That girl's gone for the cops.
We go out the back way and lock the door, huh? And then this Shadow, he die quick.
All right, Shadow. Now, you just try to come through this back door, and I'll finish you off with a bullet before the fire can get you. Come on, Burley, that's enough. Get back. Get ready to slam this door the minute I touch a match to this newspaper.
You're signing your death warrant, Hegman.
No, Shadow, yours. Don't think you can break through the front window and get out because it's covered with steel wire.
All right, come on, boss. She go up quick. Hey, boss, what's that noise?
Just a car in the street. Come on. We're getting out. Close the door. Lock it.
Ladies and gentlemen, is the Shadow on the right track? The next few minutes will give the answer. Right now, motorists, remember this. When you're tempted to try squeezing the last 1,000 miles out of a worn tire, watch out. You may save 50 cents at present tire prices, but who knows?
The Shadow knows. Suppose you had a skid, a blowout, while hitting it up along some fast, crowded highway. Think what it might cost you in repair bills, doctor bills, hospital bills. Take the Shadow's advice. Play safe.
Yes, motorists. And the way to play doubly safe is to ride on the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns. Because this new safety sensation is really two great tires combined in one. Outside, every new Silvertown has the lifesaver tread that reduces the danger of skidding as never before, gives you and your family a new feeling of security no matter how wet the weather. Inside the Silvertown tire is the famous Golden Ply protection against high-speed blowouts that has already saved thousands of lives. Why should you risk your neck through skid or blowout when today you can get life-saving protection against both of these common driving hazards without paying a cent extra? Replace unsafe tread-worn tires with a set of the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns, the tires that give you the skid protection of the sensational lifesaver tread, plus Golden Ply blowout protection at no extra cost.
Margot, that'll be the police checking up on how my car happened to crash into that first door at the exact moment the fire started.
What are you going to tell them, Lamont? I got away in the crowd before anybody had a chance to see me.
Police said over the phone that my car was being driven by a young woman.
Then they suspect...
I don't think so, Margot. I told them the car was stolen.
Well, that makes a criminal out of me, doesn't it? Oh, but you're safe, and that's all that matters.
Yes, for once I'm glad you disobeyed my orders, Margot, but now you'd better go in my study and wait. I don't want the police to find you here.
All right, Lamont. I hope they don't get suspicious as to what really happened and discover that you are the shadow.
Neither do I. Oh, good evening, Sergeant. Come in. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
That's all right, Mr. Cranston. I've just got a few routine questions to ask you in addition to the information you gave us over the phone.
That you, Varelli?
Yeah, quick. Let me in, boss.
What'd you find out? Where'd that girl go?
I got around to the front like you told me, boss. I see her slip out of the car, and I follow. She get in a taxi, but she don't get away from me.
Where is she now?
I follow her to where she live. We get her tonight, if you say so, boss.
Perhaps you'll lead us to the shadow.
But how do you know for sure the shadow got away?
It's in the papers. They put the fire out before it spread upstairs, and now the cops are looking for you as the owner of the first
Hey,
one.
look, boss. You say you take care of me if the police get after me. You swore it.
Don't worry about the cops. I'll get you out of town in a day or two. First, we got to get the shadow. As long as he's alive, we're both as good as in the death house.
Yeah, sure, but how are we going to get
Throw that girl, you dope. We'll get her, leave a note for this guy Lamont she was calling to before she drove that car into the store. And I'll bet you 2 to 1 he's the shadow. When he comes to get her, he'll walk into a trap he won't get out of.
Yeah, that's it, boss. We get him here in your place. We'll make a big fire down here in the cellar and we get rid of both of them, eh?
Yeah. Come on. Show me where this girl lives. We got to get a hold of her tonight, or it may be too late.
Right here. This is the house I trailed the girl to. And that's the window in a bedroom.
Yeah?
She's got a maid, but I think she's gone now.
Okay. She's had plenty of time to get to sleep since that light went out. Go in the window into her room and get her, Varelli.
But suppose she wake up. Maybe she screams.
Not if this gag you put in her mouth quickly enough. It's soaked with chloroform.
You wait here and help me carry her down the fire escape, huh, boss?
Yeah, I'll wait right here by the window. While you're getting her, I'll pin this note on the curtains. Now go on, get that window up and get in there.
Okay, boss.
Now don't bump in anything. Just grab her and slap that gag in her mouth and hold it till the chloroform does its stuff.
All right, I'll get her. You watch.
Oh, the Lord save us. Oh, I hope that's Mr. Cranston.
Hello, Ellen.
Oh, thank the good Lord it's you, Mr. Cranston.
Ellen, I came here the minute I got your message. What's wrong? Is Miss Margot ill?
Oh, Mr. Cranston, it's worse than that. Miss Margot, she's gone. She's been taken right out of her bed and out of the window. She's been spirited away.
Well, how do you know? Did you see it happen?
Oh, no, sir, but, I know. I was in my room and I heard a scream. And I run in here and there was the note.
A note? Where?
Oh, in the bedroom there, pinned to the curtains. Come here, look, see.
Good heavens, Ellen. When did this happen?
Oh, about an hour ago, I think. The clock had just struck 2.
You notified the police?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't dare because I read that note first and it said not to call the police or Miss Margaret will be killed. Here, read it, Mr. Cranston.
Hmm.
Oh, dear.
You
Poor
did
Miss
right
Margot.
in not calling the police, Ellen, so they trailed Margot here. Knew that perhaps she could lead them to me.
Oh, what are they going to do to Miss Lane, sir? Hold her for some ransom
No,
money?
it isn't that, Ellen.
Oh, but Mr. Cranston...
I can't explain now, but listen, Ellen. If you want to help your mistress, you must do exactly as I say.
Oh, yes, sir, I'll do anything. I'd give my life.
I know you would. I just want you to stay here. Don't talk to anyone. Don't tell anyone what's happened till you hear from me. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir, I understand. Where are you going?
I'm going to do exactly as the note says, Ellen. I'm going to find Miss Margot and bring her back with me. If I'm not back in 2 hours and you haven't heard from me, turn that note over to Commissioner Weston of the police department. Remember that, Ellen. If I'm not back in 2 hours, take that note to Commissioner Weston.
Oh, dear God. Don't let nothing happen to him. Don't let nothing happen.
have fine time of night to be calling. Hello? Hello? You. How did you get my private number, Shadow?
I've had it for a long time.
Well,
Commissioner Weston.
now what is it this time? I suppose you've caught the firebug. I suppose you're all set to make a monkey out of me and the whole police force.
The newspapers have done you and your force a grave injustice, Commissioner. But it is not my doing.
So what?
Would it be worth the loss of a few hours' sleep if you could trap the firebugs before morning, Commissioner?
And who are they, and where are they?
I have an appointment with them within the next hour. When I'm finished with them, they're yours. If you're ready to take them. And with them, you can have the honor and credit of ending their reign of terror, Commissioner.
What am I supposed to do? Wait here and twiddle my thumbs?
No. Throw a cordon of police around the district bounded by 4th Street and the river, and from Spruce to Medley Square.
Why, you're crazy. That'd take half my force.
They're worth it.
All right. What then?
Keep in touch with headquarters. If you've not heard from me by 4:30, a note will be delivered to you, telling you where to find the firebugs and the body of the Shadow.
Listen, I'm going to give you one more chance to talk.
You can't make me talk. I'll never tell you.
Oh, well, maybe you'll think different after I've burned your fingers with a few more matches.
I won't tell you. I won't.
Who is the Shadow? Where is he? Talk! Or is this only a taste of what you'll get? So you don't like that, eh? Well, talk.
Oh, no, I won't tell you.
Hey, listen, boss.
Yeah?
I ain't gonna stay up there in the dock anymore. I'm scared. I don't wait no more for somebody I can't see.
Get back up there, Varelli. Get up there and wait, I tell you. If you don't, I'll give you something to be scared of.
But it's dark. I can't see. All the time in the dark, I keep hearing noises, sounds. Just now, I think I hear somebody laugh. What? Boss, something slammed the door.
So we meet again.
Boss, he's here. The Shadow is here.
Shut up, you gibbering fool, Varelli. Sure he's here, and that's just what I want. Listen, Shadow. Don't come near me. I'm warning you. I've got a gun pressed against this girl's head. One false move out of you, and I'll pull the trigger. Go on, you. Tell him I'm not bluffing.
Lamont, why did you come? They used me to get you here. To make you walk into a death trap. They're going to kill you. They'll kill us both.
It's all right, Margot. Maybe we can...
Varelli, stand by that door. If the Shadow tries to get out, use your knife. Remember, if he gets away, you'll go to the chair.
All right, boss. I watch.
Oh, Lamont, I'm sorry. This is my fault, all my fault.
Just a minute, Margot. Now that I'm here, Hegman, what do you want?
I just wanted you here, Shadow. That's all.
I see. And you've prepared another trap, another fire trap.
You guessed it. And this time the girl won't get you out of it because she'll be right down here in the cellar with you.
Come on, boss. Quick, we get out now. Lock the door and start a fire.
Stay where you are, Varelli. Don't open that door till I tell you.
Yes, Varelli. Listen to him. Do as Hegman orders you. And you'll live a few minutes longer. Then you'll die with a bullet in the back.
Who'd do that?
Your boss, Hegman.
No, the boss would not do that. You're lying, Shadow.
He plans to kill us because we know too much about him. But you, Varelli, know more. Not until you're dead will he be safe. It may be a few minutes, an hour, a day.
What do you mean, Shadow?
Don't listen to him, Varelli.
He's thinking about killing you, Varelli.
I'm not going to kill you. You can trust me.
You forget I can read Hegman's mind, Varelli.
Don't you believe him, Varelli? He's just saying that to get you.
But he can read the mind. In the shop, he did it.
No, I tell you, you're my friend.
You know too much about Hegman, Varelli.
The Shadow is right. I know too much. Only when I'm dead will you be safe, boss.
Two can keep a secret. Only when one is dead, Varelli. when one is dead, Borelli. Listen to me. When one is dead.
When one is dead. When one is dead, huh?
Now listen, Relly.
That's it. When one is dead.
Now, Relly, keep away from me. Put
That's
that knife
what it
away.
means.
Don't listen to him. He's hypnotized your
dead.
mind. That's another one of the Shadow's tricks.
He's dead, huh?
No, Relly. Oh. All right. Yeah, I meant to kill you, Relly. I was going to do it the minute we got rid of the Shadow and his girl. But I don't need you now. I got them trapped, and I'll give you yours now. Here.
You killed me. But before I die, I'll get you, boss.
Get him.
I'll stab you. I take you with me, boss. We keep a cigarette together.
Oh. Lamont.
Here, let me cut your ropes, Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Then get out of this place and go back to the apartment. Get that note from Ellen. Destroy it. The secret of the Shadow must remain a secret.
Lamont, come with me, please. There's nothing more can be done here. The pyromaniacs are dead.
Yes, Margot. The firebugs have set their last fire. There's one more thing to be done.
Well, what's that?
I must get in touch with Commissioner Weston. I promised him I'd give him the credit for capturing the criminals. And he and half the police force of the city are waiting out there in the streets. The Shadow always keeps his word.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I just looked under the nearest pari-mutuel window.
Have a seat, Steve.
Okay.
You know, of course, I was going to get even on that next race.
I'm afraid this can't wait until the next race, Steve.
I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're ready for them.
All right, thanks, Ruth. Sending me off into the wild blue yonder again, Commissioner?
You're flying to Tangier.
Tangier? Look, I don't even have a veil.
You won't need one. Ever hear of a man named Captain Rock?
Yeah, sort of a soldier of fortune, isn't he?
Yes, a man who'd do anything for anybody, if the price was right. Here's a picture of him. Take a look.
Hey, he looks like me.
Quite a little, Steve. We think you could pass for Captain Rock almost anywhere.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, pass for him?
It's a very dangerous game, Steve, but I'm asking you to play it for us. Putting it bluntly, you're going to pose as Captain Rock in Tangier. You'll be a decoy.
Oh, great. Look, maybe Captain Rock won't like the idea.
He's in no position to object, Steve. Last night in Tangier, Captain Rock was stabbed to death.
Huh? Well, how do I go about impersonating a dead man?
His death has been kept a secret. He was found right after he was stabbed and was taken to the hospital in Tangier under heavy police guard. He died in the hospital. We want his killers to think they missed.
Oh, so they'll come after me, huh? Hey, this sounds like a fine job.
Yes, well, we've got to find out who killed him and why.
Look, you better fill me in on the background. Why is Rock so important to us?
There's not time to go into that now, Steve. Your plane leaves in half an hour. But Inspector Laborde in Tangier will give you the entire background. Go directly to his office when you arrive.
Inspector Laborde in Tangier. Okay.
Steve, this is a vital job you're going to do and a very dangerous one. You'll be up against clever, ruthless opposition. But we've got to find out who killed Captain Rock. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places in the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Tangier in North Africa by plane. Meanwhile, in a spacious villa on the outskirts of Tangier, a man waits, slowly sipping a glass of sherry. The door opens, and a slender native enters the room.
Good evening, Joshua Effendi.
Ali, at last. Certainly took you long enough to get back here to make your report to me.
I thought it best to remain in hiding for a day, Effendi.
Perhaps you were right. But come, tell me exactly what happened.
Yes, Effendi. I met Captain Rock at the Shop of 1,000 Bells the night before last, as you instructed me to. I told him that I was to conduct him to the man who had arranged his escape from the Istanbul prison.
Was he suspicious at all?
He did not seem to be. But he said he did not understand why his escape from prison had been arranged. I told him he would find that out later.
Good. Good.
We drove to a deserted road outside the city, and then I stabbed him. Captain Rock is dead, Joshua Effendi.
Oh, you've done well, Ali. And you'll be paid accordingly. I'm going to the airport to purchase a ticket to Cairo. My job here is finished. I would like a ticket to Cairo on the first available plane.
Very well, sir.
Taxi. Hey, taxi.
Here is your ticket, sir.
Wait, that man.
Taxi.
Ratir Effendi. Welcome to Tangier, Effendi. May I show you the sights of the city?
No, just take me to the police station.
Oh, right away, Effendi.
That was Captain Rock. But Rock is dead.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Never mind the ticket to Cairo. I still have some unfinished business here in Tangier.
No, it cannot be true, Joshua Effendi. Captain Rock is dead.
You stupid fool, Ali. I saw him at the airport just now. You bungled the job the night before last, after all.
No, it could not be. I stabbed him to death in the car. Ali, I do not miss.
Did you wait until you were sure he was dead before you left?
Well, you see, Joshua Effendi...
Out with it, Ali!
A police patrol came down the road right afterward. It was necessary for me to depart quickly.
That's what I thought. You did bungle the job, stupid.
One more
stupid fool.
chance, Effendi. Just give me one more chance, and this time I will make sure.
No! It is too late for that, Ali. You had an opportunity and you failed me.
No, Effendi, please. No!
One chance is all I ever give anyone, Ali. From now on, I will handle this job myself.
Your credentials are in order, Monsieur Mitchell. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Inspector Laborde.
Your commissioner notified me to expect you. You did well to come here to my office as soon as you arrived in Tangier. We do not want you to be seen in the city until you understand the situation thoroughly.
Well, right now I don't understand much of anything. I think you'd better start at the beginning.
Of course. Look at this map. A year ago, these two European countries were on the verge of signing a treaty. Your country was backing them completely and was very anxious for that treaty to go through. It meant peace and security for this entire area of Europe.
I see. What happened to it?
On a certain day, a representative from each country was to meet and sign the treaty on the border. But that meeting never took place.
Why not?
One of the representatives was assassinated on the way to the meeting point. The mutual suspicion which resulted from the incident was enough to scrap the treaty.
But what's all this got to do with Captain Rock?
I wish to show you a portion of a newsreel on this film projector. Will you turn off the light, please?
Okay.
Merci. I will start the projector now. This was taken near the border of the two countries involved on the day the treaty was to be signed. What do you see there, Monsieur Mitchell?
Just a black sedan. Man in the back seat, driver in front.
The man in the back seat was the diplomat who was assassinated shortly afterward. Now, look more closely at the driver.
What? Hey, it's Captain Rock.
Captain Rock. You may turn the lights back on now. Merci.
You think Captain Rock killed that diplomat?
No, but we think he was in on the plan in some way. At a certain point in the trip, instead of turning to the left, as he was supposed to do, he suddenly turned to the right, into a blind alley. That is where the shooting took place.
I see. Well, then, if Rock was in on the plan, that means he knew who killed that diplomat.
That is precisely the point, Mitchell. We believe that interests hostile to that treaty deliberately assassinated that diplomat to block the treaty. Your commissioner also believes that if they can be exposed for what they are and linked to the killing, then the treaty has a chance of going through after all.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Captain Rock after the shooting?
Interpol in Paris has supplied us with that information. I have it right here. Rock went into hiding. He was arrested on a minor charge in Istanbul 2 months ago and imprisoned there.
He probably figured that Istanbul jail was a good hiding place.
Oh, undoubtedly. But last week there was a very skillfully arranged jailbreak. Captain Rock escaped. We want to find out who arranged that escape, because it is our belief that the one responsible for it is the killer who realized that he was not safe as long as Rock was alive.
So that's why I'm supposed to impersonate Rock?
Exactly. I think we will be able to make the killer believe that he missed the first time.
So he'll come after me. You know, this sounds like a nice, friendly little pastime where a guy could wind up dead.
There is no point in minimizing the danger, but this assignment is a vital one.
Look, did you get anything out of Rock before he died?
No. But a few hours before his death, he was seen at Hassim's.
Hassim's? What's that?
It's a cafe here in Tangier. It may mean nothing. On the other hand...
Well, I guess that'll be my first stop, huh?
Oui. Monsieur Mitchell, one thing I must make very clear to you.
Yeah?
When you walk out of this office, you will be Captain Rock. You cannot return here until this job is finished, one way or the other.
Why not?
The interests that we think are behind this have eyes and ears everywhere. We must do our best to convince them. Therefore, I am the only one in Tangier who knows who you really are. Even now, your picture has been distributed to the force as that of Captain Rock. To the rest of the police, you will be Captain Rock, to be pursued and captured if possible.
Oh, fine. I don't have enough to do trying to find out who's behind all this. I have to play hide and seek with the police, too.
Oh, I regret it is unavoidable.
Well, look, suppose I get in a spot. Isn't there anyone who can help me?
I have considered that possibility. I will have one of my detectives who will make himself known to you at Hassim's Cafe.
How will I know him?
He will approach you and he will say, Hassim stocks fine wines here. You will ask him if he is an employee of the place, and he will reply, no, not an employee, a connoisseur.
Fine wines connoisseur. Okay, I've got it.
Keep under cover for the rest of the day and be at Hassim's at 7 tonight.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, I do not need to warn you to be careful, because if you are not, I am afraid it will cost you your life.
Welcome to my humble cafe, Effendi. Would you like Hassim to show you to a table?
Oh, this one right here will do. Looks like I'm in time for the floor show.
Yes, Effendi. Captain Rock.
Huh?
For a moment, I did not recognize you. But you are Captain Rock.
Yeah, but let's not spread it around, Hassim.
But of course, Effendi, I forgot you were wanted by the police. But you risk capture to come here to see Yadida.
Yadida?
Your sweetheart. See? She is dancing now.
Oh, yeah. She looks even more beautiful than the last time I saw her.
She is the sweetheart of all Tangier. But she loves only you. I will go to signal her that you are here. She will be overjoyed.
I hope so. Maybe this deal won't be too bad after all.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
Is this your first visit to Hassim's Cafe?
Why, no. I used to come here a lot. Why? Who are you?
Allow me to congratulate you on your excellent taste in coming here. Hassim stocks fine wines.
Oh? Are you an employee?
Not an employee. A connoisseur.
I see.
Inspector Laborde sent me. Let us go someplace where we can talk.
No, not now. I know what you look like now. That's all that's necessary. Just manage to be around if I need you.
But I think we should go outside and discuss.
No, look. Hassim's heading this way. Beat it.
Very well. I will leave by the back door.
Yeah.
I signaled to Yadida. I pointed you out, see? She has her eyes on you now.
Yeah. Nice eyes, too. Thanks, Hassim.
See? She is coming straight here to your table.
Yeah. Hassim, don't you think sweetheart should be let alone?
But of course, Effendi. I understand.
Darling.
Hello, Yadida.
Oh, darling, you must be careful. Joshua's here.
Huh?
I saw him. Wait.
What's the matter?
You are not... Oh, I beg your pardon, Effendi. I have made a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. Yadida, come back here. Yeah, looks like I didn't fool her any. Hassim.
Yes, Effendi.
Where's Yadida's dressing room?
Oh, you have quarreled already. Such a pity, such a pity.
Yeah. Now I want to make up. Where's her dressing room?
Where it has always been, Captain Rock. Through that curtain. The room at the end of the hall.
Thanks.
You will make it up, then all will be well again.
Room at the end of the hall. Yeah, there it is. She was trying to warn me about something. Yadida? Hey. Yadida, what happened?
Knife.
Who did it?
Joshua.
Who's he?
Joshua.
Look, Yadida, so you know I'm not Captain Rock, but I'm trying to find out who killed him and what's behind it all. Can you tell me anything that'll help?
Shop of 1,000 bells.
Shop of 1,000 bells? Where's that?
Street bazaar.
Yadida. She's dead.
What is it, Captain Rock? What has happened?
Yadida. She's dead.
What? Yadida dead? Yadida. A knife wound. You did this, Captain Rock. You killed Yadida.
Now, look.
You had a quarrel. You stabbed her. Police! Police!
In a moment, we'll return to the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. But first, we'd like to call your attention to another fast-moving adventure mystery. Now on Sundays, hear Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Every week, glib Dick Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend over most of these same NBC stations. And Dick Powell continues to delight listeners with a tune or two on almost every program. This delightful mixture of rough and tumble action and smooth, sweet lyrics weekly brings joy to listeners who dial the NBC way. Enjoy this novel, pulse-paced action drama every Sunday. Richard Diamond is another fast-moving NBC adventure mystery wrapped up and delivered every Sunday afternoon over most of these NBC stations. And now back to Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. The time, 10 seconds later. The place, Hasim's Cafe in Tangier. Steve Mitchell, posing as the notorious Captain Rock, is still standing over the body of Yadida, the beautiful dancing girl, as Hasim, the proprietor, rushes down the hall to her dressing room. Hasim suspects Steve of killing Yadida.
She loved you, and you killed her. Police!
Shut up. Look, as long as we're throwing accusations around, you got here in an awful hurry just now, Hasim. How come?
I do not know what you are talking about. Police!
Quiet.
Police! Take your hand off my mouth. Let go of me.
Get in that dressing room.
It will do you no good. I will still call the police.
I know, but this way I'll have 5 minutes start. Now get in there.
Police!
Commissioner, Steve's calling from Tangier. He's on the line now.
Thanks, Ruth. Hello?
Hi, Commissioner. I can only talk a minute. I'm calling from the second floor of a little hotel here in Tangier.
Well, how's everything?
Right now, it's hotter than a two-bit pipe.
What do you mean?
When you sent me over here, you didn't tell me I was supposed to play tag with the police, too.
Well, we had to make things look convincing, Steve.
Yeah? Well, right now, they look very convincing. Rock's girlfriend just got herself killed, and I'm the grade A suspect.
What?
Yeah. She was trying to warn me about something before she died. She mentioned a place called the Shop of 1,000 Bells in a bazaar. I guess that's my next stop.
You're working alone, Steve?
But really alone. Inspector Laborde sent a man to me at Hasim's Cafe. But I had to leave in such a hurry I wasn't able to contact him again.
Have you made any contact with the people who engineered Captain Rock's jailbreak?
Not yet. Maybe I'll have better luck at the Shop of the 1,000 Bells. Look, I better hang up. I don't want to stay in one place any longer than I have to. This town is probably jumping with cops right now, and they're all looking for me. I'll try to call you again as soon as I have anything new to report.
All right, Steve. Be careful.
Yeah. So long, Commissioner. Clerk. Hey, clerk.
Here I am, Effendi.
Look, I'd like a little information.
Of course, Effendi.
What's the matter?
Nothing, Effendi, nothing.
You seem pretty nervous all of a sudden.
It is nothing, Effendi. What information do you wish?
Is there a bazaar around here anywhere?
A bazaar? I do.
Hey, you really got the jumps, haven't you?
A bazaar? Oh, yes, Effendi. It is not far.
Wait a minute. What was that?
I do not know.
A car pulled up outside, a police car. So that's why you were nervous.
Police, quick, in here. Here he is.
Looks like I've got no friends at all.
Police, this way.
Must be a back door over there.
Quick. There he goes.
This bazaar would put Sears Roebuck to shame. That Shop of 1,000 Bells ought to be around here someplace. Yeah, there it is.
Good evening, Effendi. Welcome to the Shop of 1,000 Bells.
Are you the proprietor here?
Yes, Effendi. I am Turhan, at your service. You would perhaps like to buy one of these beautiful bells?
No, but I'd like a little information.
I do not sell information, Effendi. I sell bells, the finest in all Tangier. See, here is one you may like.
But...
Does it not have a fine tone? Like pure silver.
Yeah.
But
now, look...
indeed, it should have such a tone, for it is pure silver, with just the slightest amount of alloy to give it body. You like this bell?
That's not what I came for.
Perhaps this other one. Here. Yes. Perhaps this one is more to your liking.
Look, I don't want to buy a bell.
Oh, but Effendi, I have...
Effendi, you would like a guide, no?
No.
I am Mustafa Effendi, the best guide in old Tangier. I
No.
can show you all the more secret places.
No.
The beautiful dancing girls.
Look, I don't want to buy a bell, and I don't want a guide.
But I charge very little for my services, Effendi.
Hey, beat it, will you? Now, look, Turhan, I don't have much time. I told you I wanted some information from you.
But I only have information about my bells, Effendi.
Look, I'm going to try just once more. I was told to come here. Now, if you don't open up and start talking, I'll...
Effendi, if you want information, why do not you ask me? I, Mustafa, have all the information.
What's that?
Of course. I have information on all the points of interest here in Tangier. I can show you.
Oh, great. Look, will you beat it?
It is a sad thing, Tohan. Nobody wants a guide tonight. Everyone is too interested in the murder of Yadida to go sightseeing.
Yes, I know. No one will buy my bells either.
What's that about Yadida?
You have not heard, Effendi. Yadida was a beautiful dancing girl, a sweetheart of all Tangier. But tonight, she was murdered by a man called Captain Rock.
Oh?
The police are scouring the city for him right now. But if the citizens find him first, there will be not much left for the police.
I guess not. Hey.
I see. The police are down at the other end of the bazaar. They are searching everywhere.
Look, you still want a job, Mustafa?
Oh, but of course, Effendi, you have changed your mind.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. You say you can show me some of the secret places of Tangier?
If you like.
I like. The more secret, the better.
One moment, Effendi. You have changed your mind about the going. Perhaps you will change your mind about the bell.
Huh? I'll even buy a bell.
Oh, thank you, Effendi.
Come on, Mustafa, let's go. You sure know all the back alleys around town, Mustafa.
It is my business to know them, Effendi. What would you like to see first?
Well, you name it, as long as it's one of those secret places we were talking about.
I have a place in mind that I think will appeal strongly to you. Here, in this door, Effendi. I will lead the way.
Sure dark in here.
There's a flight of stairs at your right, Effendi. We will descend.
Okay. But it's your turn to carry this bell. Somebody's liable to confuse me for a cow in the dark.
Of course. Here, put your hand on my shoulder. So, now you will not stumble.
When you say secret, you really mean it, don't you?
Certain activities are frowned on by the police. It is necessary to take precautions. Here we are at the bottom.
Where to now?
See the narrow crack of light under that door at the end of this hall? Come.
Hey, what kind of a place is this, Mustafa?
One beyond the wildest imagination, Effendi. You will see. Here we are. After you, Effendi.
Hey, that sudden light blinds me.
Your eyes will adjust themselves.
Why, that's just a bare room.
Here he is. Joshua Effendi, I have brought him to you.
Huh?
Good work, Mustafa.
Well, if he isn't the wine connoisseur from Hasim's, why, am I glad to see you. I've been... Hey, why the gun? Wait a minute. Mustafa here called you Joshua just now.
Quite right.
Yadida told me that Joshua was the guy who stabbed her.
Right again. Mustafa, your job is finished. You will be well paid for it. You may go. And take that silly bell with you.
Yes, Effendi.
Well, looks like I've made a little mistake. I figured you were the guy Inspector Laborde sent to help me at Hasim's.
It did not prove difficult to intercept Laborde's man and learn the password from him.
Yeah, I get it. A little late, I guess.
Quite a bit too late.
Yadida tried to warn me about you. That's why you killed her.
Yes. I do not know who you are, except that you are not Captain Rock.
Oh?
If you were Captain Rock, you would have recognized me instantly at Hasim's Cafe.
Oh. Captain Rock knew you, huh?
Maybe the two of you had done business before. You know, that adds up to an interesting thought.
Does it?
Sure. The thought that maybe it was you who killed that diplomat Rock was driving the car for. Two of you had that scheme all worked out between you, didn't you?
I'm afraid your brilliant deductions can come a little late in the game.
You've been looking for Rock ever since so you could kill him and shut his mouth for keeps. That's why you arranged that jailbreak for him in Istanbul.
He was difficult to find, but as you see, we could not be safe as long as he was alive. Where is he now?
Rock? You should have let well enough alone, Joshua. Rock is dead. You got him the first crack out of the blocks.
Indeed. It would seem I was a little harsh with Allie then.
Allie?
An employee of mine who was assigned to kill Rock. I was forced to shoot him because I thought he had bungled.
Yeah, I guess you could easily call that being a little harsh with him.
However, I do not believe in regrets. I know now the job's been done. And with you out of the way, things will be complete. You are not leaving. And to make sure you do not, I will place myself between you and the door.
So, getting rid of me is the next step, huh?
The very next step.
Joshua! The police! You fool, Mustafa! That door knocked the gun out of my hand!
Thanks, Mustafa.
Mustafa, grab the gun! Let go of me!
With pleasure.
I have the gun!
Oh, yeah?
On the hand! Effendi, please. It was not my fault. I did as I was told.
You wanted to show me some secret places, Mustafa. Well, here's one I want to show you. Never send an O for whom the bell tolls, Mustafa. It tolls for thee.
Mitchell. Mitchell?
In here, Inspector.
You all right, Mitchell?
Yeah, I guess so.
I spotted Joshua's agent, Mustafa, and he led me to you. I was hoping I could get to you before it was too late.
Well, you gave me a big lift indirectly aboard. Mustafa came flying back to tell Joshua you were closing in and knocked the gun out of his hand when he opened the door. There's your man, Inspector. Joshua, there, on the floor.
Oh, he is the one who engineered the political assassination with Captain Rock?
That's right.
Good. We will give it the widest publicity. When those two countries involved learn who killed that diplomat, perhaps their treaty will go through after all.
I hope so. Hey, look, Laborde, do me a favor, will you?
After what you have done, anything, Mitchell.
Now, the citizens of Tangier still think I killed Yedida. Will you give me a police escort out of town? I'm not exactly hankering to hang around here, if you know what I mean.
That can easily be arranged, Mitchell. Posing as a notorious character does have its disadvantages, I suppose.
That's the understatement of the week. You know, the next time the commissioner wants me to impersonate somebody...
Yes?
I hope it's a Sunday school teacher in Cedar Rapids.
Just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment comes to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. I may be the district attorney, but if my son is guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. I'll prosecute him. Then, Blake, I'll start on you.
Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the Weakling. Young Clyde Banning, son of District Attorney Banning, steps out of a nightclub following a gay New Year's Eve party. An expensive limousine pulls up to the curb, and Clyde gets in. Clyde has done some careless driving lately, had his driver's license revoked, and is now forced to be driven about by Rawlins, the family chauffeur.
Where to now, Mr. Banning?
Let's go home, Rawlings.
Not yet, Clyde.
Hey, look. What are you doing in here? I thought you were still in the club.
I didn't think you even knew I was there.
Oh, I saw you a couple of times.
Why have you been avoiding me, Clyde? You know how it hurts me. What's happened?
Take Miss Blake home, Rawlins.
No, I won't go home. I won't be brushed off like this without an explanation. You know how much I love you, Clyde, and I can't go on like this any longer.
Please, Ellen, this is no time to make a scene.
Clyde, you know you love me. Let's get married right now, tonight.
Please, let's not talk about it now.
I will talk about it now.
Rawlins, pull up, please.
I won't get out, Clyde. I won't.
I'll drive, Rawlins. You can take a cab home.
You'll drive, but listen.
Go on,
here.
Rawlins. I'll take Miss Blake home.
Don't take me home, Clyde. I've got to talk to you. Please, drive down to the Ocean Highway.
All right. All right, but cut out the melodrama.
Why have you changed so, Clyde? Why can't we get married?
You know as well as I. My father is district attorney, and he's out to crack that graft situation wide open. He knows who the big boss of the racket is, and he's going to get his scalp. Send him to the pen.
But what's that to do with us?
You know that Jim Blake is the big boss. Your own father.
But we have our own lives to live.
If I married you, Dad would throw me out on my ear.
What, of that we could get along?
How? Your father won't have a dime when this is over. Besides, Dad is up for re-election. How would it look? DA's son marries convict's daughter.
I thought you really loved me.
Well, I've always liked you, Ellen, but it just won't work. It isn't fair to Dad.
Then you don't want to marry me?
I've told you how I feel about it.
Oh, what a ridiculous fool I've been.
Now, don't start that hysterical stuff
I've
again.
hoped against hope that you weren't trying to get rid of me, but now I know. You're a low, spineless jellyfish. You didn't love me. You couldn't.
Stop shouting.
I won't stop. I wish everyone could hear me. Could know what a despicable rotter you are.
Shut up! No, stop it, you little fool! Ellen! Good Lord! Ellen! Ellen! Oh, Lord. Her fate. Ellen. Ellen, darling. I'd better get a doctor. Maybe she... No, shouldn't move her. Yes, that's it. Get help.
Yes, Clyde. Better get help. There, just ahead, the low lights of a service station. Hurry, Clyde. Maybe she's still alive. What's the trouble, Clyde? You're slowing down.
Oh, they might think I did it. Think I pushed her out. She's dead. She must be. No one knows. Better drive on.
You've passed it now, Clyde. You've really fixed things now. You should have stopped. Clyde's fear increases with every mile. He slips the car into the garage and hurries quietly to his room. But he doesn't sleep, not a wink. His head throbs, and with every thump of his heart, Ellen's words ring in his ears.
Low, spineless jellyfish. Low, spineless jellyfish.
Ellen, please, I didn't mean it. Forgive me, please.
District Attorney Banning sits at breakfast with his attractive wife, Marcia. Marcia is Clyde's stepmother. The district attorney scans his morning paper as Clyde, pale and worn, slips into his place at the table.
What do you think of that?
What is it, Henry?
Jim Blake's daughter was found dead on the Ocean Highway early this morning.
Oh, they found? On the Ocean Highway?
Oh, good morning, son. How have you been?
Oh, I guess I overslept.
Really? Looks as though you hadn't slept at all.
Have a big evening? Too much champagne?
No. Gee, that's terrible about Blake's daughter. What happened to her?
I think she was thrown out of a car. Probably some enemy of Blake's. I dare say he has plenty.
Thrown out? Does it say that?
Yes. Well, I'd better go down to the office.
Well, maybe she jumped out.
Not likely. Venture to say she was pushed out, all right.
Why don't you have some coffee, Clyde? Help that hangover.
I haven't got a hangover.
What in the name of heaven's wrong with you? You better take some aspirin, son. Go back to bed.
Well, you're going to the office today? It's New Year's Day. Never go down there on a holiday.
Going down for an hour or so. Will it upset your plans by any chance?
I haven't got any plans.
And what's bothering you?
Something's wrong with you, Clyde.
Nothing's wrong with me, and nothing's bothering
Just
me.
a moment. Who are you shouting at?
I'm not shouting at.
I think you'd better go on back to your room. Go to bed. You're a bit too unpleasant to suit me.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Marcia.
That's all right, darling.
I'll feel all right after a while. I guess I did have too much champagne.
Never seen Clyde like this.
Well, you've only been around him a year, Marcia. He's a moody type, has spells, but he's a good boy. You'll learn all his little quirks in time. Well, I'll run along, darling. Be back in an hour or so.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Clyde.
Yes? What is it, Thompson?
Rawlings, the chauffeur, would like to see you, sir.
Oh, yes? All right, send him in.
He'd see you, Rawlings.
What do you want, Roland?
I'd like to have a little talk with you, Clyde.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Where did you go last night after you dismissed me?
What business is that of yours?
Well, I just thought I'd ask you. Got in around 2:30, didn't you, Clyde?
What of it?
Thought maybe you knew what happened to Ellen Blake.
I took her home. What happened after that, I don't know.
She kind of put the pressure on you, didn't she?
What do you mean?
I heard her. Heard every word you both said. She said she was determined to get married.
So what?
Well, it wouldn't be so good for you if I was to tell about last night.
No?
Oh, you made a big mistake when you let me out of that car. If you let me drive her home, why, you might not be in this jam.
Who said I was in a jam?
I say so.
What if you do tell what you know? That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, I got better proof than that.
What?
Ellen Blake's handbag. I found it in the car this morning. Here it is. Her initials on it, some personal effects inside.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I'm the only one who knows about all this. If I talk, you're certain to get a rope around your neck.
I didn't kill her. She jumped out.
Yeah? Can you prove that?
No.
If I tell about the argument and establish the time, you wouldn't have a chance.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
How'd you like trying convincing a jury on that?
No.
Well. But you know, I don't have to say a word about it, Clyde.
Why should you?
It all depends on you.
What do you want?
Oh, I could use a little money.
How much?
$2,000 or $3,000.
Where would I get that much?
You get a nice allowance every month.
You're a dirty rat, Rawlins. I didn't like your looks when you came here 3 weeks ago. I thought you looked like a crook. I'll have you fired.
I don't think you will. You can't afford to.
Do I get the handbag?
No, not until you pay off in full.
Suppose I tell you to go to the devil.
And you'll be in jail within an hour. I mean business.
Okay. Okay, I'll pay as much as I can each month.
I don't want to wait too long.
I'll try to get it as soon as possible. I want that handbag.
You'll get it, kid. When I get the 3,000. Good afternoon, madame.
What do you mean coming into my room without knocking?
And how is madame today?
What do you want?
I want to wish you a happy new year.
Well, of all the nerve. You get out of here.
Now, don't get excited. I thought you might like to talk to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a little information that might be of interest to you.
Information? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Clyde.
What about him?
Well, I was just wondering what would happen if your husband had to prosecute his own son for the murder of the daughter of the man he's out to break.
Are you crazy? What do you mean?
Clyde murdered Ellen Blake. Threw her out of the car.
What? How do you know that?
She was in love with Clyde. He was trying to shake her. I drove them away from a nightclub last evening. They had a very serious argument. And then he let me out and drove the car himself.
That doesn't mean anything.
Ellen Blake was killed about 1 a.m. Clyde came in about 2.
Good heavens.
This morning I found this handbag in the car. It's Ellen Blake's. If I were to tell what I know about it and produce his handbag, Clyde would have a rope placed around his neck by his own father. I doubt very much that the DA would ever be reelected.
How could Clyde do such a thing?
Well, he must have lost his head. She was pretty insistent.
But you don't have to say anything about this.
Oh, I wouldn't have to.
If this came out, Henry would be ruined.
That's just what I mean. Now, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
No.
And it's all up to you.
Up to me?
Yes, if I cover up a murder, it might affect my conscience. I might worry a lot. But my conscience might be sad.
What do you want?
Well, it ought to be worth about $3,000.
Why, that's ridiculous. I have no such amount.
Then get it.
How could I explain what I wanted with $3,000?
That's your worry, not mine, baby.
Do you know what they can do to you for blackmail?
Now, this isn't blackmail, honey. Oh, I'm not threatening to divulge someone's past. It's bigger than that. As a matter of fact, you're going to bribe me to withhold a piece of important evidence. So you see, I hold the aces.
Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. But I know somebody who has a lot of dough, and I'd just as soon turn the information over to Blake as anyone else. I just want to give you a break.
How about this diamond bracelet?
Oh, yeah, that'll help. But it'll be hard to get rid of. I'd rather have cash.
All right, I'll give you these diamonds, and you can hold them until I get the cash.
Fair enough. Hand them over. Thanks. You know, I thought that you'd see things in the right way. Goodbye, honey.
Get out of here. You rotten thief.
Oh, listen to her.
As the days pass, Clyde and Marcia are both turning over every cent they can get hold of to Rawlins. But the going is difficult, and Rawlins becomes more insistent. And one day, Clyde gets a message to visit the big boss, Jim Blake, Ellen's father.
I was told you wanted to see me, Mr. Blake.
Yeah. Sit down, kid.
Thank you.
Everything working out all right?
What do you mean?
You look a little worried, kid. I thought maybe something was disturbing your sleep.
Oh, well, I've been having headaches. I think it's my eyes.
Been seeing things, have you? In the dark?
No, I haven't been seeing things. I don't know what you're getting at, but nothing's bothering me.
Just when was it that you started meeting my daughter, Ellen?
I don't know what you mean.
Quit playing dumb. I found out about it today.
Who told you such a thing?
Does your father know about you and Ellen? I'll bet not.
Now, look here. If you think you can stop Father in this investigation by trying to frame something on me, you're crazy. You can't get away with it. I'll spill the whole thing.
Oh, you will?
Yes, I will. You're a crook. When my father gets through with you, you'll be behind the bars for the rest of your life.
When I'm put behind bars, kids, you'll be dangling from the end of a rope.
What are you trying to accuse me of?
The murder of my daughter.
Murder? I didn't kill her.
Can you prove that?
There's no proof that I did.
I've got a witness, kid, and he's ready to talk when I say the word.
Witness? That's ridiculous. Why should I want to kill Ellen?
Because she was in love with you, and you wanted to shake her because you were afraid your father would kick if you married her. Your father's out to get me, and I'm determined to beat him to the draw.
I didn't kill her, I tell you.
Ellen left that nightclub with your car New Year's Eve. You had an argument. She wanted to get married. When she got too insistent, you dismissed the chauffeur and drove the car yourself. And out on the ocean highway, you threw her out on the rocks.
I didn't.
Did you stop? Did you look at her? Her face mangled to a pulp, her body broken to bits on those rocks?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
I've got a witness to the argument and the time element.
You can't scare me.
I just talked to Rawlins, your chauffeur. He knows what time you got in, and he found Ellen's purse in the car.
I don't believe it. Where's the purse?
Rawlins has it. He'll produce it when you get to trial, and your own father will have to prosecute you. Oh, I'll enjoy that. Too bad about that purse, kid. If you'd found the purse and Rawlins didn't know what he knows, you might have gotten away with it. But you're stuck now, stuck with Rawlins and the purse, and your own father will have to tie the rope around your neck.
Rawlins is a liar.
It'll hold in court. The jury will believe him.
He's a dirty liar. I could kill him for that.
Kill him? You wouldn't do that.
Well, he isn't fit to live.
Well, you aren't either. But I'm going to give you a chance to keep out of the noose. I'll keep Rawlins from talking if you get me a couple of letters.
What letters?
Your father has them. They have my signature on them. You can get them very easily. You get those papers, and I'll put the quietus on Rawlins. They're addressed to the county supervisor. Your father intends to use them against me. I want them. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You get the papers and we're both in the clear, understand?
Yeah, you understand.
All right. I'll give you till tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. You can go now.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Saturday night passes. Then Sunday dawns with the most startling discovery. Rollins, the chauffeur, has been found dead, shot to death in his apartment over the garage. No evidence is discovered, no weapon, no fingerprints, nothing. Now it is late afternoon.
Oh, this is a fine mess. A murder in my own home.
Everything will come out all right, Henry. You're certain to find the person who did it.
Oh, yes, he may have had some enemies. After all, we know very little about him. He'd only been here a short while.
Don't you understand? I'm the district attorney. Murder has been committed in my own home. Why, if I can't bring this to a solution, I'll be a laughingstock. I'll never be reelected.
We're trying to help you, Henry.
Oh, certainly.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but this has got to be kept from the police department. Once they get into it, it'll be plastered all over the front pages of every newspaper in town. Yes. I'll have to handle this from my own office.
Well, neither one of us has been out of the house, and we haven't told anyone. What are you worried about?
Surely, a man like Rollins could have had many enemies. Who knows what he'd been mixed up in?
Captain Stone to see you, Mr. Banning.
Oh. Yes, I was afraid of that. All right. Show him in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banning.
Oh, good afternoon, Captain Stone. Well, what are you doing out this way?
We heard about your chauffeur.
Really? And who told you?
Oh, friend. Body hasn't been moved, has it?
No, Inspector Stone, it hasn't. Mm-hmm. Still in the room over the garage.
Well, come on, Skelton. Let's have a look. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Banning?
Why, no. No, of course not.
Well, thank you. We'll be back in a moment.
All right. You know, I've got a strange feeling that Jim Blake knows something about this.
Blake? Why do you think that?
I don't know. He's just the type to think of something like this. Yes, a perfect setup for him. A murder in my own home. Nothing would please him better.
Why would Blake resort to anything like this?
Why? Because my dear Blake is in a tough spot. Yes. The more I think about it, the more right I think I am. Well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't think Blake had anything to do with it.
Really? What do you know about it?
Well, nothing, Father.
Then please allow me to handle this in my own way.
Henry, why must you be so harsh?
I'm sorry, Father. I think you should keep away from Blake.
Why?
I don't know. I just think you should.
Yes. Well, when I want your opinion, son, I'll ask for it.
Well, here you are, Mr. Banning. We found it.
Found what?
We found this revolver behind the garage.
Well,
No, don't touch it. We want to check for fingerprints.
Oh, of course, I know better than to touch it.
Fingerprints? Maybe there are none on it.
We'll check it just the same.
Well, the killer would be a fool to leave his prints on the gun. How do you know it is the gun?
We'll find out. Ballistics will know.
How will they know who the gun belongs to? Maybe it isn't the gun.
We already know who killed him. All we need is proof.
You know? How do you know? Who did it?
Your son did it.
What?
We were tipped off.
My son?
That's right.
Are you crazy? Why should Clyde kill him? He hardly knew him.
Look, Mr. Banning, you think I'd come to your house snooping around unless I had a very good reason?
Where did you get your tip?
Well, I'd rather not say.
Who's this friend? Come on, you'd better tell me. I'll bring it out eventually.
All I know is that we were tipped off about the murder and told who did it. Your son threatened to kill Rawlins.
Who told you that?
Jim Blake. He heard him say it.
Where did you see Blake, Clyde?
I don't know what they mean.
Ask Jim Blake. Come on, Skelton. Let's check that gun with ballistics.
A few hours later, Boss Jim Blake stands in the study facing the district attorney. There is a tense moment as each waits for the other to speak.
Well, Banning, what do you want?
I know what you're trying to pull, Blake. You're trying to get at me by framing my son with a murder.
I'm not trying to frame him. I just told the police that I heard Clyde threaten to kill Rawlins.
So far, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence. Clyde had no reason to kill Rawlins, and without a motive, Clyde is in the clear.
Yeah?
You had a scheme in mind to force me to drop that investigation, then your scheme went haywire. You pulled a boner.
What do you mean, boner?
If Clyde had threatened Rollins' life, the natural thing for a man in your situation to have done was to approach me instead of the police.
Why?
Well, you wanted those letters, didn't you? How could you possibly make a deal for those letters now that you've made your information public?
I'm way ahead of you, Banning. I'm not so dumb as all that. I'm still holding the aces.
What aces?
The ones I'll throw down for the letters.
I think you're bluffing, Blake.
I know why Clyde killed Rollins. I can supply the motive. I'll admit that without the motive, he'd be in the clear. But if I spilled the motive, he'd crack in 5 minutes.
I still think you're bluffing.
I know you've got a cinch case against me with those letters. But with what I know, I've got a cinch case against your son that will send him to the gallows. Not only that, but if I do spill it, you wouldn't dare show your face in this town again.
Sounds pretty gruesome. I can't imagine what it could possibly be.
I'll say you can't. Clyde is really in it up to his neck.
You really think he's guilty?
Certainly, but whether he is or not, he had the motive. And the motive for killing Rollins will lead to something that can be definitely proved.
You mean material evidence?
I do. So in order to prosecute me, you'll be forced to prosecute your own son. I'll see to that. Now, you hand over those letters and we'll all be in the clear. Believe me, Banning, I'm not bluffing.
Blake, if you're telling the truth, then we're both in a very unfortunate position. You're a crook, and I happen to be a stickler for duty. I can't be bribed.
You mean you'd actually prosecute your own son?
I do. And if he's guilty, he can take the consequences. I don't believe he is, but I know you are.
I think you're crazy.
And I still think you're bluffing.
Try me.
I'll call your bluff.
All right, but you'll change your mind, Banning. If you don't, you're a bigger fool than I've ever come across.
Let's have it.
Get your son in here.
All right. Marcia, bring Clyde in here.
Yes, Henry.
What a sap you are, Banning. Over a couple of punk letters. Duty. A lot of bourgeois.
You want me, Father?
Oh, you can come in too, Marcia.
Yes, Henry.
What are you doing here?
Well, kid, I've been having a little chat with your righteous father. He sent for me. He's a little stupid. He wants to be enlightened. Maybe you can help him.
Yeah?
Clyde, I understand you paid a visit to Mr. Blake.
Huh?
Go on. Better tell him, Clyde.
What were you doing there, Clyde?
Well, Blake sent for me.
Why?
Well, he wanted to talk to me.
What about?
Well, about... What's he been saying?
I told him what you said to me.
Said about what?
About Rollins.
What did I say about Rollins?
What did you say, Clyde?
Nothing. He's lying.
Lying about what? We haven't said anything yet.
He tried to get me to steal something.
Steal something?
Now we're getting someplace.
Wanted you to steal some letters out of my safe.
Yes. He offered me a lot of money.
Money? I didn't even mention money. I didn't have to.
Yes, he did.
What inducement would money be to you, Clyde? You always get everything you want.
I offered you something better than money, kid.
What was it, Clyde?
He threatened me. Threatened to kill me.
How do you like that? You're in a tough spot, kid. You better start talking. You threatened to kill Rollins.
I did not.
I heard you.
Why did you make that threat?
Well, I was just talking. I didn't mean it. I couldn't kill anybody.
But you did say it.
But I didn't mean it.
What had you done? What did he know? Something prompted you to say it. Now, what was it?
Nothing. I haven't done anything.
You killed Rollins. You said you would.
I didn't kill him.
You killed him to shut his mouth.
What did he know, Clyde?
Blake's lying. He's just trying to scare me.
I'll scare you. You killed Rollins to keep him from telling what he knew about you and my daughter, Ellen.
What? Your daughter?
She was in love with Clyde and wanted him to marry her. He tried to shake her, but when she got too insistent, he threw her out of his car, murdered her.
I did not. I didn't.
Rollins heard them arguing. Clyde dismissed him and drove the car himself. Rollins found Ellen's purse in the car next morning. Rollins told
He's
me.
lying.
I told him Rollins wouldn't talk if Clyde got me the letters, but he killed Rollins instead.
Was Ellen Blake in your car the night she died?
Yes.
Did you dismiss the chauffeur?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. She jumped out. She jumped out deliberately.
Why didn't you tell this?
Well, I was going to, but then I got afraid they think I killed her.
Rollins tried to blackmail Clyde, then double-crossed Clyde and came to me.
Where's the purse?
Clyde probably has it. That's why he killed him.
I haven't got it. I don't know where it is. I couldn't find it.
Then you were in Rollins' apartment over the garage.
Yes, but I didn't kill him. I didn't kill Ellen.
Believe you. Yeah? Now, what do you have to say, Mr. Banning? Do I hold the aces?
No. I'll bring it to trial. I'll find that purse, if there is a purse. And if he's proven guilty, he can pay the penalty like anyone else. And then, Blake, I'll start on you.
You're a fool, Banning. You're crazy.
Come in.
Well, here we are, Mr. Banning. Got quite a bit of dope on this Rollins killing.
What now?
There were no fingerprints on that gun, but it was definitely the murder weapon. Ballistics checked it.
Well, still doesn't prove my son fired the gun.
Oh, that's right. But we did manage to trace the original ownership.
And what did you learn?
Well, here it is. The gun was purchased 4 years ago in Seattle.
By whom?
By Patricia Rollins.
Patricia Rollins?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check on Patricia Rollins? Who was she?
Yeah, we checked on her. We also checked on Rollins. Patricia Rollins was your chauffeur's wife. They both have a police record. Rollins was a confidence man, 3 convictions.
Wife Patricia was implicated as an accomplice.
Anything else?
Yes, Rollins disappeared into Mexico 3 years ago. Finally turned up here. Rollins must have had the gun in his possession. Or the wife had it. In which case, she could have killed him.
Quite possible. You'd better try to locate the wife.
Oh, here's a picture. We should be able to locate her without much trouble.
What do you mean? Good Lord. Marcia,
Yes, Henry.
look at this photo. You know who this is?
Yes, Henry.
Sorry, Mrs. Banning. We'll check your fingerprints with these on police record just to make sure.
You don't need to check them. They're mine.
Marcia, don't.
Why not, Clyde?
It doesn't prove anything. Maybe somebody got into the apartment and killed him with his own gun.
That's just what happened. He did have the gun, but I killed him. 3 years ago, he deserted me. Later, I heard he was dead. Then after I'd married Henry, he turned up here. I knew what he was going to do eventually. But I was in love with Henry. Then when he found the purse, he used it to blackmail me. And when he double-crossed both Clyde and me by going to Blake, we determined to get the purse. But he caught us ransacking his apartment. He pulled the gun and struck me. We all fought for it. Clyde wrestled with him, and I got the gun and shot him.
Why did you tell Marcia? Why?
Why not? It doesn't matter now.
Tell me, did she shoot in self-defense, Clyde?
Certainly. He'd have killed us both.
Well, that will clear you with the Rollins charge.
But what about Ellen? He still killed Ellen.
Captain Stone, there's a missing purse. Ellen Blake's purse. I want it. You can start looking in Rollins' apartment. I'm going through with this, Blake, regardless of the consequences.
Take a look at him, Captain. A man who'd sacrifice his own son, his own life, for a couple of measly little letters. What a set.
But District Attorney Banning, a determined man, goes through with his promise. The case against his son is in preparation. The day of the opening of the trial is set. Then the missing purse is found, and in it is a note to Clyde, written and signed by Ellen Blake. Go on, read it, Clyde.
Dearest Clyde, I've tried every way to reach you. I know now that you've been avoiding me. I can't go on. I know your faults, but I love you. I can't help it. So I'm going to kill myself. I don't know how, but some way will present itself. Goodbye, Clyde. I hope you find the happiness I've been denied. I love you, Ellen.
Well, there you are. Ellen Blake did jump from Clyde's car. And Clyde, even though he did seem a weakling, was able to fight when it came to a showdown. And Marcia, because of her great love for Banning, was willing to sacrifice everything for him. So Clyde is cleared, Marcia is acquitted, and Blake is sent to prison. And that is the end of a story which might have ended very tragically had it not been for the note in Ellen's purse. Very convenient, that note.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, 9:30.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of cold water Irma.
The room had a definite Middle Eastern atmosphere. A high ceiling, no doors, but many curved ornamental archways covered by brocade curtains. Dim lighting from behind Moorish screens, and, of course, the heavy scent of incense. It could have been a setting from a very old Hollywood movie of the Arabian Nights. From behind some heavy drapes, two men moved into the room, moving lightly over the rich Persian carpets.
This is it, all right, Ronnie.
Yes, I think so, George. What an extraordinary setup.
Quite. But you know what we always say. Once a foreigner, always a foreigner.
Well, let's give the place a good going over. You search the desk.
Right. There's nothing much here.
God, it's very encouraging. Hey, look at this.
What is it?
Well, if I didn't know better, I'd say it was an Aladdin's lamp.
You'd better rub it. It might be able to solve us all this work.
Right, here goes. Bring us luck, eh?
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
So many women say, once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Because there's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. It solves Mrs. Sutherland's washing problems for her.
Very dirty oil or grease marks.
Yes.
If you use cold water Omo, there's no trouble at all. It comes out very, very easily indeed.
There's no washing problem too difficult for cold water Omo. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Shirley Ann Field chooses Lux for her complexion.
I always use Lux. I find it so very rich and creamy, and I love the perfume.
Like Shirley Ann, choose Lux for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 1 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel embark on the strange case of the fantasy game. The skies over London were dark and filled with rain clouds. A cold wind blew the fine drizzle into deserted thoroughfares and empty alleyways. It was not a night to be out, and few people were. Big Ben sonorously chimed midnight. Half a mile away, the sound floated unnoticed through the ornate Arabian apartment where the two agents, Ronnie Westcott and George Reed, recoiled in amazement from the vivid flash of light that lit up the whole room. They gasped as smoke filled one corner, and out of it stepped a shadowy figure in flowing robes. As the haze cleared, both men saw the snout of a Sten gun leveled towards them.
No! No!
George Reed was mowed down by a hail of bullets. Ronnie Westcott, who was closer to the arched entrance, sprinted through the velvet drapes as the Sten gun swung round on him. The figure ran forward in pursuit, firing all the time. When it reached the passageway, there was no sign of Ronnie. The man paused, crouched to the ground, wiped his hand on the carpet and brought it up sticky with blood. Clearly, Ronnie was hit. The man smiled cruelly and turned back into the room, standing over the body of George Reed with great satisfaction. The rain continued to fall over London for the next 2 or 3 hours. Then the wind changed. The clouds disappeared, and by dawn it was dry and pleasant and far warmer. Across Hampstead Heath that morning came the sound of a woman's laughter. They'd been to a party which had lasted far longer than they'd anticipated.
Oh, top of the morning to you, Mrs. Beale.
And a very good morning to you, Speed. If the morning's as fun as the night was, we should have a good day ahead.
Right. Nothing like an early morning walk to start things off.
Or finish things up.
Coffee at my place, I think.
Splendid suggestion.
Good. Step out then, Mrs. Beale. Step out.
A short while later, at the entrance to Steed's apartment...
I'll make the coffee.
Hello? No. Brother stand right across the hall. Well, up with it. Right. I'll attend to the bacon and eggs.
Oh, 2 eggs for me, sunny side up. And I think I'd...
What the devil's happened here?
Steed looked around him. 2 pictures on the walls were hanging awry. A third was knocked to the floor. A small table lay on its side, surrounded by broken glasses.
You weren't expecting visitors, were you, Steed?
Steed didn't reply, but moved to the kitchen to check the state of affairs there and in the other rooms. Mrs. Peel, looking around, found a mark on the wall almost hidden by the settee. The mark was blood, a stark red handprint. She knelt to examine it, and a second print lower down. As she stretched out her hand...
Please.
Oh, no.
A blood-stained hand reached to Mrs. Peel's. Ronnie Westcott was lying behind the settee, his eyes staring upwards in a glazed manner. The other hand was clutched to his chest, wet with blood.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel, what is it? Oh, Ronnie Westcott.
I'll phone for a doctor.
No, mustn't leave out. Top security. I'm finished anyway. No, doctor. How did this feel? Steed, listen carefully. George Reed, myself, we stumbled onto something big, important, full story in George's rooms. Evidence.
Where is George?
George is dead.
Who did this, Ronnie? Who was it?
Jeannie.
Jeannie who? Who is she?
Honey. Beware. Steed up.
Ronnie Westcott. He's one of the best undercover men in the business. Was.
Steed, what did he say?
Something about a woman named Jeannie. A good-looking woman. He said she was a honey. Well, call MI5, Mrs. Peel. Q Division Colonel Robertson. Tell him what's happened. He'll arrange to have Ronnie collected quietly without any fuss.
Where will you be?
He said there was a full report of all this in George's room. I'm going to collect it.
George Reed's dead body still lay where it had fallen hours before. The tapestries at the far end of the Arabian room were parted. A powerful-looking Turkish man entered, expensively, immaculately dressed. The robed assassin led him across to where the dead man lay.
There, Mr. Arcady. This is the man, and this is his wallet.
George Reed. You say the other one got away, Vincent?
Yes, but he was hit. I didn't miss him. He can't live long.
I trust not. It is a pity you allowed him to escape. The thing to do now is cover all traces. I will attend to this one. An address. The address and this card from the wallet. You will see what you can find.
Yes, very well, Mr.
And, Vincent, whatever you find, destroy it.
George Reed, the late George Reed, lived in rooms in North London. John Steed knew where they were and drove over, but he was just a little late. The man Vincent got there ahead of him. He had shed his conspicuous robes, and he was dressed all in black. A sinister, slight figure who moved with assurance to the front door of the apartments. Working skillfully at the lock, he was soon inside.
George Reed. So this is where he lived.
There were 2 rooms, a bed-sitting room and a smaller one that Reed must have used as a study. Vincent chose the latter, moved first to the desk, pulling out the drawers, rummaging through their contents. Breaking into the locked drawer ruthlessly, he found a metal wastepaper basket and began filling it with papers from the locked drawer. Then he moved to the filing cabinet. It was, of course, locked, but that didn't present any problems.
Easy. It must be in here. Yes, the file. The file marked QQF. Yes, all this must go.
Vincent tipped the contents into the wastepaper basket and lit a match. He watched the flames devour the papers with satisfaction. When the last one had curled into a charred brown wafer, he took a ruler from the desk and stirred the ashes. Satisfied that no one could restore the contents, he moved towards the door. It was then that John Steed entered. Vincent quickly moved into the protection of a large cupboard that stood near the door. Steed entered cautiously and was immediately aware of the smell of burning. He looked around, spotted the wastepaper basket, and moved over to it. Vincent, in the shadows, drew from his belt a long, oriental dagger. Steed touched the wastepaper basket and recoiled from the heat just as Vincent lunged forward. The knife came down, but Steed had moved sideways. The knife ripped his coat. Steed grabbed at the knife hand just in time. The two men grappled. Steed found himself staring at the stockinged mask. With a vicious twist, Vincent stabbed again, but Steed was prepared this time. The knife fell to the floor. Vincent got a better grip and tripped Steed, who fell back against the cabinet. Vincent moved in, but Steed bounced back from the cabinet, knocked Vincent sideways. Steed got a hold and with one swift movement threw Vincent over his head towards the window. The effort made Steed fall to his knees, but by the time he'd scrambled to his feet and made for the window, Vincent had picked himself up and was running down the alleyway. Steed paused, realized pursuit was impossible, and picked up the knife from the carpet.
Well, this should be useful. Definitely not made in Sheffield.
Steed placed the knife on the desk and inspected the filing cabinet and the wastepaper basket. It was clear that Vincent had done a good job on getting rid of everything Steed was looking for. Finally, Steed moved over to the tall cupboard by the door.
Cupboard filled with dozens of jars, all marked Best British Honey. Well, this can't be for real.
In Steed's apartment, Mrs. Peel waited patiently. Eventually, the doorbell rang.
Steed's forgotten his key. Not again.
It was the postman.
Morning, miss. Ready's a package. Just so near, will you?
Oh, right. Thank you.
Thank you, miss.
Mrs. Peel moved back into the room. Ronnie Westcott's body had been removed, but she still glanced with apprehension towards the spot behind the settee. She sat down on the settee and studied the parcel, turning it over in her hands. On the back was a label. Mrs. Peel read,
B. Bumble and Company. A gift from George Reed. Best British Honey. Now, what the devil does that mean?
What indeed?
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. You play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
The cleaning power of cold water Omo gives you the superb cleanness you want from a washing powder. Listen to Mrs. Baxter of Claremont.
It really is good, you know. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, that it could be so good, you know.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
As Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. I've got a little office near 53rd Street on Broadway, 8th floor. My business? Trouble. What kind of trouble? Well, take your pick.
If you come up with something unusual, a new kind of trouble, drop around and see me. Because I'm known along the big street as a shamus, a gumshoe, or to the guy on Park Avenue as a private detective. If you happen to be stuck with your problem, for $100 a day in expenses, I'll chase it around until I can catch up and break its back. I average about 20 fast rounds a week with old man trouble, and so far the decision's been on my side. But don't misunderstand me. It's my business to beat him, but I respect him. Trouble goes to work with every trick in the book. So I play it the same way, and believe me, when I put him away for the count, I don't clap my little hands in glee. I know he's just taking a rest, and he'll be back again with some new stunts. Want to know how he works? Well, the other day, I was on the way to my office. I stopped at the corner newsstand, 53rd and Broadway, to buy a paper and to say hello to an old friend.
Hi, Mr. Diamond.
Well, hello, Jeff. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, swell. How's the detective racket?
Oh, swell.
Hey, you don't sound too happy.
Jeff, I couldn't be happier if my hair was on fire. Take my advice, son. When you grow up, be sure and get a job that pays off every week in that little white envelope. Don't ever become a private detective. It's like a penny getting lost in a gum machine.
Well, I'm going to stick to the newspaper business.
Good for you.
Say, I was just about to go across the street to Mary Lou's and get some ice cream. How about it? Can I buy you a cone?
Now, that is a beautiful idea. Let's go.
Aren't you coming to work a little late, Mr. Diamond?
Well, you see, Jeff, I was up kind of late. Research, you know.
Yeah, I know. I see him going into your office all the time. That blonde last week stopped traffic all the way to 42nd Street.
Yeah, she was lovely. Got tired of social standards and shot her husband right through his morning cup of coffee.
Was that the one in the headlines?
That's the one.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
Hi, Mary Lou. Take a seat, Mr. Diamond.
Well, what'll you and your friend have?
Well, I'm going to have a double strawberry. How about it, Mr. Diamond?
Sounds great.
2 double strawberries.
This is Mr. Diamond, Mary Lou. His office is in that building across the street.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you, Mary?
All right, I guess. Business could get better, and I wouldn't mind at all. Here are your cones.
This is on me, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, no, now put it away.
Oh, now, come on. I asked you over, and that makes it my treat. Here's a 5, Mary Lou. Mr. Diamond's money isn't any good today.
Tell you what I'll do, Jeff. Give me a 5 a minute.
Sure, here.
Now, if you can tell me whose picture's on this bill, you can buy the cones.
That a deal?
That's a deal.
Lincoln. Well, what's the matter? That's right, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong?
Where did you get this bill, Jeff?
Well, I just made change for it a few minutes. Hey, what's the matter with that dough?
You two act like you'd never seen a $5 bill before.
Well, this Finn's counterfeit.
What?
That's right. Good job, too.
You sure?
Yep. One of the best engraving jobs I've ever run across. Paper's not too good.
Oh, that's swell. That's real great. I get just out of a whole $5.
Who gave it to you?
I remember the guy, all right. He came by just before you did. Made change for him, the heel.
Yeah, $5 is a lot of papers.
I'll say it is.
Well, maybe you're wrong. You could be.
Not Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective. Used to be a cop.
Look, Jeff, mind if I take this bill along with me?
Nah. What good's it going to do me?
Oh, it's not so bad. Here, I'll give you a good 5 for it.
No, sir. You only learn by mistakes. I made a big one, so I'm out 5. I'll get along.
Look, it's worth the 5. I'm just buying it from you.
Sure, Jeff. Go ahead and take it.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Diamond, but I just can't.
Okay, Jeff. Maybe I can find the guy who slipped this to you. Maybe we can get your 5 back.
What are you going to do?
Take a run down to the 5th Precinct. See how much of this stuff is floating around New York. Now, I want you to do something for me, Jeff.
Sure, anything.
I want you to keep an eye out for the guy who gave you this phone.
I'm way ahead of you.
Well, now, that's what I'm afraid of. I want you to promise me, if you do spot him, not to do anything until you get in touch with me. Promise?
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll be at the station. Ask for Lieutenant Levinson's office.
Right.
Here's for the ice cream, Mary Lou. Good ice cream, too.
Oh, thanks. I make it here, right in back. Take a quart home some night.
I always do, but it generally has a cork in it. I left Mary Lou's ice cream parlor and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I don't usually start something like that, but when a kid gets fleeced out of a whole day's pay, I get a little hot under the collar. I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis putting shine on his big shoes.
Oh, it's you, Diamond.
Now, what good is that going to do you, Otis? You can lose a whole can of polish in the cracks.
What do you mean? My shoes ain't cracked so bad.
Well, maybe not, but I've seen bacon that look better.
If you want to see the lieutenant, go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Until we meet again.
Why don't you stop trying to be so funny?
Sergeant, I'll do it if you'll do something for me.
What?
Cut off your head. That face could start a Harry Carey epidemic. Hello, Walt. Now, what the devil's the about?
What do you mean?
That bilious explosion you just popped up with. Sound like you just swallowed a whole pineapple.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Who's dead?
Huh?
The body you said you found.
The body I said... No, Walt. You're not built for it.
Who?
No, Walt. It's my routine. It won't work for you.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sure you do. You wanted to know who's dead. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Huh?
Don't try to be cute with me. You know what it's all about. I'm not going to be the fall guy. You just hunt for the body.
Wait a minute. I don't know anything about a body.
You wanted to know who's dead, didn't you?
Sure, but that was just a gag.
Okay, have your fun, but I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
Who's dead?
You mean somebody really is?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about what you just said. Now, who's dead?
That's a stupid question.
Why is it?
Well, if you don't know who's dead, what the devil are you doing in charge of homicide? Go on over to the robbery detail.
Now, you wait a minute. You said...
Yes, Walt?
Oh, get out of here.
I did not. I never said, get out of here. When I came in, I said, hello, Walt, and you said, uh-huh. Then I said, what do you mean, uh-huh? And you wanted to know where the body was.
I did not. I said, who's dead?
Why?
Oh, no, please. I'm an old man.
Oh, Walt, get away from that window and take a look at this.
Oh, please. Do I have to? It'll probably explode.
Now, be a good boy and open your little eyes.
Oh, all right, but I just know I'll be sorry.
Here.
You don't owe me any money.
Well, if I did, I'd make sure to pay you off in this stuff.
Why, what's wrong with... Where'd you get this?
Some guy slipped it to Jeff, the newsboy. He got change for it.
Oh, that certainly is a nice stunt.
Well, maybe the guy didn't know he was passing counterfeit.
I doubt it. You don't give a newsboy $5 for a paper.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, the stuff has been flooding the city. We can't get a lead. Picked up a couple of passes, but they won't crack.
How do they work?
Look, Rick, this isn't my department. The Treasury boys are working on it right now. Why don't you go over and talk to them?
Well, if you want to be snooty about it.
Now, you wait a minute, Diamond. Yeah? Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Is Mr. Diamond there?
Now, wait a minute. Rick, it's for you. Yeah, wait just a minute. Here, Diamond, and if you're mixed up in something...
Walt, be quiet. Hello?
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Jeff?
Yeah, I just spotted the guy who slipped me the phony bill. He went into the bar next to the ice cream parlor.
You stay where you are. I'll be right over.
I'll be at the stand.
Rick.
Yeah?
Please.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. Jeff.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. He hasn't come out yet. He's still in the bar.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Leave your papers for a second. I want you to point him out.
Okay. He's a big guy. You better be careful.
Big guys always make me careful.
You want me to go in with you?
Just stick your head in the door and point him out, and then go on back to your papers. If I start bleeding, I'll scream. See him?
No. Yeah, there he is. Over in that booth.
Well.
You know him?
Yeah. Go on back to your stand.
Oh, golly, Mr. Diamond, can't I?
No, Jeff. Go on back.
Okay.
Hello, Walker.
Huh? Oh. What do you want, Shamus?
Well, I'll have a talk. Mind if I sit down?
Does it make any difference?
Not much.
Then sit.
You passed a phony 5-spot this morning.
I did? Well, shame on me.
How many more you got on you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to turn you upside down and shake it out of you?
Diamond.
Yeah?
Bo.
Walker.
Yeah? Oh, hey, you. Let go. Oh, you busted my arm.
You want it back?
Yeah.
Now, let's see your pockets.
Okay.
Get on your feet. I want to see what you're doing.
All right.
Okay, dump them.
Hey, what's going on here?
Just relax, bartender. I'm taking care of some business.
Well, there ain't going to be any rough stuff in my joint, so you better relax, Sonny. Yeah, make this guy take his big paws off of me. He's trying to shake me down. Oh, yeah? You want me to call the cops, Sonny?
Maybe that's not a bad idea. How about it, Walker? You want him to call the law?
I don't care who he calls. Just get out of my way, Diamond.
You're not going anywhere.
Now, I told you to lay off, Sonny, and I meant it. Now, let him go, you hear me?
Look out, he's making a break.
Just let him be.
Get out of my way, Pop. You're too old to lose another set of teeth.
I ain't turning you loose until that guy makes the street.
Sorry, Pop. You better take a chair.
Mr. Diamond, what happened?
You see which way you went?
Yeah, there it goes around that corner.
Stay at the ice cream parlor, Jeff, so I can get you if I need you. took off like a seagull in a hurricane. I turned the corner and spotted my man jumping into a cab, so I did the same. He led me across town to a little dive on 13th Street and got out of his cab. My boy parked up the block, and we watched while Walker looked around for a tail. When he was satisfied he'd given me the shake, he went in. I paid off my cabbie and followed. It was another bar, and Walker wasn't anywhere in the room. I sat down, ordered a beer, and waited. After about 10 minutes, I saw a couple of guys wander out of a door in the back. A couple of minutes later, a couple of more wandered out. So I wandered in. It was small-time gambling setup. The kind you can throw in the back of your car if the cops come. I started getting that lousy feeling again. You don't just walk into a place like that unless someone wants you to. And if they do, it's usually because they got it fixed so you stay around. Maybe permanently.
What are you tailing me for, Diamond?
Why? Make you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's cozy setup. Good way to get rid of bad money. Pay the winner off with counterfeit.
I think we'd better go back to my office.
Oh, I don't know. I might have a little fun here. I'll bet if one of those guys at the table knew he was going to be paid off in counterfeit, he'd just about tear this place apart. And you, too.
Diamond, don't be stupid.
Oh, something new's been added.
Yeah, and it makes so much noise when it goes off. Let's go back to my office, huh?
For some reason, I just can't think of a good argument not to.
This way. Have a seat.
My ankles get lumpy when I sit down. Bad circulation.
And stand on your head.
It doesn't work. I keep talking to toes all day.
How'd you get onto this setup?
Oh, luck. You passed a bad bill to a newspaper boy. He spotted you for me.
You know what happens to you?
No. As a matter of fact, I was thinking what's going to happen to you.
What do you mean?
Treasury boys, homicide, 5th precinct. And tomorrow we're taking a full-page ad in the Times. You should do a big business.
You're lying.
Okay. I think I'll sit down while you wrestle with it.
You mean the team know about this place and me?
The only way they'll get to know you any better is when they give you a room number at Sing Sing. Oh, you mind if I put my feet up?
Oh, go ahead.
He kept asking questions, not waiting for answers. He was good and worried. And as long as I could keep him that way, the longer I was going to keep on breathing.
I don't believe one rotten thing you said, Diamond.
Okay. He kept trying to convince himself that I was lying. He wanted to shoot me in the worst way. He moved around behind his desk and sat down. Bless his little heart. I had both feet on the front of his desk, so I shoved out as hard as I could. I pinned him against the wall with the desk and jumped up to get better leverage. I shoved so hard the front of the desk nearly cut him in two. He was stuck and he couldn't use his arms.
I can't breathe.
You want to tell me about it?
I don't know a thing.
Okay. You'll look pretty silly from the waist down. Come on, Walker. If I mash you anymore, they'll be able to use you for wallpaper.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, leave the gun in your pocket. When I pull the desk back, put your hands on top of it. You try a stunt and you end up in halves.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Who's the big wheel behind the counterfeit ring?
You give me a chance if I tell you?
No deals.
I can't blame you for trying.
All right, you tried. Now, you want back in the vice?
No. I'll tell you.
Walker! He died with his head rolled back and his eyes staring up like he wanted to starve for trying. Whoever shot him had been out in the alley and had nailed him through the window. I looked out, but the killer had disappeared. So I put in a call to homicide, and finally, Walt and his boys arrived.
Diamond, don't you ever get tired of corpses?
Well, of course not. I just do my bit and then try to make you happy.
Hey, you want me to call the wagon and get the coroner down here, Lieutenant?
No, Otis. I thought we might all sit around and wait for the dead man to say something.
Oh, I was only asking, Lieutenant.
Well, start using that mallet head of yours, you mallet head, and make a report.
Okay.
Now, Diamond, I want to know how you got mixed up in this thing.
Well, the dead man was the one who slipped the paper boy the $45. I tailed him, and he was just about to tell me who was behind the ring when he got a hole in his head.
Oh, he was going to tell you, was he? Just like that. What did you do? Set his clothes on fire?
No. We were playing truth and consequences, and he fibbed, so I...
Now, you stop that. This guy was the only link we had on the counterfeit ring. And you have to fix it so he dies. Rick, there's enough phony money floating around New York right now to start another Black Friday. This is the best setup we've run into since Dad Foster operated in 1937.
Dad Foster?
Yeah, Dad Foster. You remember hearing about him.
Yeah, is he still doing time?
No, he served his sentence and he's gone straight ever since.
How do you know? Where is he?
He runs a little saloon on 53rd Street.
53rd? Thanks, Bob.
Oh, now, you wait a minute. Who the devil are you calling?
A quiz program. I want to win an electric chair.
Oh.
Mary Lou's ice cream parlor.
Is Jeff the newsboy there?
Why, yes. It's for you, Jeff.
Thanks. Hello?
Jeff, this is Mr. Diamond. I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, anything for you.
Okay, now, you know the saloon next to the ice cream parlor?
Yeah?
You know the bartender?
Yeah, old guy. Buys the paper from me every night.
All right. Now, stay in the parlor and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. If the bartender comes out, find out where he goes. But for Pete's sake, be careful.
Sure, Mr. Diamond. I'll do what you say. Is something up?
Well, could be. Now, if anything happens before I get there, call Lieutenant Levinson. I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
You're getting to be a pretty important fellow, Jeff. Phone calls now.
Oh, that was Mr. Diamond. He wants me to stay here and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. Okay?
Oh, sure, of course. But why does he want you to do that?
Oh, it's something big, I think. Something to do with the bartender that works there.
The bartender?
Yeah. I'll just sit up in front here and keep an eye out.
Look, Jeff, watch the store for me, will you? I've got to go in back and pack some ice cream to be sent out.
Sure. Mary Lou! Mary Lou! Guess I'd better get it myself. Mary Lou's ice cream parlor.
Can I talk with Mary Lou?
And she went in back. I'll get her for you. Just a minute.
Thank you.
I tell you, it's getting too risky. That Diamond's a private detective.
Yeah, he came in the bar and started to rough up Walker.
Well, that stupid Walker should have been more careful about passing out that money. What if Diamond catches him and makes him talk?
He caught up. But he didn't make Walker talk.
What do you mean?
I took care of Walker. I got a good shot at him from the alley.
Well, maybe it's better like that. But look, if we don't...
Hello?
Yes?
Mary Lou isn't here. Get off the line.
What? What?
Yeah, get off.
Operator.
Get me the 5th Precinct Police Station. It's a matter of life and death.
I'll connect you.
Oh, golly, please hurry.
I'm ringing.
5th Precinct.
Is Mr. Richard Diamond around there? He said to call Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, Diamond isn't here. That is the lieutenant.
You know where I can reach them?
Yeah, but that's about it all. Who's this?
I'm a friend of Mr. Diamond's. I'm in an ice cream parlor.
Ice cream parlor. Look, son.
No. I just heard someone say that they'd killed a man named Walker, and I think I know who's behind the counterfeit ring.
What's the address?
It's...
Hello. Hello, kid. What's wrong? Hello.
Lucky we came out this way.
I wonder how he heard us.
Walk back and open the door. What are we going to do with him?
Well, tie him up and gag him. There's a closet in the back, and we can put him in there until it's safe to take him out.
Hey, but he's making too much trouble the way he is. Okay.
I can get him back there. You better go on over to the bar in case someone shows up.
All right. Later tonight, I'll take the kid down to the river and teach him how hard it is to swim when he's dead. Now, you listen here, young fella. If you're back here for trouble...
Dad, I'm back for a lot of trouble, and I think you're going to help me out.
You'd better leave, Sonny, or I'll call the law.
Why don't you?
What do you want?
I want to know how long you've been back in the counterfeit racket.
Now, look, Sonny, I've been going straight for a long time.
You know something, Dad? I don't think so. Let's get down to the station and talk about it.
You got a warrant, Shamus?
I got a nasty disposition. You want me to show you?
No.
You want a gun, Dad?
Why? What difference does it make?
I want to look at it. A guy named Walker got dead from a gun. Now, let's see it.
Sonny.
What is it?
I can't show it to you.
Yeah, why not?
I got it under the bar, pointed right at your belly. If I drag it out, it might scare the customers.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
It sure is. You see that door there in the back?
I know.
That's a good boy. You just keep walking along your side of the bar and don't try anything. I just had my floor scrubbed. It'd be a shame to spill you all over it. Okay. Open the door. Go on now.
the alley. You shoot Walker? I might have. Oh, where you got your printing presses? You're just full of questions, aren't you, Sonny? Okay. Stop here. Behind the ice cream parlor, huh? Well.
Mary.
Make mine hot fudge with the nuts.
Mary.
For just a minute. Say, what's the idea? I thought you... Oh.
Good afternoon. I'm selling a new brand of Indian nuts, great for banana splits.
What's the shamus doing here?
He's too smart. I gotta cut off his education.
Are you crazy? This guy's got friends. That kid was calling the 5th Precinct, remember?
Kid?
Yeah, your little news hound.
What did you do with him? He's all right until tonight. We got him locked up. Dad, I think I'll make you eat that 38. I don't think so. No difference if I kill you right here.
Oh, hold it, Dad. We can't have a gun going off back here. Even if we could hide the shamus, they'd find the presses.
Oh, so that's it. Those ice cream machines, the cover-up. Ain't he smart? What do? Ship the stuff out in ice cream cartons?
Wadsworth here. You want a tour of inspection?
Come on, now, take it easy. You won't be smart for long.
Well, how are you going to do it?
We're going to take a walk, aren't we, Shamus? Oh, I have the most horrible instep. I'll never make it without skates or something. You'll make it. Come on, the car's around front.
Hi. Hey, what's happening in the street?
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, it's only some drunk come out of the bar the wrong way. Funny, I didn't see him in
Oh, this is very confusing. If this is 53rd Street, somebody's stolen some buildings. Oh, hi. Hello.
No, take it easy, Shamus. I'm putting the gun in my pocket, but it's still right in line with your belt.
I'm going back inside.
No. Play it straight. Just like we were talking.
Well, you're pretty unsociable, to say the least. What's the matter? Can't you even say hello? I'm lost.
Sure. You're in an alley. The entrance is right out there.
Oh, yeah? Oh, would you mind showing me? I seem to be a little confused.
Now, look, it's right up there. Just keep going.
Hey, where'd you go?
Oh, no.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
It's a cop.
Look out, Walt. Get the girl, Walt. Come on, Dad. Give me that gun.
Don't let go of me. Let me go, you lousy copper.
You got him, Rick? He won't play. There. Now he will.
Just take it easy, lady.
Hey, what's going on?
Otis,
Yeah?
go out and start walking around the block.
Huh?
You hear me? Go on.
Okay, but I don't get it. What do you want me to walk around the block for?
I want you to get used to it, because that's what you're going to be doing for the rest of your time on the force. In Flatbush.
Flatbush?
Yes.
No.
Gee, Mr. Diamond, thanks for the dinner invitation, but where are we going?
Well, I'm going to introduce you to Miguel. She's a redhead, Jeff, so no cracks about my office research.
Oh, sure. But don't you think you should have called her first? How do you know she's got enough dinner?
Jeff, this girl's got more steaks in her deep freezer than a bullfight arena sees in a year. Here we are.
Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Francis. This is Jeff, Francis. He's going to have dinner with us.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Come right in. Miss Asher's in the study, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Francis.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
You know the various items that you've left with me for safekeeping?
Look, Francis, I promise I'll get them out of hock as soon as I get a paying client.
Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I didn't really want to hold them as security in the first place. But as long as you insisted in such a fine collection, I'd like to show them to my girls, sir.
Why, sure, Francis. I didn't know you had a girl.
Oh, yes, sir. She's the upstairs maid in the apartment below us.
Oh.
I'm afraid I told her a wee fib to get acquainted, as it were. She thinks I'm an undercover agent, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to prove it.
Well, my gun and the badge should do the trick. And if it doesn't work, just get under a cover.
Oh, by George, that was the real... Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Come on, Jeff. We're not appreciated.
Rick. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Helen, this is Jeff, the boy who's helping me send Dad Foster and Company back to prison. Jeff, this is Helen Asher.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
They had him locked up in the closet for a couple of hours, and he looked kind of hungry when he got him out. How about it, honey? You think you can grind up another cow?
Oh, well, there's plenty for Jeff and me, but you've got to make up for 3 things.
3 things?
Yes. First of all, you haven't called me in 2 days. Second, you're half hour late for dinner. And third, well, I'll tell you later.
I'll leave the room if you want me to.
No, Jeff. You stay right here. You're going to literally see a man sing for his supper.
Helen.
All right. Come on, Jeff. We'll go dig into those nice, fat, juicy steaks.
Oh, boy.
Steaks? Wait a minute. My taste buds just started whipping each other. My vibrato may sound like a machine gun, but I'll do it.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. Is he really going to sing, Miss Asher?
No, I'm not going to sing Miss Asher. I'm going to do a little song I used to sing with hip boots and a gondola. You're breaking my heart 'cause you're leaving. You've fallen for somebody new. It isn't too easy believing you'd leave after all we've been through. It's breaking my heart to remember the dreams we depended upon. You're leaving a slow dying ember. I'll miss you, my love, when you're gone. I wish you joy, though teardrops burn. But if someday you should want to return, please hurry back, and we'll make a new start. Till then you're breaking my heart.
Mr. Diamond, did you really sing in a gondola with hip boots on?
Yeah, that's right, Jeff.
Well, I know you don't need the hip boots anymore. Will you loan them to me?
What for?
I want to wait out of here.
Well, get him.
For that, you get 2 desserts.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Tommy Bernard, Sammy Hill, Lou Krugman, and Parley Bear. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned now for Victor Mature and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war of agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure,
The Last Mission.
The story of an American OSS agent in Canton, China, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
He must have had another name, but I never knew what it was. Everybody on the waterfront called him Charlie. He was old and he limped and he should have drunk less and shaved more. We'd see him on the wharves in the afternoons in his dirty dungarees and torn sweater, begging cigarettes from sailors. Then evenings he would hobble into Lee Chen's tavern where I worked to beg for something else.
Hey, Tanya! Ain't you gonna buy Charlie one little drink, huh?
No, I'm not, Charlie. No drinks on the house tonight.
Oh, but tonight's the night there ought to be drinks in the house. Are you forgetting it was just 5 years ago tonight Canton fell to the Japanese? We gotta celebrate, don't we? What's the matter? I say something wrong?
I don't like your sense of humor.
Oh, I don't see what you got against the Japs, Tanya. With all them nationalities mixed up in you, you probably got some Jap blood yourself.
No, I haven't. Every other kind may be Spanish and Russian, even Irish, but there's not a drop of Jap blood in the Bonillas.
All right. Don't get steamed up. I still say there's no reason for you to hate him. What do you care who's running Canton?
I told him then. I don't know why I did. I've never told anyone else. How they'd murdered my family in Nanking 6 years before. My father, my mother, my 2 sisters. The Japs had killed them all. And if we hadn't got out of the city ahead of them, they'd have killed my brother Florian and myself.
So you wasn't always a waitress in a waterfront dive, huh, Tanya?
No. And my brother didn't always prowl the streets looking for trouble. I got the Japs to thank for that. Now maybe you can understand.
Easy, Tanya. We got visitors.
What do they want now?
Checking identification papers again.
You press arise. Always arise in the presence of the soldiers. Remember that hereafter. No, your papers, please.
Here.
Tanya Bonilla. Born in Madrid. You are Spanish, but you have Russian first name.
And an Irish middle name. What does that make me?
Perhaps makes you anyway Aryan.
Captain.
Yes, Lieutenant.
It would be very dull in Canton if we put all the beautiful girls in jail.
That is true. Your papers are in order, Miss Bonilla. Now, your papers, please.
Who, me? I ain't got no papers, Captain.
What you done with them?
Oh, I don't know. I guess you must have lost them.
What is your nationality?
I don't know that neither. Nobody never told me. Seems like I've been around Canton since it was knee-high.
You are an American, perhaps?
American? That's good.
Take him away, Lieutenant.
No, wait a minute, fella. Hold your horses, will you? I ain't gonna do you guys no good locked up in the brig. But I could help you plenty if I was free to mosey around the dock.
You come now, or I will... Wait, Lieutenant. What do you mean, old man? How could that help us?
Why, I get around, Captain. Old Charlie talks to everybody, and everybody talks to me. And they ain't too careful what they say, neither. If anybody was planning any monkey business, sabotage, or anything like that, old Charlie would be just about the first to know about it.
And you would report it to us?
Why not? You're the guys who are running the show, so you're the guys I take orders from. See what I mean?
They saw what he meant. And when they left, he was still sitting with me, grinning as if he were proud of what he had done. I got up without a word and went to the bar and bought a drink. I brought it back and held it out.
Say, did you buy that for me, Tanya?
Yes, I bought it for you.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. Let me have it.
I'll let you have it. There!
Hey, what's the idea of throwing good whiskey in my face? What's the idea of that?
I couldn't find words to tell you what I think of you, Charlie. But I wanted you to know. I was sorry afterward. After all, Charlie was old and hungry and half cracked. I should have saved it for somebody else. Someone closer and dearer to me. I should have saved it for my brother, Florian, who was waiting for me when I got home.
I thought you'd never get here, Tanya. Hurry up and change your clothes. We're going to a party.
A party? What party, Florian?
Well, it's sort of an anniversary banquet. 5 years in Canton. There are going to be a lot of important people there. Chinese, Japanese, both. Big celebration.
Oh? And we're going to celebrate with them?
Oh, we weren't invited, of course, but I know a fellow at the door. He's going to let us in. We'll rub shoulders with some of the most important people in Canton.
Maybe even with the men who murdered your mother and father.
What? Oh, nah, don't be like that, Tanya. That was a long time ago. These aren't the same fellows who took Nanking.
They're Japanese.
Yeah,
We're
but...
not going to the party, Florian. We got nothing to celebrate.
No? Well, maybe you're not going, but I am.
Why?
Because I know what side my bread is buttered on, that's why.
The Jap side?
As long as they're top dog, yes. And it looked like they're going to be top dog for a long time.
I see. You're a traitor to our family, Florian.
We haven't got family, Tanya. We haven't got anything. And we never will have unless one of us starts playing on the winning team. See you later.
I didn't sleep well that night. I lay there in the dark, feeling as if I were alone in a world of enemies. That same feeling haunted me all the next day at Lee Chen's. Charlie didn't come to the tavern that evening. I didn't see him till I was through working, till I stepped out into the dark street. Then a shadowy figure came staggering up to me.
Tanya?
You're drunk, Charlie. You better go home.
That's just what I was thinking, Tanya. Only I can't seem to get there. The street keeps going round in circles. How about you kind of steer old Charlie along?
I'm sorry. I want to get home myself. It's late.
Oh, come on, Tanya. Be a sport, will you? Help old Charlie.
He grabbed my arm and hung on to it.
That's a girl.
It seemed easier to do what he asked than to argue about it.
Hey, good girl.
I'd never seen his home, but he remembered the address, and I led him toward it through the deserted streets.
Ah, here we are.
It was the kind of place you'd expect Charlie to live in. A filthy two-story dump in the worst part of Canton. He was still holding my arm as I took his key and unlocked his door for him. Good night, Charlie. Go to bed and sleep it off.
Come on in for a while. Why don't you?
No, good night,
I
Charlie.
got a bottle in there, Tanya. We could have a little drink.
I don't want to drink.
Oh, come on in anyway. Come on, Tanya.
Charlie, let go of me. Let go, you hear? But he didn't let go. His fingers were like a vice around my wrist.
Come on.
He jerked me across the threshold. He shoved me into the pitch-black room and slammed the door.
Now, where's that light?
You filthy old bum! Let me out of here!
Sorry I had to manhandle you like that. It was the only safe way of getting you in here.
I thought someone else had said it. I thought there must be 3 of us in the room. Then the light flashed on, and there were just 2. Just Charlie and me.
Surprised, Tanya? I'm sorry, but I have to play it safe. You see, Tanya, I am an American. An agent of the OSS.
I didn't speak. I stared at him and tried to understand. Tried to connect him with the shuffling little wharf rat I'd always known as Charlie.
You realize, of course, Tanya, that this is something of an act of faith, exposing my identity to you like this. No one else in Canton knows who I am. I thought a long time before I decided to let you in on it. When you told me about your family, I had a hunch I could trust you. And then when you threw that drink in my face, I was sure of it.
But Charlie, I mean...
That's right, I'm still Charlie.
But why have you done this? Why should you trust me with your life?
For a very good reason. Because I need your help.
My help?
You see, I've operated alone here for a long time. Oh, it hasn't been too tough, but now...
Now?
Jap intelligence is tightening up. A lot of things I can't do alone anymore. That's why I need you.
Oh, but I have no experience. I don't know anything
You
about...
have courage and you hate the Japanese. That's worth a lot more than experience.
What do you want me to do, Charlie?
Come on upstairs.
He led me up a long, narrow, rickety staircase. He opened the door to a tiny, garret-like room just beneath the roof. It was hot and stuffy. The light he switched on was so dim that at first I couldn't see.
Do you know what this is, Tanya?
A radio transmitter.
That's right.
You send messages. To whom?
American submarines operating off the Chinese coast. And what I send is all the information I can get about Jap shipping entering and leaving the port of Canton.
I see.
Tanya, you wait on sailors at Lee Chan's all day. You drink with them.
I've never drunk with a Japanese sailor.
But you could. Sailors talk a lot when they're drunk. And if they don't talk enough, I could provide you with knockout drops. They'd sleep peacefully while you examined their papers.
I see.
It scares you a little?
A little, yes. You see,
Watch it, Tanya.
What?
That lever on the wall, you almost touched it. You better not.
Oh, what is it, Charlie?
Oh, it's a little precaution I've taken. I wouldn't want this transmitter to fall into Japanese hands. They could do a great deal of damage with it.
But the lever in the wall...
That can do a great deal of damage, too. It sets off an explosive that'd blow this building sky high.
I wasn't sorry to leave that room. We went downstairs a few minutes later. He stood in front of me, watching me.
Tanya, let me explain something. We're all volunteers in the OSS, and the people who help us are volunteers, too. You don't have to do this unless you want to.
I understand, Charlie.
If you refuse, I won't worry about what you know. I'll still trust you.
I don't intend to refuse.
It doesn't scare you too much?
When I think of my father and mother and sister, it doesn't scare me at all.
It's a deal?
It's a deal.
I don't have any liquor. We might have a smoke on it, though.
American cigarettes. Oh, I haven't had one for years.
Keep the pack.
Thanks.
To a free world, Tanya.
To a free world. That night I slept well. Now I had friends and allies. That is, I slept well until sometime shortly before dawn. And then the sound of my bedroom door opening awoke me. I wasn't frightened. I knew who it was and what he wanted. It had happened so many times before. I waited until he reached my dresser, until he bent over my purse. Don't take any of my money, Florian.
Oh, you're awake. Well, I was just...
Yes, I know, but I really can't spare any this week. I need the little I got.
Well, you don't need it any more than I do. I'm broke, Tanya. Now, where am I supposed to get money to live on?
Not out of my purse. Please close it, Florian.
All right. But I don't see... Hey, what's this?
What?
Where you get these?
What, Florian?
These American cigarettes.
I got them at the tavern.
Who from?
From a Jap soldier.
A Jap soldier?
Yeah, he had taken them off an American prisoner of war.
And a Jap gave them to you?
Yes,
huh?
why not?
And you accepted them?
Naturally, I accepted them.
Well, so now my noble sister is accepting gifts from the enemy. Either you had a great change of heart, Tanya, or else...
Else what?
Or else you're lying.
Beginning the very next night, I flirted with every Jap sailor who came into Lee Chains. I kept my mouth closed and my ears open. I used every trick I knew to persuade them to talk. And when it became necessary, I used something else. The little white pills that Charlie had given me.
No, no more to drink now.
Oh, but the evening is young, darling. Come on, let's drink a toast to the Emperor. Stand up.
I can't stand up.
Of course you can. Here, I'll help you. Come on. That's it. Now, to the Son of Heaven, His Imperial Majesty, drink. Oh, it was so easy, Charlie. He was out cold. I just reached into his pocket, and there were his papers.
No one saw you?
Not a soul.
You put the papers back?
Of course, after I'd copied them. Here's the information. How am I doing, Charlie? I knew I was doing well, and as time went on, I did even better. We would hear reports on Charlie's radio of Jap ships torpedoed and sunk in Chinese waters, and Charlie would say,
"That was the baby you told me about last week." Chalk up another one for Tanya, the scourge of the Jap merchant marine.
I was proud, and I was happy. And I believed my father and mother and sisters knew, and that they were proud too. And then came the night I went straight from Lee Chen's tavern to Charlie's house to tell him what I'd heard.
The Takota Maru, huh? That's one of the Nip's biggest ships.
I know, Charlie. And she's carrying industrial machinery to Yokohama, one of those factories they've stripped in Fuzhou.
You sure about the sailing time?
Quite sure. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
Good enough. I'll tip off the subs right away, and they'll be laying for her, if she isn't traveling in convoy.
She isn't, Charlie.
And they'll get her like a sitting duck. Well, it's late, Tanya. Better get going.
I'll see you tomorrow, Charlie.
Not during the day. I'm going down to Tung Ho's junk on the river. I'll be back here by evening.
Good night, Charlie.
Wait a minute. Let me see if the coast is clear. Okay. Go ahead. Good night.
It was late. The streets were dark and deserted. I would have taken a rickshaw home, but it was too late for that. So I walked. Or rather, I tried to walk, but it was hard to keep myself from running. I told myself I was a fool to be afraid. The streets were safer than in broad daylight. There was no one on them. There was no one who could possibly... I stopped. I thought I heard footsteps. Someone walking behind me. I turned. There was no one there. At least I couldn't see anyone. I started walking faster, and I grabbed the revolver that Charlie had given me. And then I heard the sound again. This time I stopped and whirled around. There was a street lamp behind me, and I saw a shadow on the wall of the building. The shadow of a man. Who's there? Come out and show me who you are. If you don't, I'll shoot.
Take it easy, Tanya.
Florian.
You wouldn't want to shoot your own brother, would you?
Florian, what are you doing here? Why were you following me?
Oh, just curious, that's all. I've been wondering for quite a while what you were up to.
For quite a while?
I've seen you go to that place several times. I even took the trouble to find out who lives there. It's that old fellow they call Charlie.
Yeah, that's right. Charlie does live there. He's sick.
Oh, he's sick, huh?
Yes.
Just an errand of mercy, huh?
Exactly. An errand of mercy. You act as if you didn't believe me.
Of course I'd believe you. I certainly don't think you're in love with the old boy. And what other reason would you have to visit him?
We walked the rest of the way home together. I was sure he didn't believe me, but I couldn't go back to Charlie's to warn him, not without getting Florian more suspicious. In the morning, I thought. But then I remembered that Charlie would be on Tong Ho's junk on the river in the morning. Li Chen's tavern opened at noon the next day. The minute I walked in, I knew something was wrong. There were too many Japanese soldiers, far too many. They sat at the bar, drinking. They played cards at the tables. They lounged against the walls, puffing their cigarettes and eyeing me as I crossed the room and whispered to Li Chen, "Why are there so many of them, Li Chen?"
Maybe your brother can tell you, Tanya.
My brother?
He in back room. He say you come back, see him.
I knew then, and I was sick with anger and shame. But I was sicker still when I saw him sitting alone in that back room, when I saw the smirking triumph on his face.
Good morning, Tanya. How's your sick friend this morning? Don't stand there and stare. I haven't done anything so terrible after all. One spy, more or less.
How much did they pay you, Florian?
Quite a bit. It seems they've known for a long time there was one operating in Canton. They haven't been able to get their hands on him.
Until you betrayed him.
Yes. Though they still haven't found him. There are some soldiers waiting for him over at his place where you went last night, I mean. And there's a crowd of them here. They're bound to pick him up pretty soon.
Didn't you get a bonus for betraying me, too?
Oh, I might have, but I wouldn't sell out my own sister. I kept you in the clear. I told him you helped me spot him.
Thank you, Florian.
Oh, not at all, Tanya. By the way, I can pay you back some of the money I lifted from your purse. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be sitting pretty now. Would a couple of 100 yen even the score? Huh? What do you say?
There was so much I could have said, but I didn't waste the time. Only one thing mattered now. Charlie was still free. I swore by the memory of my mother and father that I would keep him free. It was a half hour before I managed to slip away from Li Chen's unnoticed. Charlie had introduced me to Tong Ho, and I had been aboard his junk the week before, so the guerrillas on guard around the boat recognized me. They led me to a cabin.
That you, Tong Ho?
It's Tanya, Charlie.
Tanya. I thought you were Tong Ho. You just want ashore to meet a courier from Hong Kong, some sort of important news.
Not as important as the news I have for you. I poured it all out, and he listened thoughtfully.
Well, they found the transmitter, of course, but that's no good to them.
Couldn't they use it to send false messages?
Not without the code book. The subs would know the messages were phony. They'd figure out what had happened.
But where is the code book?
Right here.
Oh, Charlie. Then there's no reason why you can't escape.
No, none that I can see. My usefulness in Canton is over. Yeah, we'll pull out, both of us.
You'll take me with you?
Sure. Tung Ho will take us upriver. Well, here he is now. I hope that courier's report was better than the news Tanya brought me, Tung Ho.
It was about captive American flyers, Charlie.
What about them?
50 of them have been brought into Canton. They're being sent to prison camps in Japan. They sailed tonight aboard the Dakota Maru.
Dakota Maru?
Charlie, that's the ship I told you about last night.
Yeah. It's the ship I radioed the subs to torpedo.
They will torpedo our own men then, Charlie.
They will if I don't countermand the order. Gotta let them know the flyers are aboard. They gotta let the ship go through.
You cannot tell them, Charlie. You cannot get to the transmitter.
I have to.
But there are Japanese soldiers there waiting for you.
So I'll get past them somehow.
Charlie, no, don't go back there. They'll kill you if you do.
And they'll kill those flyers if I don't. There are 50 of them. There's only one of me.
I said I would go back with him. I said he would need help getting past the Japs. I said I wouldn't leave Canton without him. And in the end, because I left him no choice, he allowed me to stay at his side. He told me his plans before we left the boat.
They'll be waiting for me in the room downstairs. But we won't go that way. There's a trapdoor in the ceiling of the radio room. If we can get into the building next door and out onto the roof, we'll be able to jump over onto my building. We may get in and send the message without even letting them know we're there.
A half hour later, we were creeping up the stairs of the building next door. And a few minutes later, we stood huddled on the edge of the adjoining roof.
All right. Let's jump. Try to land as quietly as you can.
And then, flat on our stomachs, we crawled toward the trapdoor and pried open its rusty hinges and lowered ourselves into the radio room. Charlie sat down at the transmitter, his code book in his hand. I went to the door, my revolver in mine. Have you made contact with them, Charlie?
Not yet. Any sounds from downstairs?
No, not yet. Charlie, hurry.
I'm doing the best I can.
Yes, but if you... Charlie.
Yes?
Listen.
Someone coming upstairs.
2 of them at least. Maybe 3.
Okay. Get going, Tanya.
No.
Quick, out through the trapdoor and over the roof. Those are orders.
But you, Charlie.
I'll be right behind you. I've made contact now. All I have to do is finish the message. Now get out of here.
It was a lie. It was the only lie that Charlie ever told me. As I crossed the roof, I looked behind me, and he wasn't there. I went down the stairs next door and out onto the street, and he still wasn't there. I moved quickly through the crowd, still looking back, still waiting, still hoping. And then... he had pulled the lever that destroyed the transmitter. Later, a long time later, I learned that the Dakota Maru had passed safely through the submarines with 50 American flyers aboard. Charlie had sent his message in time. He had performed his last service for the OSS. The last, but one, I mean. The very last had been to die for it.
And once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Charlie was Ian Martin, Tanya, Bryna Rayburn, Florian Arnold Moss. Others were Ralph Bell, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, and Guy Rep. Script was written by Ken Field, and music was under the direction of John Garth. Sound effects by Max Russell and Frank Lochran. Engineering, Don Abbott. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
If you're looking for murder, I know a guy who can get it for you wholesale. This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar, starring Charles Russell. At insurance investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To West Coast Underwriters, San Francisco Branch. Attention, Bradford L. Coates, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of the little man who wasn't all there, or in most cases, there at all, or the unpaid premium payoff. Expense account, item 1. 3 cents postage due on your airmail special delivery letter containing said assignment. I can just hear you dictating it.
Take a letter.
To Johnny Dollar. You'll find his address in the files. Dear Sir, better make that Dear Dollar. Enclosed find copies of letters received by us from one Mr. James Yarbo, period. This man's wife was insured with our company until recently. One day before her death, her period of grace and an unpaid premium ran out. We canceled her policy in the amount of $20,000. Her husband, Yarbo, first made every effort to collect, then threatened us. Since then, we've received the enclosed series of letters intimating, without confessing, that he's had a hand in the accidental death of at least 12 of our policyholders to date. The police have been working on it, but are getting nowhere. If you are available, please come immediately. Yours very truly, Sophia.
Expense account, item 2, $176.87. Airfare, Hartford to San Francisco. Item 3, $5.40. Cab fare, airport to your office.
Dollar, glad you got here. You've no idea what a mess this whole thing...
Okay, Mr. Coates, okay, don't get excited. We'll nail this guy before you run out of policyholders.
Well, the dozen he's apparently done away with already have cost us darn near $250,000. You've got to move fast, Dollar. The man is a homicidal maniac.
Yeah, but a smart one, though. He's put just enough in those letters he sent you to let you know that he's working out a grand-scale revenge against your company. But he leaves out just enough so the law can't lock him up.
He's had perfect alibis in every case.
Look, Mr. Coates, tell me, have all these deaths been local, right around here?
No, they've been all over California.
Mm-hmm. Well, one other thing, the method. From this list you gave me, Mr. Yarbo seems to have a preference for killing people through the noisy and gory method of fake automobile accidents.
Yes, very true. But what about this last one? Airplane crash. That was a $30,000 loss to us. Just think. Our poor innocent policyholder flying around and then his engine quit. Thanks to a man he's never even seen.
Tell me, Mr. Coates, just how difficult would it be to get a list of your California policyholders? Names and addresses, you know.
Why, that would take days. But goodness gracious, man, you can't hope to keep an eye on them all. Besides, the minute you went off the job, he'd strike again. That's a preposterous idea.
Cut time. Look, I don't want the list. I was just wondering how Yarbo got it.
Oh.
Now, so far you've given me nothing to go on. I'd like you to add 2 things to that. Yarbo's home address and a $50,000 life insurance policy made out to me.
What on earth's that for?
Well, look, in the first place, if we're going fishing for Mr. Yarbo, I might as well be the worm. In the second place, if I should get gobbled up in the line of duty, that $50,000 life insurance would make several attractive young ladies of my acquaintance very happy. Not, mind you, as happy as I can make them by remaining alive. Expense account, item 4, $30. Rental of limousine, complete with chauffeur. I figured if I was riding the trouble, I was riding in style. So I started on a house-to-house survey. You might say, knocking at death's door.
Yes. What is it, please?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Gianelli, but I'm from the insurance company.
Oh, yes.
It'll only take a moment. One question about your son.
Oh, poor Angelo. What do you want to know about my poor son? He'd drive away in his automobile, that's all. I'll never see him alive again.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mrs. Gianelli, did you ever hear your son mention a man named Yarbo?
Yarbo?
Yeah.
Yarbo. I don't know about no such Yarbo. Now, please. Please leave me. There was so much sadness in my house.
Yes?
Mr. Dykes?
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm from the insurance company. About your son's plane crash.
Oh. Thought all those details had been taken care of.
But just one thing, Mr. Dykes. Did your son ever mention a man named Yarbo?
Yarbo?
Yeah.
That's an unusual name. I'm sure if he had, I would have remembered.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry to have bothered you. And thanks.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to have a word with Mrs. Weatherly. I'm from the insurance company.
Well, sir, Mrs. Weatherly has been indisposed, not receiving visitors.
What
What is it, Brian?
How do you do, Mrs. Weatherly? My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, dear, dear. You may go, Brian. Oh, I'm ashamed to let you see me in this condition, Mr. Dollar. I'm just ashamed. But you understand.
I do indeed.
Oh, it was bad enough. The accident, I mean. But the scandal. Oh, I'll never be able to hold my head up again.
Yeah. No.
If Harvey had to get himself in an automobile accident, why, oh, why, I ask you, did he have to have that awful Mrs. Barclay in the car?
Oh, yes. Yes, it was very unthoughtful of him, Mrs. Weatherly. Would you mind answering one question?
Well, if I can.
Did your husband ever mention a man named Yarbo?
Well, no. No, he never mentioned a man named Yarbo. But neither did he ever mention Mrs. Barclay.
I tried a half a dozen of the other beneficiaries left behind by Mr. Yarbo's list of victims. All I got out of it was a very watery afternoon. The tears were falling like monsoon time in Burma, but of information I got none. This brought me right smack up to a point I didn't want to have to reach, the point of contacting Mr. Yarbo in person. At 8:30 that night, I took a plant on Yarbo's house on Lombard Street. At 11:30, I saw the lights go out, as did Yarbo. He was a little guy, stooped over like he was looking for cigarette butts on the sidewalk, needing a haircut, and, true to type, wearing a long black overcoat. But worst of all was the little satchel he was carrying. Items like this always set off a chain reaction in my imagination, and I could just see him on his way to atomizing the Oakland Bay Bridge, thus causing the biggest automobile accident in history. I very cleverly forced my way into the house by breaking a first-floor window, reaching in and opening same. The cyclops eye of my flashlight started picking up information on the subject of Mr. Yarbo immediately. The room I had entered looked like the Hobby Lobby of an English bobby, a crime museum if I ever saw one. On one wall, a gun case. On another, a crime library. And scattered around the room, a grisly collection, ranging from blood-stained hatchets to shrunken heads. But the most surprising criminal curio of all stood right behind me. Mr. Yarbo, complete with little black bag.
Well, I must say the current second-story man dresses well, but I must also say you, my man, must have the old masters of the art turning in their graves. For you, young man, are a heavy-fingered bungler. Sure, let's have a better look at you. Now, that flashlight, I'll feel better after you've dropped it.
Hey, what am I doing? You're not even pointing a gun at me.
Don't feel too comfortable. You are well covered from many points. A step from you in any direction may detonate any number of explosive devices.
Why'd I have to pick this joint to burgle? I feel like a city councilman playing a call in the White House. You seem more the kind of a guy I should be working for instead of on. What's your racket?
Racket?
Yeah.
You were in a racket, my little friend. My pastime is a science. Yes, I take it you are impressed with my collection.
Who wouldn't be?
Well, if you're interested, come here.
About those booby traps.
Oh, yes. Note well the design of the rug. The large roses. Avoid stepping on them for the time being.
Oh, great. And I was in here stumbling around in the dark.
May your good luck continue. But look here in this case, the small vial on the right. That was purloined for me to order from the famous Black Museum in Scotland Yard. That little vial once rested in the case of the fabulous murderer, Dr. Crippen. On there, beside it, that lock of hair. That is from the head of the second victim of the noted mass murderer, Neil Cream. And up there, look up there, the hangman's noose over the mantel. From that one swung the body of the notorious Western bad woman, Fanny Turner.
How's chances for running this place for Halloween?
Well, all right then, since you no longer seem interested in playing the part of a bungling burglar, then I assume that I am also free to discontinue my pose as a victim of your disguise, Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh? Looks like the chips are down and I'm the fish.
Yes, and there are a lot of other fish in your sea, Mr. Dollar. Poison eels, that's what you are, the lot of you. Parasites, gambling on death, and then not paying when you lose.
Listen, Mr. Yarbo, you're placing a big hunk of blame where it doesn't belong. You're confused about things.
Confused?
Yes. When your wife's insurance premium was overdue, you were allowed a 30-day period of grace. And when that went by, the policy was canceled. Now, that's not the insurance company's fault. It was your fault.
But it wasn't. I gave her the money. She spent it on herself. I'd have made it up. I told them so after she died. I told them, but they wouldn't listen. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yarbo looked like he was headed to show me the chopping end of an axe laying on top of a small table. I hit him just as he hit the table. As he hit the floor, I noticed what I was standing on. One of those big red roses in the carpet. It hadn't exploded yet, but that was one flower I wasn't standing around waiting to see bloom. It took a lot of nerve picking up a telephone in that room. But I finally got a good hold on my nerves and a fair hold on an imitation of Yarbo's voice. Took one deep breath and picked up the phone. Yes?
Hello, James. This is Martha. I'm at the office. I have good news. 2 more. Mr. and Mrs. Granville Morse, killed tonight on the Great Highway, 2 miles south of Seal Rock. 8:45 tonight. Ran into a post, both killed. Insured for a total of $80,000. I gotta go now. Goodbye, James.
Well, congratulations, Brother Yarbo. 2 more at 8:45 tonight. And who's your new alibi? Me.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, did you ever think of "and" as a comedy word? Maybe not, but you'll get a full demonstration on CBS this Wednesday night. There'll be Groucho Marx and his guest on that hilarious quiz, You Bet Your Life. For it's the guests who sometimes floor Groucho with their wisecracks. There'll be Bing Crosby in his regular Wednesday night CBS show and his special guest, Bob Hope. There'll be George Burns and Gracie Allen and Bill Goodwin. And becomes more filled with comedy when you learn that Lum and Abner will have their premiere as Wednesday night regulars on most of these same CBS stations. Yes, this fall you hear them all on C and B and S. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yarbo might have been lying unconscious on the floor, but in that setting, I was still afraid of him. I'd have looked the place over with a fine tooth comb, only having none, I used my hands. I put the pat test to Yarbo's pockets for a gun. He was unloaded. Then turned my attention to the little black bag he'd been carrying when I saw him leave the house, and which he still had with him when he returned. I hoped it wasn't booby-trapped. Opened it and discovered that it was a trap, the type my kind of booby stepped into. Inside the bag was a small radio receiver tuned to something I looked for and found in the room. A small radio transmitter of the type formerly used in army tanks. Through this, Yarbo had heard me enter his little museum of murder and had returned to catch me in the act of prowling the premises. About then, I caught him in the act of coming to. Well, welcome home, Yarbo. Time to get up. I just had a long chat on the phone with Martha. She thought I was you.
You think you're very clever, don't you? Martha knows my voice. If she talked to you at all, she didn't tell you anything. Of that I am sure, so save your breath. There is no use your telling me she gave you any information.
Oh, no, you got me wrong, pal. I only told you Martha called to let you know I know there is a Martha. I figured it might make you nervous, and nervous men are easy to beat.
Other nervous men may be easy to beat, Dollar, but not James Yarbo. The police have tried, and they couldn't prove a thing against me. Now, may I have your permission to get up?
Yeah. Maybe the police haven't been able to get anything on you, but I have something. Attempted murder. The hatchet you went for.
The pitiful mistake of a pitifully suspicious mind, Dollar. I wasn't reaching for that hatchet on the table. I was trying to show you something in the table drawer. There it is, spilled out on the floor. My wife's insurance policy. The one your unscrupulous thieving superiors refused to pay. The vampires? Here, look at it. All in order. Much of it in fine print. Fine, just fine.
Okay, Yarbo, that did it. Come on, ahead of me.
Where are we going?
To find some place to lock you up. I was hired to stop you, and until I do, I'm at least going to try and slow you down. Now move. Linen closet. No room here. Come on. Bathroom. No window. Yeah, this'll do. Go on, get in there.
No, not in here. Anywhere but in here.
It's a good place. You may get thirsty.
No. This is where my wife died. Not in here. No.
Which, on the surface, may seem to have been a move on the cruel side. But Yarbo was a man obviously off his rocker, and I needed him more nervous than I already had him. Too nervous to attempt killing any more people. Expense account item 5, a nickel. Phone call, downtown office, state police. Mr. and Mrs. Granville Morse had indeed crashed to their death on the great highway south of Seal Rock at 8:45, which made the lady with the early telephone news flash Martha, a gal with whom I wanted an early date. Come on, answer the phone.
Hello?
Hello?
What is it?
Hello, Mr. Coates? This is Dollar.
Oh, yes, Dollar. What do you want?
Well, first I want to tell you that you just lost 2 more policyholders. List price, $80,000.
Oh, good Lord. This is terrible. Who? How? What?
Never mind that. I've also got something else. On the good side. I need your help tonight.
Of course. Anything. What can I do?
Meet me at your office. You and I are going to go looking for a dame named Martha.
Martha? Martha who?
I don't know, but I hope she works for you.
I'll be there in a half hour.
Make that 20 minutes, and you'll be 10 minutes closer to happy days. The office personnel records of the West Coast underwriters turned up not 1, but 3 employees named Martha, which gave me 3 choices as to who had been supplying Yarbo with a list of West Coast insurance policy holders. Finding the exact Martha was even easier. On the phone, she had told me that she was calling from the office, and the night elevator operator's in and out book showed the signature of one Martha Kinsey, and I just couldn't wait to hear her report.
Who is it?
I've got a message from Mr. Yarbo.
Oh, just a minute. Message from James. Oh, what does he want?
Well, what he really wants is to get out of the bathroom. That's where I've got him locked up.
Who are you?
You ought to know who I am. I assume you're the one that told Yarbo he could be expecting a call from an insurance investigator named Dollar. Well, that's me.
Well, I don't care. James told me girls give out lists of names all the time. Sell them for mailing lists. 10 cents apiece. May not be ethical, but it's not against the law. James told me, and I believe James. Oh, he's the smartest man I ever knew.
He may be the smartest, but he's right in line to be numbered among the deadest. One of these fine mornings, the state is going to give him a cyanide egg for breakfast.
What do you mean?
You should know. Murder, execution, gas chamber.
Well, you can't prove a thing. James told me so, and he knows. Well, he's smart.
I hope he's not smart enough to pick a lock with a bath mat. Now, come on, sit down. You and I are going to have a nice, long talk.
We are not. I won't say a thing. I don't have to, unless you have a warrant, an indictment, and a court reporter. James told me so.
Yeah, I know. He's smart. But no matter what he told you, you're going to tell me a few things.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. So, I was wrong. Martha didn't tell me anything. But her stubborn attitude did. She was in love with Mr. Yarbo, a stupid, middle-aged woman having her last fling at romance, doing her best to keep her last chance alive in the person of the man who had made her his partner in crime. As crazy as it was, this grotesque pair of lovebirds created the only real emotion in the case to date and switched my thoughts from the widely scattered deaths which had brought me into the case and over to the single death of Yarbo's wife. Enclosed, find a transcript of statement made to me at 2 o'clock in the morning by the doctor who signed Mrs. Yarbo's death certificate.
Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Result of severe fracture of skull. Region, medulla oblongata. Contributing factors, woman bathing in bathtub at home. Slipped and fell, striking head on shower spigot. Coroner's finding death due to misadventure. Accidental.
It took the doctor 2 minutes to get around to making that statement. I figured it would take Martha at least 30 minutes to get her hair out of her curlers and make herself presentable enough to risk being seen on the street. That left me 28 minutes to get back to Yarbo's house before she did, and I didn't need half that long. In the cab on my way over, I took inventory. 1, to date, Yarbo's alibis covering him on all the so-called revenge murders had been perfect. Too perfect. 2nd, when I first faced Yarbo, he screamed about his wife's death, not in the light of having lost his lady love, but in the light of having lost her insurance money. Just as my 3rd and most important conclusion came upon me, the taxi came upon our destination, and I had to go to work. Once inside the little horror house on Lombard Street, I got set for a long search. But it turned out to be a short one, and it proved 2 things. Yarbo was not only a murderer, he was as crazy as he'd acted in having kept the evidence around. Okay, Yarbo, come on out.
Well, I hope you have enjoyed your waste of time, Mr. Dollar, as I've enjoyed my chance for meditation. You saw Martha, I suppose?
Yes, I saw Martha. Bless her silent little soul.
Yes, I was sure of Martha. She believes in me.
You can say that again. Come on out here.
Mr. Dollar, I suppose you are aware that this is the 2nd time tonight you have been guilty of breaking and entering. I am, however, willing to forgive that, should you come to your senses and decide to go back to Hartford and leave me alone. Mind treading on the roses in the rug, Mr. Dollar?
Sorry, Yarbo. I fell for that gag earlier tonight.
People who smile at that joke give me the last laugh.
Now, look, Yarbo, I know exactly what you've been up to, and I know why you've done it. But your little war of nerves has got to stop.
It will never stop. No one can prove anything against me.
I can. I can prove that you haven't done a thing to bring about those accidental deaths you've been taking credit for. Martha has sat down that insurance office and notified you every time there's been an accidental death of a policyholder in this part of the country. Then you've written the company your little letters and gotten your little kicks out of it, right?
That's a lie, lie.
This is a switch, a guy yelling that loud that he's guilty.
You'll have to prove it. You will have to prove it.
Don't worry, chum. I'm not going to waste a breath proving murders that you didn't commit. But, brother, I'm really going to go to town on the one that you did. Your wife, Mr. Yarbo.
That is the most ridiculous statement you have yet made, young man. Look around you. Take note. I have profited by all the mistakes made by the original owners of these bloody souvenirs from Dr. Crippen on down. You see in me the living composite of them all. And I intend to stay that way, alive.
I'm afraid you will, but it's going to be inside an upholstered room. And this is what will put you there. Yeah, Mr. Yarbo, you carried your little hobby of crime souvenirs too far when you saved this hunk of pipe and the faucet with which you clubbed your wife to death.
She slipped and fell. She was in the tub.
I'm sure the police microscopes can give you a strong argument on that one. Now, come on. And let's make it easy on each other, shall we?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Let go.
Whoa.
Let go of me. You have to prove it.
James, what's he doing?
Help me, Martha. Help me. Hit him with something.
I'd have bet on myself against the 2 of them if I didn't have to fight while playing hopscotch over those roses in the carpet, about which I still wasn't quite sure. It was touch and go. Martha would try to touch the back of my head with something, and I'd go.
Do something, Martha. Do something.
I'll fix him.
The something Martha tried to do was pick up a heavy-based urn and aim it at me. She missed. It started to roll across the rosy carpet. When Yarbo saw where it was headed, he wrenched himself loose and dove to stop it. I dove the other way. He got there just too late. I didn't have to look twice to know he was dead. Fate had called James Yarbo up on his own carpet. When Martha threw that urn at me, it had rolled straight for the only rose in the rug that had been booby-trapped. Which only goes to prove that sometimes a rose by any other name can be anything but sweet. Expense account, item 6, $1.40. 3-month subscription, Love Life magazine. Sent to accessory to murder, Martha Kinsey, Tehachapi State Prison. I figured 3 months was about all she had. The judges and juries in California being rather efficient that way. Expense account, item 7. $6. Dinner and diving for pearls in a barrel of Blue Points at Fisherman's Wharf. Diving for Pearl's earring, which she lost while bending over the barrel trying to see what oysters look like. Item 8, $176.87. Airfare, San Francisco to Hartford. Expense account total, $942.08. Not including defense lawyer fees if you decide to sue me for not being able to add correctly. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Jay Novello, Martha Wentworth, Paul Dubois, Gigi Pearson, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to be with us at this same time next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Everyone is concerned about world affairs these days. If we want world peace, we'll have to have national peace first. In order to keep America's strength and prestige, in order to preserve her freedom, we must do away with group prejudice. Let's stop judging people by the color of their skin or the place where they worship and start considering them for what they do. We'll be sure to have a happier world. Stay tuned now for Vaughn Monroe and his caravan, following immediately on most of these CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The following program is brought to you courtesy of the BBC. We present Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon, dramatized by Michael Bakewell. In the role of Sam Spade, Tom Wilkinson, Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Jane Lapotaire, Mr. Gutman, Peter Vaughan, and as Joel Cairo, Nicholas Grace. San Francisco, 1928.
Thought you'd like a cup of coffee.
Thank you, sweetheart. Put it down, will you?
What are you reading?
Celebrated Criminal Cases of America. In default of anything coming my way. Anything new?
Oh, no, Sam.
No missing husbands or unfaithful wives who need tailing?
Well, you should be grateful for that, at least.
Where is Miles, anyway?
Oh, he went out a couple of hours ago. Didn't say where he was going. Oh, I expect that's him now. There's a girl wants to see you. Her name's Wonderly.
Customer?
Guess so. You'll want to see her anyway. She's a knockout.
Oh, sure in, darling. Sure in.
Will you come in, Miss Wonderly? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. Won't you sit down, Miss Wonderly?
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Spade, could you... I thought... well, that is...
I suppose you tell me about it from the beginning, and then we'll know what needs doing. Begin as far back as you can.
Oh, that was in New York.
Yes.
I don't know where she met him. I don't know where in New York. She's 5 years younger than I am, only 17. And we didn't have the same friends. I don't suppose we've ever been as close as sisters should be. Mama and Papa are in Europe. It would kill them. I've got to get her back before they come home.
Yeah.
And they're coming home on the 1st of the month. I didn't know what she had done until her letters came. There wasn't anyone I could go to for advice. I didn't know what to do, and what could I do?
But then her letter came.
Yes, and I sent her a telegram to general delivery at the post office here. I waited a whole week, but no answer came. So I came to San Francisco to get her. I wrote her I was coming. I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Maybe not. It's not always easy to know what to do. You haven't found her?
No, I haven't. I wrote her that I would go to the St. Mark, and I begged her to come and let me talk to her, even if she didn't intend to go home with me. But she didn't come. She didn't even send a message. It was horrible. I wrote her another letter to general delivery, and yesterday afternoon I went to the post office. I stayed there until after dark, but I didn't see her. I went there again this morning, and I saw Floyd Thursby. He wouldn't tell me where Corrine was. He wouldn't tell me anything except that she was well and happy, but that's what he'd tell me anyway, isn't it?
Sure, but it might be true.
He wouldn't take me to see her. He said she didn't want to see me. I can't believe that. He promised to tell her he had seen me and to bring her to see me if she would come this evening at the hotel. He promised to come himself if she wouldn't. He said...
Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize...
It's all right, Miles, come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
Miss Wonderly.
Hello.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in town. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister and get her away from him and back home, right?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Spade.
Oh, well, we're always happy to help a lady in distress. Aren't we, Sam?
You shouldn't have any trouble with it. It's simply a matter of having a man at the hotel this evening to shadow him away when he leaves and shadow him until he leads us to your sister.
Yeah, we can manage that for you, Miss Wonderly.
Oh, but you must be careful. He's a dangerous man. I honestly don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corrine if he thought it would save him.
You sure he hasn't married her?
Oh, he has a wife and 3 children in England.
Oh, they usually do, though not always in England. What does he do for a living?
I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea.
What time is he coming to see you?
Oh, after 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there. It'll help if you could meet...
Mr. Spade, could you, or Mr. Archer, could either of you look after it personally? I don't mean that the man you'd send wouldn't be capable, but... Oh, I'm so afraid of what might happen to Corrine. Could you? I'd expect to be charged, of course. $200. Would that be enough?
Yeah, it would. And I'll look after it myself.
Oh, would you, Mr. Archer? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade.
Not at all. It'll help some if you either meet Thursby downstairs or let yourself be seen in the lobby with him at some stage.
I will.
And don't look out for me. I'll see you all right.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wonderly.
Goodbye.
Effie, will you show Miss Wonderly out?
Sure.
$200. They're right enough. They had brothers in a bag.
Well, don't dynamite her too much. What do you think of her?
Sweet. You're telling me not to dynamite her. Maybe you saw her first, Sam, but I spoke first.
Well, you'll play hell with her, you will. You got brains. But go easy on her. Hello? Yeah, Spade. What about Miles? Burt Street. Where the hell's that? Off Bush Street. Sure, I know it. It'll take me 15 minutes. 5 minutes after 2.
Stop right there. What do you want?
Sam Spade. Tom Polehouse phoned me.
Sure you are. I didn't know you at first. They're back there. Bad business.
Hello, Sam. You didn't waste any time.
Hello, Tom.
I figured you'd want to see Miles before we took him away.
Where is he?
He's down there on the boulder. The shot must have knocked him right through the fence. He took a stretch of it with him.
Is that the gun?
Uh-huh, a Webley. English, ain't it?
Yeah, a Webley Fosberg automatic revolver. They don't make them anymore. How many got out of it?
One pill. He must have been dead when he cracked the fence.
And he was standing just about where you are now.
Right.
He was back to the fence.
Yeah, that's right.
The man that shot him stood about here. Lets him have it. Miles goes back, taking the top off the fence and going on through and down till the rock catches him, right?
That's it. The blast burned his coat.
Who found him?
The man on the beach, shilling. He was coming down Bush, and just as he got here, a car turning through headlights up here, he saw the top was off the fence. So he came up to look at it, found Miles.
What about the car that was turning round?
Not a damn thing about it, Sam. Schilling didn't pay any attention to it, not knowing that anything was wrong then. He says nobody didn't come out of here while he was coming down from Powell, or he'd have seen them. The fog's got the ground soggy, and the only marks are where Miles slid down and where this here gun rolled.
Anybody hear the shot?
Oh, for the love of God, Sam, we only just got here. You coming down for a look at Archer before we move him?
No.
You sure?
You've seen him. You'd see everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip, hadn't been fired, his overcoat was buttoned. There's $161 in his clothes. Was he working, Sam?
Yeah, he was.
Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for? What for?
He was an Englishman, maybe. I don't know what his game was exactly. We were trying to find out where he lived. Look, don't crowd me, Tom. I'm going to break the news now to Miles' wife.
It's tough him getting it like that. Miles had his fault, same as the rest of us, but I guess he must have had his good points, too.
I guess so. Good night, Tom.
Uh-huh.
Effie, now listen. Miles has been shot. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, now, don't get excited. Yeah. You'll have to break it to Iva. No, I'm damned if I will. You'll have to do it. That's a good girl. And tell her to keep away from the office. Tell her I'll be round to see her, but don't tie me to anything. That's the stuff. You're an angel. Bye. For God's sake, Tom, it's 4:30.
Just you let us in, Sam.
I see you brought your keeper with you. Hello, Dundee.
Hello, Spade.
Well, you better come in. Take a seat. I'm drinking Bacardi. That do?
That'll be fine, Sam.
Success to crime.
Sam, did you break the news to Miles' wife?
Uh-huh.
How did she take it?
I don't know anything about women, Tom.
Oh, the hell you don't.
What kind of a gun do you carry, Spade?
I don't carry a gun. I don't like them very much. Of course, there are some in the office.
I'd like to see one of them. You happen to have one here?
No.
You sure of that?
Look around. Turn the dump upside down if you want. I won't squawk if you got a warrant.
Oh, Sam, what the hell?
What do you want, Dundee? Talk turkey. Who the hell do you think you are coming in here in the middle of the night and trying to rope me?
All right, sit down and listen.
I'll sit or stand as I damn well please.
I warned you your foot was going to slip one of these days.
Everybody's foot slips sometime.
And this is yours.
I don't like this, Dundee. What are you sucking around for? Tell me or get out and let me go to bed.
Who's Thursby?
I told Tom all I knew.
You told Tom damn little.
I knew damn little.
Why were you tailing him?
I wasn't. Miles was. For the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good United States money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
You know, I can't tell you that until I've talked it over with the client.
You'll tell it to me or you'll tell it in court. This is murder, and don't forget
I'll tell it or not as I damn well please.
Be reasonable, Sam. How can we turn over anything on Miles' killing if you won't give us what you've got?
You needn't get a headache over that. I'll bury my dead.
I thought you would. That's just exactly why we came to see you. Isn't it, Tom?
What's itching your boyfriend now?
Just this. Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel just 35 minutes after you left Barrett Street.
Take your goddamn paws off.
Tom says you were in too much of a hurry to even stop for a look at your partner, and you didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. We called up, and that girl in your office was there, and she said you sent her. Okay, I give you 10 minutes to get to a phone and do your talking to the girl. I give you 10 minutes to get to Thursby's hotel. You could do it easy in that time. And that gives you 10 or 15 minutes of waiting before he showed up. So, what time did you get home?
20 minutes to 4. I walked around thinking things over.
Where did you do your walking?
Out Bush Street way and back.
Did you see anybody?
No witnesses. Sit down, Dundee. You haven't finished your drink. Get your glass, Tom.
No thanks, Sam.
I'm sorry I got on my hind legs, but you birds coming in and trying to put the works on me made me nervous. Having Miles knocked off bothered me. That's all right. Now I know what you're up to.
Forget it.
Thursby die?
Yeah.
Tell me, how did I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back with a 44 or a 45 from across the street when he was going into the hotel. Nobody saw it. But that's the way it figures.
And he was wearing a Luger in a shoulder holster. It hadn't been fired.
What do the hotel people know about him?
Nothing except that he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
What did you find on him or in his room?
What do you think we'd find?
Something to tell you who he was, what his store was.
We thought you could tell us that.
I've never seen Thursby, dead or alive.
We've asked what we came to ask. We've told you more than you've told us. You know me, Spade. If you did or you didn't kill him, you'll get a square deal out of me. I don't know that I blame you a hell of a lot, but that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
Fair enough. But I'd feel a whole lot better about it if you drink your drink. Morning, sweetheart. What's eating you?
She's in there.
Iva?
I'm afraid so.
I thought I asked you to keep her away.
You asked, but you didn't tell me how. Oh, don't be cranky, Sam. I had her all night.
I'm sorry, Angel. I haven't had much sleep either. And I've drawn a blank with the Wonderly woman. She's checked out of her hotel. She left a forwarding address. The Ambassador, Los Angeles. You might give it a try. You never know.
I will, Sam.
Well, here we go. Hello, Iva.
Sam, I must talk to you.
I know. Poor darling. Look, I don't have much time.
Oh, Sam, did you kill him?
And who put that bright idea into your head?
I thought it was possible. Be kind to me, Sam.
You killed my husband, Sam. Be kind to me. Jesus Christ. Now, Iva, don't. You shouldn't have come here today, precious. It wasn't wise. You can't stay. You ought to be home.
You'll come tonight?
Not tonight.
Soon?
Yeah.
How soon?
As soon as I can. Goodbye, Iva. Did you kill him? Jesus Christ.
Well, how did you and the widow make out?
She thinks I shot Miles.
So you could marry her.
The police think I shot Thursby.
Who's he?
Who do you think I shot? The guy Miles was supposed to be tailing. Did you try the Ambassador?
Yes, they have no reservation for Miss Wonderly. Are you going to marry Iva?
Don't be silly.
She doesn't think it's silly. Why should she, the way you played around with her?
I wish to God I'd never seen her.
Oh, maybe you do now, but there was a time.
I never know what to do or say to women except that way. And then I didn't like Miles.
Do you suppose she could have shot him?
You're an angel. A scatterbrained angel.
Oh, am I? Well, suppose I told you that your Iva hadn't been home many minutes when I arrived to break the news at 3 o'clock this morning?
Are you telling me?
She kept me waiting at the door while she undressed. I saw her clothes where she dumped them on a chair. Her singlet was still warm.
You're a detective, darling, but she didn't kill him.
That louse wants to marry you, Sam. Did you see her last night, Sam?
No.
Honestly?
Honestly. Don't act like Dundee, sweetheart.
Look at me, Sam. Oh, you worry me. You always think you know what you're doing, but you're too slick for your own good, and someday you're going to find that out.
I'll get it. Spade. It's about time. Where are you? The Coronet, 1001. Yeah, what did he say? LeBlanc. I'll be right over. That was our Miss Wonderly, or LeBlanc, as she now calls herself. I'll have the Spade and Archer taken off the door, and Samuel Spade put on.
Don't you think it's a bit soon?
That's the way it is, dear. Good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. I'm sorry everything is in such a mess. I haven't finished unpacking. Please, sit down.
So?
Mr. Spade, I've a terrible, terrible confession to make. The story I told you yesterday was all a story.
Oh, that. We didn't exactly believe your story.
You didn't? Then why did you...
We believed your $200.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean that you paid us more than if you'd been telling the truth.
And even now you'd still be willing to help me?
That depends. The hell of it is, Miss... Is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy. Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
The hell of it is, Miss O'Shaughnessy, that a couple of murders coming together like this makes the police all stirred up. Makes everybody hard to handle and expensive.
Mr. Spade, tell me the truth. Am I to blame for last night?
Not unless there are things I don't know about. You warned us that Thursby was dangerous.
Thank you. But I'll always blame myself. Mr. Archer was so alive yesterday.
There's no time for worrying about that now. Out there, a flock of policemen and district attorneys are running around with their noses to the ground. What do you want to do?
I want you to save me from it all. Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
Not yet. That's why I've been stalling them till I could see you.
But must they know about me at all? I think I'd rather die than that, Mr. Spade. I can't explain now, but can't you somehow manage so that you can shield me from them? So I won't have to answer their questions?
Maybe, but I'll have to know what it's all about.
I haven't lived a good life. I've been bad. Worse than you could know. But I'm not all bad. Look at me, Mr. Spade. You know I'm not all bad, don't you? Then can't you trust me a little? I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. I know I've no right to ask you to trust me if I won't trust you. But I can't tell you. I don't mean I don't trust you, but I trusted Floyd, and I've nobody else, Mr. Spade. If I hadn't believed you could save me, I would have run away instead of sending for you. If I thought anyone else could save me, would I be down on my knees like this? Be generous, Mr. Spade. Don't ask me to be fair. I've no right to ask you to help me blindly, but I do. You can help me. Help me.
You won't need much of anybody's help. You're good. You're very good. It's chiefly your eyes, I think, and the throb you get into your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
I deserve that. I deserve it, but... Oh, I did want your help so much. And the lie was in the way I said it. Not at all in what I said. It's my own fault if you can't believe me now.
Now you're dangerous.
Then you won't help me.
What happened last night?
Floyd came to my hotel at 9 o'clock, and we went out for a walk. I suggested that so Mr. Archer could see him. We stopped at a restaurant in Geary Street, I think it was, for supper and to dance, and came back to the hotel at about 12:30. Floyd left me at the door, and I stood inside and watched Mr. Archer follow him down the street on the other side.
Do you know what they'd be doing in the neighborhood of Bush and Stockton, where Archer was shot?
Isn't that where Floyd lived?
No, it was nearly a dozen blocks out of his way. What did you do after they'd gone?
I went to bed. And this morning, when I went out to breakfast, I saw the headlines in the papers. I hired an automobile and went back to the hotel for my luggage. After I found my room had been searched yesterday, I knew I would have to move, and I had found a place yesterday afternoon, so I came up here, and then I telephoned your office.
Your room at the St. Mark was searched?
Yes, while I was at your office. Oh, I didn't mean to tell you that.
That means I'm not supposed to question you about it.
I'm afraid so.
I've got nothing against trusting you blindly, except that I won't be able to do you much good if I haven't got some idea of what this is all about. For instance, I've got to have some sort of line on your Floyd Thursby.
I met him in the Orient. We came here from Hong Kong last week. He had promised to help me. He took advantage of my helplessness and dependence on him to betray me.
Betray you? How? Why did you want him shadowed?
I wanted to find out where he was staying. Wanted to find out what he was doing, whom he was meeting, things like that.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
He had a Luger in his shoulder holster. Archer wasn't shot with a Luger.
He had a revolver in his overcoat pocket.
You saw it?
Oh, I've seen it often. I didn't see it last night, but I know he never wears an overcoat without it.
Why all the guns?
Well, he lived by them. There was a story in Hong Kong that he had come out there to the Orient as bodyguard to a gambler who had to leave the States, and that the gambler had since disappeared. I don't know. I do know that he always went heavily armed, and that he never went to sleep without covering the floor around his bed with crumpled newspaper so nobody could come silently into his room.
You picked a nice sort of playmate. How bad a hole are you actually in?
As bad as could be.
Physical danger.
I'm not heroic, Mr. Spade. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Then it's that.
It's that as soon as I'm sitting here, unless you help me.
I'm not God. I can't work miracles out of thin air. Who killed Thursby?
I don't know.
But how is he supposed to be helping you? Why did you bring him here from Hong Kong? Oh, this is hopeless. I can't do anything for you. I don't know what you want. I don't even know if you know what you want. It's no use.
You won't go to the police.
Go to them. They've been running me ragged since 4 o'clock this morning. I've made myself God knows how much trouble standing them off. For what? For some crazy notion that I could help you. Well, I'll tell them what I know, and you'll have to take your chances.
It is hopeless and useless, I suppose. I'll have to take my chances.
How much money have you got?
I've got about $500 left.
Give it to me. There's only $400 here.
I have to keep some to live on.
Can't you get any more?
No.
You must have something you can raise money on.
I've got some rings, a little jewelry.
You'll have to hawk them. The Remedial's the best place, Mission and Fifth.
Then here's the rest. It's all I have.
Thanks. I'm going out to see what I can do for you. I'll be back as soon as I can with the best news I can manage. I'll ring 4 times. Long, short, long, short. You needn't go to the door with me. I can let myself out.
I've got Mr. Wise on the line for you, Sam.
Thank you, sweetheart. Sid. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to tell a coroner to go to hell. Can I hide behind the sanctity of my client's secrets and whatnot? Uh-huh. Good. I'll let you have the details. Dundee's getting snotty, and maybe it is a little thick this time.
There's a man wants to see you. Here's his card.
Joel Cairo. Shipra.
This guy is queer.
Oh, in with it, darling.
Okay. Mr. Cairo?
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Cairo.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Cairo?
May a stranger offer condolences for your partner's unfortunate death.
Thanks.
May I ask, Mr. Spade, if there was, as the newspapers inferred, a certain relationship between that unfortunate happening and the death a little later of the man Thursby? I beg your pardon, Mr. Spade. More than idle curiosity made me ask that. I am trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped that you could assist me.
Uh-huh.
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird.
I am prepared to pay on behalf of the figure's rightful owner the sum of $5,000 for its recovery.
$5,000 is a lot of money. Come in.
Is there anything else?
No, good night. Lock the door when you go out, will you?
Sure. Good night.
Good night.
You will please clasp your hands together at the back of your neck. I intend to search your offices, Mr. Spade. I warn you that if you attempt to prevent me, I shall certainly shoot you.
Go ahead.
I shall first have to make sure that you are not armed.
As you wish. You still got a lot to learn. Let's see what you got on you. Wallet containing $300 and £5. Greek passport. A page of Hotel Belvedere writing paper with my name and apartment address. You feeling better?
I could have shot you, Mr. Spade.
You could have tried.
I did not try.
I know.
Then why did you strike me after I was disarmed?
Sorry, but imagine my embarrassment when I found that $5,000 offer was just hooey.
You are mistaken, Mr. Spade. That was and is a genuine offer.
What the hell?
I am prepared to pay $5,000 for the figure's return. You have it?
No.
Well, if it is not here, why should you have risked serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
I should sit around and let people come in and stick me up? You got my apartment address. You been there yet?
Yes, Mr. Spade. I am ready to spend $5,000 for the figure's return. But surely it is natural that I should try first to spare the owner that expense if possible.
Who is he?
You will have to forgive me for not answering that question.
Will I?
If you wish some expression of my sincerity, I could offer a retainer. Would that serve?
It might.
You will take, say, $100?
I'll take $200. Here's your wallet back.
Oh.
Your first guess was that I had the bird. There's nothing in that. What's your second?
That you know where it is. Or if not exactly that, you know it is where you can get it.
What sort of proof can you give me that your man is the owner?
Very little, unfortunately. But nobody else can give you any authentic evidence of ownership at all.
It might be better all around if we put our cards on the table.
I do not think it would be better.
Right. So you're not hiring me to do any murders or burglaries for you, but simply to get the blackbird if possible in an honest and lawful way.
If possible. And in any event with discretion. I confidently expect the greatest mutual benefit from our association, Mr. Spade. May I have my pistol?
Sure, I'd forgotten it. Here.
You will please keep your hands on the top of the desk. I intend to search your offices.
I'll be damned. All right, go ahead. I won't stop you.
Mrs. Spade, do you bring me good news? Let me take your coat.
We won't have to make anything public that hasn't already been made public.
The police won't have to know about me?
No.
However did you manage it?
Most things in San Francisco can be bought or taken.
And you won't get into trouble. Oh, do sit down.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble. You aren't exactly the sort of person you pretend to be, are you?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Schoolgirl manner, stammering and blushing and all that.
I told you this afternoon that I've been bad. Worse than you could know.
That's what I mean. You told me this afternoon in the same words, same tone. It's a speech you've practiced.
Very well, then, Mr. Spade. I'm not at all the sort of person I pretend to be. I'm 80 years old, incredibly wicked, and an iron molder by trade. But if it's a pose, it's one I've grown into. So you won't expect me to drop it entirely, will you?
Oh, it's all right. Only it wouldn't be all right if you actually were that innocent. We'd never get anywhere.
I won't be innocent.
I saw Joel Cairo tonight.
You know him?
I saw him tonight.
Ooh. It's chilly. I'll put another log on the fire. Oh. Cigarette?
You're good. You're very good.
What did he say?
About what?
About me.
Nothing.
Well, what did he say?
He offered me $5,000 for the black bird. Now, you're not going to go around making up the fire and straightening the room again, are you?
Oh, I won't. What did you say?
$5,000 is a lot of money.
Oh, surely you're not really considering it. Mr. Spade, you promised to help me. I trusted you. You can't...
Let's try to figure out how much you trusted me. I promised to help you, sure, but you didn't say anything about any black bird.
But you won't. You can't treat me like that.
$5,000 is a lot of money.
It is far more than I could ever offer you. If I must bid for your loyalty.
That's good coming from you. What have you given me besides money? Have you given me any of the truth? Any help in helping you? If I'm peddling my loyalty, why shouldn't I let it go to the highest bidder?
I've given you all the money I have. Without your help, I'm utterly lost. What else is there? Can I buy you with my body?
I'll think it over. Christ, there's no sense in this. I don't care what kind of tricks you're up to, but I gotta have something to show me that you know what you're doing.
Can't you trust me just a little longer?
How much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joel Cairo.
You can see him tonight. We can get him on the phone at the Belvedere.
He can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
My place.
Do you think he'd go there?
He'd go.
All right. Shall we go now?
That's him.
There's a boy out there watching the house, Mr. Spade. What am I to understand from that? I came here in good faith with no thought of tricks or traps.
You asked in good faith, but I ought to have guessed he'd have showed up. Where is he?
Outside, in the shop doorway.
What's the matter?
Oh.
A kid who's been trying to tail me around town all evening. Cairo thought I put him there. Well, come in. There's no use standing here talking to all the neighbors.
This boy, did he follow you to my apartment?
No, I shook him off before that. And I suppose he came back here to try to pick me up again.
I am delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Sam told me about your offer for the Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
It is ready.
In cash?
I can be quite prepared to give you this money at, say, 10:30 in the morning. Would that suit you?
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why would
I'll have it in a week at the most, though.
Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
And you know where that is?
I think I do.
Then why must we wait a week?
Well, perhaps not a whole week. Whom are you buying it for, Joe?
I told Mr. Spade. For its owner.
Oh, you went back to him.
Naturally, I did.
I should have liked to have seen that.
Exactly what happened to Floyd.
Gee.
I see. Is he here?
I don't know. What difference does it make?
It might make a world of difference to, let us say, to Mr. Spade.
Or me. Or you.
Exactly. And shall we say more certainly, the boy outside.
Yes, unless he's the one you had in Constantinople.
The one you couldn't make.
Oh!
Stop that, Cairo. And drop the gun.
I get it.
This is the second time you put your hands on me.
Yeah, and when you're slapped, you'll take it and like it.
Who is it?
How should I know? Keep quiet. I'll go see what it's all about.
Hello, Sam. We thought you wouldn't have gone to bed yet.
I want to talk to you, Spade.
Well, go ahead and talk.
We don't have to do it standing here, do we?
You can't come in.
It would pay you to play along with a Spade. You got away with plenty, but you can't keep it up forever.
Stop me when you can.
That's what I'll do. There's talk going around that you and Archer's wife were cheating on him.
That sounds like something you thought up yourself.
The talk is. That's why he was put on the spot.
You oughtn't to try to pin more than one murder on me at a time. Your first idea that I knocked Thursby off because he killed Miles falls apart if you blame me for killing Miles, too.
You haven't heard me say that you killed anybody. You're the one that keeps bringing that up.
I hope you got something better to do besides pop in here early every morning and ask me damn fool questions.
And get damn lying answers.
Take it easy.
If you say there's nothing between you and Archer's wife, you're a liar. And I'm telling you so.
Is that the hot tip that brought you here at this ungodly hour of the night?
That was one of them.
And the others?
Let us in.
No chance.
All right, Spade. We'll be in to see you now and then. Maybe you're right in bucking us. Think it over. I guess we're going in.
I guess you are.
Police! Help! All right, Fairy. Drop the gun. What are you up to?
Oh, she scratched my face. Look at it.
Did you do that?
I had to. I was all alone in here with him when he attacked me. I couldn't make myself shoot him.
You dirty, filthy liar. She's lying awfully. I came here in good faith and was attacked by both of them. And when you came, he went out to talk to you, leaving her here with this pistol. And then she said they were going to kill me after you left. And I called for help so you wouldn't leave me here to be murdered. And then she struck me with a pistol.
Now, let's get this straight. What are you doing here?
He sent for me. He called me on the telephone and asked me to come here.
What did he want you for?
He said he wanted to... They wanted to see me. I don't know what about.
Well, what happened then?
They attacked me. She struck me first, and then he choked me and took the pistol out of my pocket. I don't know what they would have done if you hadn't arrived.
Why don't you make him tell the truth?
Hey, none of that now.
She's impulsive.
Yep. What do you want us to think the truth is?
Not what he said. Not anything he said.
Spade.
Don't look at me. I was out in the kitchen mixing an omelet when it happened.
Well, Tom, I don't think we'll go wrong pulling them all in.
Don't be in a hurry. Everything can be explained.
I'll bet.
Miss O'Shaughnessy, may I present Lieutenant Dundee and Detective Sergeant Polehouse. Miss O'Shaughnessy is an operative in my employ.
That's not true.
I hired her recently. Yesterday, as a matter of fact. This is Mr. Joel Cairo, a friend, an acquaintance, at any rate, of Thursby's.
Oh.
He came to me this afternoon and tried to hire me to find something Thursby was supposed to have on him when he was bumped off. It looked funny the way he put it to me, so I wouldn't touch it. Anyway, after talking it over with Miss O'Shaughnessy, I thought maybe we might get something out of him about Miles and Thursby's killing, so I asked him to come up here. Maybe we put the questions to him a little rough, but he wasn't hurt any.
Well, what are you going to say to that?
I don't know what I should say.
Try telling the facts.
The facts?
Quit stalling. All you got to do is swear a complaint that they took a poke at you.
Go ahead, Cairo. Tell him you'll do it, then we'll swear to one against you, and he'll have the lot of us.
That's enough. Get your hats.
Well, boys and girls, we put it over nicely.
Get your hats.
Don't you know when you're being kidded?
Huh?
I dare you to take us in, Dundee. We'll laugh at you in every newspaper in San Francisco. When the bell rang, I said, it's those damn bulls again. They're getting to be a nuisance. Let's play a joke on them. When you hear them going, one of you start to scream, and we'll see how far we can string it along. Cut it out, Sam.
Where did the cut on his head and mouth come from?
Ask him. Maybe he cut himself shaving.
I fell. We were pretending to struggle for the pistol.
Horse feathers. You can't get away with that. You belch for help and you got to take it.
No, sir. It was a joke.
I'll take you along for packing a gun anyway.
Don't be a sap, Dundee. It's part of the plant. It's one of mine. Too bad it's only a .32, or you could find it was the one that Thursby and Miles were shot with.
You bastard.
Why, you...
Just try it. Just try it.
No, Sam, for God's sake. Get him out of here, quick. I've had enough of this.
Take it easy, Sam. Is that all, Lieutenant?
I'm going too, if Mr. Spade will be kind enough to give me my coat.
So, it was all in fun. But you're afraid to be left here with them.
No, not at all. But it's quite late, and I'm going.
I hope to God you know what you're doing, Sam.
You're absolutely the wildest person I've ever met. Do you always carry on so high-handed?
I let him hit me, didn't I?
Oh, yes, but a police official...
It wasn't that. It was that in losing his head and slugging me, overplayed his hand. Well, you've had your talk with Cairo, now you can talk to me. Well, I'm listening.
Oh, just look at the time.
It's been a busy evening.
I must go. This is terrible.
Not until you've told me about it. Besides, there's the kid outside. Let's talk.
You're the most insistent person.
What's this bird, this falcon that everyone seems so steamed up about?
Oh, I'm so tired of it. And I do hate having to talk about it. Wouldn't it be just as well to wait and let you learn about it?
I don't know. My way of learning is to heave a monkey wrench into the machinery. It's all right with me if you're sure none of the flying pieces will hit you.
I'm afraid of you. And that's the truth.
That's not the truth.
It is. I know 2 men I'm afraid of. And I've seen both of them tonight.
I can understand you being afraid of Cairo. He's out of your reach.
And you aren't?
Not in that way.
It's a black figure, as you know. Smooth and shiny. Of a bird. A hawk or a falcon. About a foot high.
What makes it so important?
I don't know. They'd never tell me. They promised me £500 if I helped them.
Help them how?
Help them to get it from the man who had it. A Russian named Kemedov.
This was in Constantinople?
In Marmora.
Go ahead. What happened then?
Oh, that's all. We found that Cairo meant to desert us, taking the Falcon with him. So we did exactly that to him first. But then I wasn't any better off than I had been before, because Floyd hadn't any intention of paying me. He said we would go on to New York, where he would sell it and give me my share, but I could see he wasn't telling me the truth. And that's why I came to you to help me to learn where the Falcon was.
And suppose you'd got it. What then?
Then I'd have been in a position to talk terms.
What makes it worth all the money? What's it made of?
Porcelain or black stone, I don't know. I've only seen it once for a few minutes. Floyd showed it to me when we first got hold of it.
You are a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Don't brag about it. It's childish. Was there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some.
How much?
Not very much.
Well, we've got all night. I'll put some more brandy and some more coffee, and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. So tired of it all. Of myself. Of lying and thinking up lies. And of not knowing what is a lie and what truth. I wish I were... Kiss me.
Is Mr. Joe Cairo in, room 635?
No, sir, he's not in the hotel.
Any idea what time he left?
He didn't return last night, sir.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help you any further.
That's all right. I've just spotted somebody who can.
You're welcome.
Where is he? What? Where is he?
Who?
The fairy.
What do you think you're doing, Jack?
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. You've been tailing me all over town.
Shove off.
You'll have to talk to me before you're through, Sonny. Some of you will. And you can tell, gee, I said so.
You keep asking for it, you're gonna get it. I told you to shove off. Now shove off.
People lose teeth talking like that. Now, you just be a good boy and run along to G and tell him what I said.
I won't forget you. Spade.
Ah.
Yes, Mr. Cairo. There was a man looking for you.
Morning, Cairo. What happened to you? Your suit looks like you slept in it.
Good morning, Mr. Spade.
Let's go someplace we can talk.
You will please excuse me, Mr. Spade. Our conversations in private have not been such that I am anxious to continue them. Pardon me speaking bluntly, but it is the truth.
You mean last night? What else in hell could I do? I thought you'd see that. If you pick a fight with Miss O'Shaughnessy or let her pick one with you, I gotta throw in with her. I don't know where that damn bird is. You don't either. She does. How in the hell are we going to get it if I don't play along with her?
You have always, I must say, a smooth explanation ready.
What do you want me to do, Cairo? Learn to stutter? Let's go over there. We can talk quietly.
Huh.
Now, tell me what happened. Did Dundee take you down to the hall?
Yes.
How long did they work on you?
Until a little while ago, and very much against my will. I shall certainly take the matter up with the Consulate General of Greece, and with an attorney.
Go ahead and see what it gets you. What did you let police shake out of you?
Not a single word, Mr. Spade. I adhere to the course you indicated earlier in your rooms. Though I certainly wished you had devised a more reasonable story. I felt decidedly ridiculous repeating it.
Sure, but its goofiness is what makes it good. You sure you didn't give him anything?
You may rely upon it, Mr. Spade. I did not.
You'll be hearing from Dundee again. Stay dummied up on him and you'll be all right. And don't worry about the story's goofiness. A sensible one would have had us all in the cooler.
You may be right. And now, Mr. Spade...
I know. You'll be wanting sleep if you've been standing up under a police storm all night. See you later, Cairo. Morning, sweetheart.
No, not yet. No, I'll have him call you as soon as he gets in, Iva. That's the third time she's called this morning. She sounds frantic.
Uh-huh.
Your Miss O'Shaughnessy's in there.
What else?
A man called G called up.
What did he say?
He said when he comes in, will you please tell him that G, who got his message, phoned and will phone again.
Thank you, darling.
Sam. Oh, somebody has been in my apartment. It's all upside down.
Anything taken?
I don't think so. I don't know. I was afraid to stay. You must have let that boy follow you.
No, Angel.
But he was watching your place when we were there.
There's no reason to think he's working alone. But we've got to find a new home for you.
I won't go back there.
I've thought of a way. Wait here a minute. Effie.
Uh-huh.
How's your woman's intuition today?
What?
What do you think of Miss O'Shaughnessy?
Oh, I'm for her. I think no matter what kind of trouble she's gotten into, she's all right.
Are you strong enough for her to give her a lift?
How?
Could you put her up for a few days?
What, you mean at home?
Yeah. Her joint's been broken into. It'd be better for her if she wasn't alone. It would help me a lot if you could take her in.
Well, is she really in danger, Sam?
I think she is.
Oh, that would scare mine to a green hemorrhage. Well, I'll have to tell her she's a surprise witness or something you're keeping undercover.
You're a darling. I'd better take her out there now.
Okay.
No. You oughtn't to be seen leaving together. You take a taxi home, and I'll send her out in another in a little while, making sure she isn't followed. Don't worry. I'll look after the office after you've both gone. Hello? Yeah, this is Spade. I've been waiting to hear from you. Mr. Gutman. No, the sooner the better. 12C, right.
Sam.
Iva, honey, hello.
Oh, Sam, forgive me. Forgive me.
Sure, I forgive you. What for?
I sent those policemen round last night. I was sitting in the car waiting outside your apartment when you went in with that woman. I was mad, crazy with jealousy, and I phoned them that if they'd go there, they'd learn something about Miles's murder.
Did you tell them who you were?
Oh, no. But I told them you were having an affair with Miles's wife.
That was a dumb trick, but it's done now. You better run along home.
I'm sorry. I know you won't forgive me.
There's just one thing.
Yes, Sam.
Where were you the night Miles was shot?
Home.
No, I know you weren't.
Effie Perrine told you that. I saw her looking at my clothes and snooping around.
Where were you?
I was following Miles.
Jesus.
He told me he had a date with a girl. If I wanted to get a divorce, now was my chance. I followed him to the St. Mark's and saw he was shadowing a man and a girl, the one you were with last night. I realized he was just kidding. I went round to your apartment, but you weren't there.
What time was that?
Around 10:30.
And then?
I couldn't go home. I didn't want to be there when Miles got back. I went to a movie. There's a place in Powell Street that's open till 1. Then I went and had a meal, and then I went home. But Miles wasn't there. It's stupid, but I was mad he wasn't home first. So I took the car out of the garage again and went back to your place.
By which time I was looking at Miles's body. Jesus, what a swell lot of merry-go-round driving. Then what?
Then I went home again. I was just undressing when Effie arrived. Oh, do you believe me?
Sure I do. Now run along. I've got an appointment.
Oh, Sam.
Beat it. Spade. Nice to see you again, Sonny.
Thank you, Wilma. You can leave us now. Mr. Spade.
How do you do, Mr. Gutman?
Sit down. Let me get you a drink. Whiskey?
Thanks.
We begin well, sir. I distrust the man that says when. If he's got to be careful not to drink too much, it's because he's not to be trusted when he does. Well, sir, here's to plain drinking and clear understanding. You're a close-mouthed man?
Not at all. I like to talk.
Better and better. I distrust a close-mouthed man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong things. Talking something you can't do judiciously unless you keep in practice. We'll get along, sir, that we will. Cigar, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, we'll talk if you like. And I'll let you know right out that I'm a man who likes talking to a man that likes to talk.
Swell. Will we talk about the blackbird?
Will we? We will. You're the man for me, sir. A man cut along my own lines, no beating about the bush, but straight to the point. I like that way of doing business. Let us talk about the blackbird. But first, sir, answer me a question, please. You're here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
It depends.
It depends on what?
If I knew what it depends on, I could say yes or no.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo.
Maybe.
You could say, then, that the question is which of them you'll represent.
You could put it that way.
It will be one or the other.
I didn't say that.
Who else is there?
There's me.
That's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man that tells you right out he's looking out for himself. I don't trust a man that says he's not.
Let's talk about the blackbird.
Let's. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be made out of that blackbird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you, by God, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought it. But if you won't take the risk, just tell me what it is and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what it is?
Oh, hell, I know what it's supposed to look like. I know the value you people put on it. I don't know what it is.
She didn't tell you?
No.
A lovely girl, sir. She must know. And Cairo didn't either?
Cairo is cagey. He's willing to buy it, but he won't risk telling me anything I don't know already.
How much is he willing to buy it for?
$10,000.
Not even pounds. That's the Greek for you. And what did you say to that?
I said if I turned it over to him, I'd expect the $10,000.
Nicely put, sir. Oh, they must know. Do they know what the bird is, sir? What's your impression?
There's not much to go by. Cairo didn't say he did, and he didn't say he didn't. She said she didn't, but I took it for granted she was lying.
That was not an injudicious thing to do. Maybe they don't. Well, if they don't, I'm the only one in the whole sweet wide world who does.
I'm glad I came to the right place.
By God, sir, your glass is empty. Ah, sir, this kind of medicine will never hurt you.
Here's to plain speaking and clear understanding.
Well, sir, it's surprising, but it may be a fact that nobody in this whole sweet wide world knows what it is, saving and accepting your humble servant, Caspar Gutman, Esquire.
Swell. And when you told me there'd only be 2 of us.
Mathematically correct, sir, but I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Don't be a damned fool. You know what it is, I know where it is. That's why we're here.
Well, sir, where is it? You see? I must tell you what I know, but you will not tell me what you know. That is hardly equitable, sir. No, I do not think we can do business along these lines.
You think again, and you think fast. I told that punk of yours you'd have to talk to me before you got through. I'll tell you now that you'll do your talking today, or you are through. What are you wasting my time for, you and your lousy secret? Maybe you could have got along without me if you'd have kept clear of me. You can't now, not in San Francisco. You'll come in or you'll get out, and you'll do it today. And another thing I don't want, you keep that gunsel away from me while you're making up your mind. He makes me nervous. I'll kill him the first time he gets in my way. I won't give him an even break. I won't give him a chance. I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a most violent temper.
Temper? You think it over, and think like hell. You've got till 5:30 to do it in. Then you're either in or out for keeps. 5:30. Then the curtain.
Sam, what happened?
What happened where?
Miss O'Shaughnessy, why didn't she come?
She didn't get there?
I waited and waited, and she didn't come. I couldn't get you on the phone, so I came back here. Oh, did you send her out in a taxi?
Of course I did.
And you sure she... Someone must have followed her.
Nobody followed her. What do you think I am, a goddamn schoolboy? I'm going out to talk to the taxi drivers. I'll find her if I have to dig up sewers. Stay here till I'm back or you hear from me.
Yeah, sure, I remember.
I told you to take her to a 9th Avenue number. Where did you take her?
I took her to the ferry building.
But I told you to
Keep
take
your hair
her...
on. When we got to Polk, she rapped on the glass and said she wanted to get a newspaper. So I stopped on the corner and whistled for a newsboy.
Which paper did you get?
The Call. Then we went to Sacramento, and just after we crossed the Van Ness, she knocked on the glass again and said to take her to the ferry building.
Anybody waiting for her there?
I didn't see them if there was.
Did she take the newspaper with her?
She tore a sheet out.
Do you have the rest?
Yeah, I kept it. It's here.
Thanks. Get yourself a smoke.
Thanks, Mr. Spade.
So, what's missing? 35 and 36. That's births, marriages...
Come on, Spade. Goodman wants you.
Well. I didn't expect to hear from you till 5:25.
You keep on writing me, and you're gonna be picking iron out of your navel.
The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the pattern. Well, let's go.
Keep straight on along the corridor, Spade. You know the way.
You have to keep on poking that thing in my back. Hey, how long you been off the Gooseberry Lake, kid?
Now look here, you...
I'll take the gun. And the other one. Come on. This'll put you in solid with your boss, kid.
Well, what's this?
You shouldn't let him run around with these. He'll get himself hurt.
Well, Gad, you're a chap worth knowing. An amazing character. Come in. Sit down. Give me a hat. You may leave us, Wilmer. A drink, sir.
Thanks.
No, sir, I hope you'll let me apologize.
Never mind that. Let's talk about the Black Bird.
Oh, very well, sir. Let's hear.
Thanks.
What do you know, sir, about the Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, later called the Knights of Rhodes and other things?
Not much. Only what I remember from history in school. Crusaders or something.
Very good. Now, you'll remember that Suleiman the Magnificent chased them out of Rhodes in 1523.
No.
Well, sir, he did, and they settled in Crete. And they stayed there for 7 years until 1530, when they persuaded the Emperor Charles V to give them Malta, Gozo, and Tripoli.
Yeah?
Yes, sir, but with this condition. They were to pay the Emperor each year the tribute of 1 Falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain, and if they ever left it, it was to revert to Spain. Understand?
Yeah.
Have you any conception of the extreme, the immeasurable wealth of the order at that time?
If I remember, they were pretty well fixed.
Pretty well, sir, is putting it mildly. They were rolling in wealth, sir. You've no idea. None of us has any idea. For years they'd preyed on the Saracens, had taken nobody knows what spoils of gems, precious stones, silks, ivory. Well, now, what could be more natural than for these immeasurably wealthy knights to look around for some way of expressing their gratitude to the Emperor? Well, so that is exactly what they did, and they hit on the happy thought of sending Charles not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Well, sir, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
Well, those are facts. Historical facts, not schoolbook history, not Mr. Wells's history, but history nevertheless. The bird was sent in a galley commanded by a French knight named Cormier or Corvair, a member of the order. It never reached Spain. You know of Barbarossa, Redbeard, Khayr-ed-Din?
No.
A famous admiral of buccaneers, sir. He took the galley and he took the bird. The bird went to Algiers, that's a fact, and there it remained for 100 years, until it was carried away by an English adventurer who was with the buccaneers for a while, Sir Francis Verney. There's nothing said about the bird in Lady Frances Verney's Memoirs of the Verney family during the 17th century. I looked. And Verney didn't have it with him when he died in Messina in 1615. He was stony broke. But, sir, it did go to Sicily. According to Cerruti, the author of Storia del Regno di Vittorio Amadeo II, it was one of Victor Amadeus's wedding gifts to his wife. It turned up next in the possession of a Spaniard who'd been with the army that took Naples in 1734, and there's nothing to show that it didn't stay in his family, Monino e Redondo, until the Carlist Wars, when it turned up in Paris. During the Carlist troubles, it had been painted or enamelled over to look like nothing more than a fairly interesting black statuette. And in that disguise, sir, it was, you might say, kicked around Paris for 70 years by private owners and dealers too stupid to see what was under the skin. A football in the gutters of Paris. Until 1911, when a Greek dealer named Karelaos Konstantidis found it in an obscure shop. He recognized it for what it was, and it didn't take him long to acquire it. I got wind of it and finally forced most of the history out of him. But for once in his life, he wasn't in a hurry to convert his find into money. But your glass is empty, sir.
Thanks.
You begin to believe me a little?
I haven't said I didn't.
Here.
Thanks.
Well, sir, 1 year to the very day after he had acquired it, I picked up the Times in London and read that his establishment had been burglarized and he murdered. I was in Paris next day. The bird was gone. By gad, sir, I was wild. A great quantity of stuff had been stolen. That made me think that the thief had simply taken the bird along with the rest of his plunder, not knowing what it was. Well, sir, it took me 17 years to locate that bird, but I did it. I wanted it, and I'm not a man that's easily discouraged when he wants something. I traced it to the home of a Russian general, one Kamidov, in a Constantinople suburb. He didn't know what it was, but his natural contrariness kept him from selling it to me when I made him an offer. Perhaps in my eagerness I was a little unskillful, though not very. So, I sent some agents to get it. Well, sir, they got it. And I haven't got it. But I'm going to get it. Your glass.
Then the bird doesn't belong to any of you, but to General Kamidov.
Well, so you might say it belonged to the King of Spain, but I don't see how you can honestly grant anybody clear title to it except by right of possession.
Then it's Miss O'Shaughnessy's now.
No, sir. Except as my agent. There's no doubt she's got it now.
Not much.
Where?
I don't know exactly.
But you said you did.
I mean, I know where to get it when the time comes.
And when is that?
When I'm ready.
Mr. Spade, where is Miss O'Shaughnessy now?
In my hands, safely tucked away.
Trust you for that, sir. Well, now, sir, before we sit down to talk prices, answer me this. How soon can you, or how soon are you willing to, produce the Falcon?
A couple of days.
That is satisfactory. But we forget our nourishment.
Thanks.
Well, sir, here's to a fair bargain and profits large enough for both of us.
What's your idea of a fair bargain?
I have two proposals to make, sir, and either is fair. I will give you $25,000 when you deliver the Falcon to me, and another $25,000 as soon as I get to New York. Or I will give you 25% of what I realize on the Falcon. There you are, sir. An almost immediate $50,000, or a vastly greater sum within, say, a couple of months.
How much greater?
What would you say, sir, to $500,000?
You think the dingus is worth $2 million?
In your own words, why not?
That's a hell of a lot of dough.
And that's the absolute rock-bottom minimum.
A minimum, huh? How much is the maximum? How much is the maximum?
The maximum? I refuse to guess.
You fix the drink, God damn you.
Well, man.
Okay, Spade. Let's see if you can make it to the door.
Get out of my way.
Bastard! 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 Bastard!
Gently, Wilmer. A gentleman never hits a man when he's down.
I thought you were a hitman. I saw the light under the door.
So, you finally got back. Oh, God, what time is it?
6 o'clock. What are you doing here?
Well, you told me to stay till you got back or phoned.
So you've been here all night? You're the sister of the boy who stood on the burning deck.
Your head, what happened?
I don't know whether I fell or was slugged. I went visiting, was fed knockout drops, and came to 12 hours later, all spread out on a man's floor.
You'll have to get a doctor. You can't walk around with a head like that.
It's not as bad as it looks, except for the headache. Cold water ought to help. Anything turn up after I left?
Yeah, the district attorney's office phoned. He wants to see you.
Himself?
That's the way I understood it. I think he means business, Sam. Oh, and Tom Polehouse rang. Wants to have lunch at the State's Hofbrau.
Anything else?
A boy came with a message from Mr. Gutman.
I got it. That's how I got this.
Well, then what's it all about?
I don't know, sweetheart. He didn't slip me the drops until after I told him he'd have to wait for a couple of days for what he wanted. Maybe he figured he could get it without my help in that time. He didn't get any word from the O'Shaughnessy?
No, Sam, nothing. Has this got anything to do with her?
Something. Look, sweetheart, I'm going back to freshen up, and you better go home and get some sleep. And I'd better drop in on the DA. Did you buy the call yesterday?
No, Sam. Why?
Just a thought. I'll call in at their business office. See you later. Can I have a copy of yesterday's call, please?
Certainly.
Thanks. 35. Births, marriages, deaths, weather. Could be anything. Shipping arrivals. 5:17 a.m. Tahiti from Sydney and Papeete. 6:05 Admiral Peoples from Astoria. 8:05 La Paloma from Hong Kong. That's it. It's got to be. Bridget and Thursby came from Hong Kong. Is there a phone I can use?
Sure, right there.
Thanks. Hello, shipping office? Can you tell me where the Paloma is docked? It came from Hong Kong yesterday morning. Uh-huh. It's what? Jesus. So that's what all the racket's about. Tell me one thing, Tom.
Whatever you like.
How is it that whenever we eat together, we always eat pickled pig's feet?
I guess it's because we always come here, Sam. What else would we eat?
Dundee send you?
You know he didn't, Sam. Ain't you ever going to grow up? What have you got a beef about? We didn't hurt you. What's the sense of making a grudge of it?
You see the boat on fire in the bay?
I saw the smoke. Look, now be reasonable, Sam. Dundee was wrong, and he knows it. Now, why don't you let it go at that?
Well, you think I ought to go around and tell him I hope my chin didn't hurt his
for
fist?
Christ's sake, cut it out. Dundee didn't think you shot Miles, but what else would he do except ground the lead down? You'd have done the same thing in his place, and you know it.
Yeah? What made him think I didn't do it? What makes you think I didn't do it, or don't you?
Thursby shot Miles.
You think he did?
He did. The slugging Miles came out of a Webley, and a bellboy at Thursby's hotel had seen it in his room that morning.
And that leaves Thursby the only one I killed.
No. For Christ's sake. Ain't you ever going to forget that?
I'll tell you one thing, Tom. I'm glad I'm not that pig's foot.
Dundee knows it's out.
How does he know?
We dug up a record on Thursby.
Yeah? Who was he?
Oh, you mean to tell me that
I wish to God I knew half as much about this business as you smart guys think I do.
Oh, I wish we all did. Well, he was a St. Louis gunman the first we hear of him. He was picked up a lot of times back there for this and that, but he belonged to the Egan mob, so nothing much was ever done about any of it. They got him once in New York for knocking over Rose Stuss games, and he did a short hitch in Joliet for pistol whipping a twist that had given him a needle. Huh? But after that, he took up with Dix Monahan and didn't have any trouble getting out whenever he happened to get in. Dixie was almost as big a shot as Nick the Greek in Chicago gambling. This Thursby was Dixie's bodyguard, and he took the run out with him when Dixie got in wrong with the rest of the boys over some gambling debts.
Waiter?
Oh, that was a couple of years back. Now, this is the first time Thursby's been seen since.
And Dixie?
Nobody's seen him. Unless you know something.
This is all new stuff to me, Tom.
Oh, I guess it is.
Where did you pick up all this news about Thursby?
Some of it's on the records, the rest, well, we get it here and there.
From Cairo, for instance.
Not a word of it. You poisoned that guy for us.
You mean a couple of high-class sleuths like you and Dundee worked on that Lily of the Valley all night and you couldn't crack him?
What do you mean, all night? We worked on him for less than a couple of hours. We saw we weren't getting nowhere, and we let him go.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
I'll get the check. I got a date with the DA this afternoon.
Huh? He sent you?
Yeah.
You won't be doing me any favor by telling him I've talked to you about this.
Well, Mr. Spade, I hear that you and the police haven't been hitting it off too well lately.
Nothing serious. Dundee gets too enthusiastic.
Now, if you'd prefer not having the stenographer here, we can dismiss him. He's here simply as a matter of convenience.
I don't mind him a damn bit. I'm willing to have everything I say put down, and I'm willing to sign it.
I don't intend asking you to sign anything. Now, I wish you wouldn't regard this as a formal inquiry at all. And please don't think I've any belief in those theories the police seem to have formed.
I'm glad of that.
So, who killed Thursby?
I don't know.
Well, perhaps you don't know, but you could certainly make an excellent guess.
Maybe, but I wouldn't. Not even in an informal talk.
Well, why shouldn't you, if you've got nothing to conceal?
Everybody has something to conceal.
And you have?
My guess is, for one thing. What's your theory?
Well, you tell me the name of the client Archer was shadowing Thursby for, and I'll mighty soon know who killed Thursby.
I don't exactly get that.
You don't? Well, then suppose I put it this way. Where is Dixie Monahan?
Putting it that way doesn't help much. Who in the hell is Dixie Monahan?
Look, we know Thursby was Monahan's bodyguard. He was with him when Monahan vanished from Chicago, leaving something like $200,000 worth of bets that he'd welched on. And we all know what's likely to happen to a gambler who welches and to his bodyguard when his creditors find him. It's happened before.
Well, what do you think? Did I kill him for his creditors or just find him for them to do their own killing?
No. You misunderstand me.
I hope I do.
No, I only mean that, you might have been involved in it without knowing what it was.
Oh, I see. You don't think I'm naughty, you just think I'm dumb. You're wrong. Nobody ever hired me to do anything about Dixie Monahan.
But by your own admission, somebody did hire you to do something about his bodyguard, Thursby.
His ex-bodyguard.
You mean he was no longer associated with Monahan? You know that positively?
I don't know anything positively except that my client wasn't interested in Monahan, has never been interested in Monahan.
And that opens another angle. Monahan's friends could have knocked Thursby off for ditching Monahan.
Dead gamblers don't have any friends.
It narrows down to three things. Number one, Thursby was killed by the gamblers Monahan had welched on in Chicago. Number two, he was killed by friends of Monahan. Or number three, he sold Monahan out to his enemies and then fell out with them and they killed him.
Or number four, he died of old age. You're not serious, are you?
In one of those three categories lies the solution, and you can give us the information that will enable us to determine the category.
You wouldn't want the kind of information I could give you, Brian. You couldn't use it. It'd poop the gambler's revenge scenario for you.
You're not the judge of that. Right or wrong, I am nonetheless the district attorney.
I thought this was an informal talk.
I am a sworn officer of the law 24 hours a day, Spade, and neither formality nor informality justifies your withholding from me evidence of crime, except, of course, on certain constitutional grounds.
You mean if it might incriminate me? Well, I got better grounds than that, or grounds that suit me better. My clients are entitled to a decent amount of secrecy. Maybe I can be made to talk to a grand jury or even a coroner's jury, but I haven't been called before either yet, and it's a cinch I'm not going to advertise my client's business until I have to. Then again, you and the police have both accused me of being mixed up in the other night's murders. I've had trouble with both of you before. As far as I can see, my best chance of clearing myself of the trouble you're trying to make for me is by bringing in the murderers all tied up, and my only chance of ever catching them and tying them up and bringing them in is by keeping away from you and the police, because neither of you show any signs of knowing what the hell this is all about. You getting this down all right, son, or am I going too fast for you?
Oh, no, sir, I'm getting it all right.
Good work. Now, Brian, if you want to go down to the board and tell them that I'm obstructing justice and ask them to revoke my license, hop to it. You've tried it before and you didn't get anything but a good laugh all around.
Now, look here, Spade.
And I don't want any more of these informal talks. I've got nothing to tell you or the police, and I'm goddamn tired of being called names by every crackpot on the city payroll. If you want to see me, pinch me, or subpoena me or something, and I'll come down with my lawyer. I'll see you at the inquest, maybe.
How'd it go?
How did what go?
The district attorney.
Well, we didn't kiss when we parted. He got snotty, but so did I. He means trouble.
Have you found out where Miss O'Shaughnessy is, Sam?
I know where she went.
Where?
She went down to a boat in the harbor, the Paloma.
She went there? But that was the boat that caught fire. They had to tow it out from the pier. Was she...
She's all right. At least she left the boat before the fire started.
What happened?
She went straight there after leaving the cab at the ferry building. But she had to hang around till early evening because the captain, a guy named Jacoby, wasn't around. When he came back, she ate with him in his cabin. After the meal, there were 3 more visitors, Gutman, Cairo, and the kid who delivered Gutman's message to you yesterday. And it's hard to get anything out of the crew, but they had a row. And somewhere around 11 o'clock, a gun went off in the captain's cabin. The captain told the watchman that everything was all right. Shortly after midnight, the captain and the 4 of them left the boat. The captain hasn't been back since.
Well, what caused the fire?
I don't know. It was discovered in the hold late this morning. The chances are... What the hell?
Black! Spade!
I'm Spade.
You know, Bridget, O'Shaughnessy.
Lock the door.
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he shot through the chest maybe a dozen times.
Oh, I oughtn't wait to
It's
go.
too late for a doctor now. I gotta think before we do anything. Let's have a look at the bundle he was carrying. That's heavy enough.
Is that what they were looking for?
We'll soon know. A great black bird. We got the damn thing, Angel. Get it.
Hello? Yes? Who? Oh, yes. Hold the line. Hello? 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 It was Miss O'Shaughnessy. She's in danger. Her voice was... Oh, it was awful, Sam. 26 Anko, she said. A Burlingame.
Where the hell is that?
Oh, you've got to help her,
I gotta
Sam.
take care of this fellow first.
No, you've got to go to her. Don't you see? He was helping her, so they killed him, and now she... You've got to go.
All right. As soon as I gone, phone the police.
Right.
Tell it as it happened. But forget he had a bundle. And you don't know anything about anyone else having any connection with this fellow.
Yes, Sam. Do you know who he is?
I guess he was Captain Jacoby, master of the Paloma.
What are you going to do with the bird?
Leave it where nobody can get hold of it. But you'd better not know where it is. You're a damned good man, sister. Know where Anko Avenue or Road or Boulevard is in Burlingame?
Nope. But if she's there, we can find her.
Let's do that.
Hop in, Mr. Spade. We must be pretty near it now. Third or fourth house on the other side.
Okay, drop me here. And keep the engine running. We may have to leave in a hurry. For sale or rent. Key at 31. Good evening.
Evening.
I'd like to get the key to 26.
Juice isn't on. You can't see anything.
I got a flashlight. Detective. We got a tip there might be something hidden there.
Nobody's been to me for the key for a couple of months. I'll get it for you.
Nothing?
Not a thing.
A plant?
Something like that.
Where to now, Mr. Spade?
Home. I've had enough.
Your partner got knocked off, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
She's a tough racket. You can have it for mine.
Well, hack drivers don't live forever.
Maybe that's right. But just the same, it'll always be a surprise to me if I don't.
Bridget.
Oh, Sam, I thought you'd never come.
Let's get inside. You been waiting for me?
Oh, yes, in the doorway, up the street.
Can you make it to the elevator, or shall I carry you?
I'll be all right when I can get where I can sit down.
Just hold on.
Sam!
I wouldn't try to run for it if I were you. Wilma has you covered.
So have I, Mr. Spade.
Well, sir, as you can see, we're all here. Why don't we sit down and be comfortable and talk?
Sure. We'll talk.
Just a minute, Spade. Get away. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still
Put your paw on me, and I'm going to make you use the gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shot before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. You're certainly a most headstrong individual, my dear sir. Let's be seated.
I told you I didn't like that punk. Sit by me, sweetheart.
Well, sir, let's get down to business.
Let's do that. How soon are you ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
Well, sir, as to that... Here.
$10,000. We were talking about more money than this.
Yes, sir, we were, but this is genuine coin of the realm, and there are more of us to be taken care of now. In short, sir, the situation has changed.
Sure. You and Cairo are together now, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, we certainly have you.
I'm trying not to let that worry me. We'll come back to the money later. There's one other thing I want to have taken care of. We've got to have a fall guy.
I don't think I understand you, sir.
The police have got to have a victim. Somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Only two murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. What difference does it make? The point is, we got to toss the police a victim, somebody they can hang the works on.
Well, sir, that may be the way you worked in the past.
And it's the way I intend to go on. The first time I can't march into headquarters pushing a victim in front of me saying, here you are, you chumps, here's your criminal, my name's Mud.
But this just happens to be a case where your system, and it's got a lot to recommend it, sir, just isn't possible. And I don't mind telling you that I think you're being very well paid for making an exception. You'll manage it. You're not a man that's afraid of a little bit of trouble.
I know what I'm talking about. This is my city and my game. I could manage to land on my feet, sure, this time, but the next time I tried to put over a fast one, they'd stop me so fast I'd swallow my teeth. You birds will be in New York or Constantinople or someplace. I'm in business here.
But surely you...
Listen, Gutman, we've absolutely got to give them a victim. There's no way out of it. Let's give them the punk. He actually did shoot both of them, Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Let's pin the necessary evidence on him and turn him over to him.
No. Yes, sir, you're a character, that you are. Yes, sir, there's never any telling what you'll do or say next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
There's nothing funny about it. It's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police...
But, my dear man, can't you see? I feel towards Wilmer just as exactly as if he were my own son. I really do. But if I even for a moment thought of doing what you propose, what in the world would keep Wilmer from telling the police every last detail about the Falcon and all of us?
If we had to, we could have him killed resisting arrest. But we won't have to go that far. Let him talk his head off. I promise you nobody will do anything about it. It's easy to fix.
How? What do you think of this, Wilmer? Funny, eh?
Spade, you bastard! You get up on your feet and go for your heater. I've taken all the driving I'm going to take. Now get up and shoot it out if you've got the guts.
No, Wilmer, we can't have any of that. You shouldn't let yourself attach so much importance to these things.
Well, you can lay off me then. I'm going to flog him if he keeps it up, and there won't be anything that'll stop me from doing it.
No, Wilmer. Your plan is not at all practical. Let's not say anything more about it.
Let's get this straight. Am I wasting my time talking to you? I thought this was your show. Should I do my talking to the punk? I know how to do that.
No, sir, you're quite right in dealing with me.
All right. I got another suggestion. It's not as good as the first, but it's better than nothing. You want to hear it?
Most assuredly.
Give them Cairo.
Oh, do what?
Give the police Cairo.
Well, by gad, sir.
Suppose we give them you, Mr. Spade, or Miss O'Shaughnessy. How about that if you're so set on giving them somebody?
You people want the Falcon. I've got it. A fall guy is part of the price I'm asking. Ask for Miss O'Shaughnessy if you think she can be rigged for the part. I'm perfectly willing to discuss it with you.
By gad, sir, you are a character.
Just a minute, Mr. Gutman.
What is it, Joe?
What if we actually do manage to give them Wilmer?
2 to 1, they're selling you out, kid. Hey, Gutman, I hope you're not letting yourself be influenced by the guns these pocket edition desperados are carrying. I practiced taking them away from both of them, so there'll be no trouble there. The punk...
All right. No. Give me the gun, Wilmer. Get your hands off. Grab his other arm, Carter. No, Wilmer. Drop the gun.
No, please, don't do that, Wilmer. Don't.
Stand aside.
You hurt him. You big coward.
Jesus, you're a pip. Let's look at the punk. Nothing cracked. We'll spread him on the sofa. Give me a hand, Bridget. Okay. There's your fall guy. Now, you'll either say yes right now, or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole goddamn lot of you in.
I don't like that, sir.
So you don't like it? Well,
You can have him.
Oh, please don't do this thing, Mr. Gutman. You must realize
I
that
don't like it either, but we can't help ourselves now.
What are you doing, Cairo? In or out?
Can I choose?
You can, but you ought to know that if the answer is out, we'll give you to the police with your boyfriend.
Oh, come, Mr. Spade.
Well, which?
You give me no choice. I come in.
Good. Then we can all sit down. It's 2:00. I can't get the Falcon till daylight. We got plenty of time to arrange everything.
I think it would be best for all concerned if we did not get out of each other's sight until our business has been transacted. You have the envelope.
I think Miss O'Shaughnessy has it.
Yes, I have it. I picked it up while you were all
It's all right.
fighting.
Hang on to it. We won't have to lose sight of each other. I can have the Falcon brought here.
That will be excellent. Then, sir, in exchange for the $10,000 in Wilmer, you will give us the Falcon and an hour or two of grace, so we won't be in the city when you surrender him to the authorities.
I can hold him here all day if you want. Let's get the details fixed. Why did he shoot Thursby? And why and where and how did he shoot Jacoby?
Now, come, sir, you can't expect that.
I do expect it. A fall guy is what I asked for, and he's not a fall guy unless he's a cinch to take the fall.
You are an uncommonly difficult person to get the best of. I begin to think we made a mistake in not letting you alone from the very first. By gad, I do.
You haven't done so bad. You're staying out of jail and you're getting the Falcon. Why did he kill Thursby?
Thursby was a notorious killer and Miss O'Shaughnessy's ally. His removal might make her stop and think that perhaps it would be best to patch up her differences with us after all.
You didn't think he might have the Falcon?
We had the advantage of knowing Miss O'Shaughnessy far too well for that, though we didn't know then that she had given the Falcon to Captain Jacoby in Hong Kong to be brought over in La Paloma while they took a faster boat.
You didn't try to make a deal with him before you gave him the work?
We certainly did. Wilmer brought him over to see me, presumably after he had killed your partner. But we could do nothing with him. He was quite determinedly loyal to Miss O'Shaughnessy. Well, sir, Wilmer followed him back to his hotel and did what he did.
That sounds all right. Now Jacoby.
Captain Jacoby's death was entirely Miss O'Shaughnessy's fault.
That's a lie.
Tell me what happened.
Well, Cairo, as you know, got in touch with me after his encounter with Miss O'Shaughnessy and yourself. He'd seen the notice of the arrival of La Paloma, and being a man of nice judgment, he guessed just what had happened, that Miss O'Shaughnessy had given the bird to Jacoby to bring here for her.
Jacoby did not know what it was, of course.
Mr. Cairo and Wilmer and I called on Jacoby and were fortunate enough to arrive while Miss O'Shaughnessy was there. In many ways, it was a difficult conference, but by midnight we had persuaded Miss O'Shaughnessy to come to terms, or so we thought. We set off for my hotel, where I was to pay Miss O'Shaughnessy and receive the bird, but en route, she and Captain Jacoby and the bird slipped through our fingers.
How did the boat catch fire?
That, sir, is something of a mystery. Wilmer had been trying to find the Falcon while we were talking in the cabin. No doubt he was careless with matches. Something was left smouldering.
All right. Now about the shooting.
Well, eventually, sir, we located Miss O'Shaughnessy's apartment. They were talking together. But Jacoby got wind of us and left with the Falcon by the fire escape, where he ran into Wilmer. He shot Jacoby more than once, but Jacoby was too tough to either fall or drop the Falcon. He knocked Wilmer down and ran on.
So much for Wilmer. Go on.
We persuaded, that is the word, sir, Miss O'Shaughnessy to tell us that she had told Jacoby to take the bird to you. It seemed unlikely that he'd live to go that far, and so we, persuaded Miss O'Shaughnessy to phone your office in an attempt to draw you away before Jacoby got there. Unfortunately, it had taken so long to persuade Miss O'Shaughnessy to cooperate with us that you had the Falcon before we could contact you.
Oh, he's coming round. Wilmer, my dear.
It's you. Yeah. Now listen, kid. If you come over here and start cutting up, I'm going to kick your face in.
Well, Wilmer, I'm sorry indeed to lose you. I couldn't be fonder of you if you were my own son, but, well, if you lose a son, it's possible to get another. But there's only one Maltese Falcon.
Wilma, come here.
When you're young, you don't understand things.
Bridget, I think it would be swell if you can see what you can find us to eat in the kitchen with plenty of coffee. Will you do that? I don't like to leave my guests.
I'd be glad to.
Just a moment, my dear. Hadn't you better leave the envelope in here? You don't want to get grease spots on it.
Sam?
It's still his. Here, sit on it if you're afraid of losing it.
Oh, you misunderstand me. It's just that business should be transacted in a business-like manner. For instance, there are only 9 bills here now.
What?
There were 10 when I handed it to you.
Well, Bridget?
What do you mean?
Miss O'Shaughnessy and I are going in the bathroom. And remember, I've got the guns. The door will be open, and unless you want a 3-story drop, there's no way out of here except past the bathroom door. Don't try to make it.
Oh, you must know so, if not the least desire to leave.
I'll know a lot when I'm through. It won't take long. Come on.
I did not take that bill, Sam.
I don't think you did, but I've got to know. Take your clothes off.
You won't take my word for it?
No, take your clothes off.
I won't.
All right, we'll go back to the other room and I'll have them taken off.
You would?
I will. I'm not going to be held up by anybody's maiden modesty.
It isn't that. I'm not ashamed to be naked before you, but can't you see? I'm not like this.
I've got to know what happened to that bill. Take them off.
Very well. Can't you see that you're killing something?
Keep going.
You shouldn't make me do this, Sam.
I've got to know.
Well?
Nothing. Thanks. Now I know. Get dressed.
Find it?
No, I didn't find it. You palmed it.
I palmed it, sir.
You want to admit it? Do you want to stand for a frisk? There's no third way.
But yet, sir, I believe you'd actually search me. I really do. You're a character, sir, if you don't mind my saying so.
You palmed it.
Yes, sir, that I did hear. I must have my little joke every now and then, and I was curious to know what you'd do in a situation of that sort. I must say that you passed the test with flying colours, sir. It never occurred to me that you'd hit on such a simple way of getting at the truth.
That's the kind of thing I'd expect from someone the punk's age.
Look, Spade, I'm going gently now, don't let him rile you. You shut your face.
But, Wilma, I'm your friend.
You keep away!
What's going on?
The course of true love.
How's the food coming along, Miss O'Shaughnessy?
I'll see to it now.
Let's talk about money.
Willingly, sir, with all my heart. But I might as well tell you that 10,000 is every cent I can raise.
I ought to have 20.
I wish you could. I'd give it gladly if I could. Of course, sir, you understand this is simply the first payment. Later...
15.
Mr. Spade, I tell you on my honor as a gentleman.
That's not any too good, but if it's the best you can do, give it to me.
Very well. And now?
We wait for our supper and for the dawn.
Have you anything I can read, sir?
How about the history of Alcatraz? It's good for a laugh.
Is it time? Can you get it now?
7 o'clock. I guess it's time. Hello, Angel. I'm sorry to get you up. Here's the plot. In our Holland box at the post office, you'll find an envelope addressed in my scribble. There's a Pickwick stage parcel room check in it for that little bundle we got yesterday. Will you get the bundle and bring it to me at my place, PDQ? Yeah, that's the girl. You enjoying the book?
Heady stuff, sir. Heady stuff.
You got time for another chapter? I guess that's her.
You don't mind if I go with you?
You scared I'll run off with your precious bird?
Just a precaution.
Oh, here's a parcel.
Thanks a lot, lady. I'm sorry to spoil your day of rest.
Not the first one you've spoiled. Anything else?
No, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, here we go. Not the punk. He stays on the sofa. Go ahead, Gutman. It's all yours.
After 17 years, to actually hold it in my hands.
Shouldn't we make sure?
What do you mean?
That it's the real thing.
Perhaps you're right. If I scrape a little of the enamel off with a knife... Lead. It's a fake.
Just a minute.
Let go of me!
Bridget, you've had your little joke.
Oh, Sam, no. That is the one I got from Kamadov, I swear.
That's it. It was the Russian. I should have known he'd make fools of us. Oh, you bungled it. You fat fool. You and your stupid attempt to buy it from him. You let him know it was valuable, and he found out how valuable and made this fake. Oh, no wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Oh, come, sir, there's no need to go on like that. Everybody errs at times, and you may be sure that it is every bit as severe a blow to me as to anybody else. It's the Russian's hand, there's no doubt of it.
Oh, no.
Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names, or shall we go to Constantinople?
Constantinople?
For 17 years I've wanted that little item. If I must spend another year on the quest, well, sir, that will be an additional expenditure in time of only 5 15/17%.
I go with you. I go with you to Constantinople.
Just a minute. Where's the punk? You must have skipped while you were shouting.
Got clean away. There goes your fall guy, sir.
Well, sir, I must say you're a fine lot of thieves.
We've little enough to boast about, and that's a fact, sir. But, well, we're none of us dead yet, and there's not a bit of use thinking the world's come to an end just because we've run into a little setback. I'll have to ask you for that envelope, Mr. Spade.
I held up my end. You got your dingus. It's your hard luck, not mine, that it wasn't what you wanted.
Come now, sir, we've all failed, and there's no reason for expecting any one of us to bear the brunt of it. I hate to have to threaten violence, but I must ask you, sir, to return my $10,000.
What a dinky little pistol. Okay. I'll keep one bill. That'll take care of my time and expenses.
Very well, sir. Very well. And now we'll take our leave of you. Unless you care to undertake the Constantinople expedition with us. You don't. Well, sir, frankly, I'd like to have you along. You're a man to my liking. I'm sure you'll somehow manage the police without Wilmer.
I'll make out all right.
Well, sir, the shortest farewells are the best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, adieu. I leave you the rara avis on the table as a little memento. Come, Cairo.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Is that Tom Pohouse? Tom, it's Sam. I got something for you.
Don't talk, just listen. Thursby and Jacoby were shot by a kid named Wilmer Cook. Around 20 years old, 5'5", fair hair, blue eyes. He's working for a man named Casper Gutman, a great fat guy dressed like an Englishman at the races. That fellow Cairo you met is with him, too. Gutman's staying at the Alexandria, Suite 12C. They just left here, and they're blowing town, so you'll have to move fast. But I don't think they're expecting a pinch. Watch out for the kid. He's dangerous. And one more thing. I think I got the guns he used. That's right. Now step on it.
But aren't they going to talk?
Sure they'll talk. We're sitting on dynamite. We only got minutes to get set for the police. Now give me all of it fast. Gutman sent you and Cairo to Constantinople. God damn you, talk.
Yes. He sent me. I met Joe Cairo there and asked him to help me get the bird from Kemidov.
For Gutman?
No, not then. We thought we could get it for ourselves.
All right, then?
I was afraid that Joe wouldn't play fair. I got Floyd Thursby to help me.
And he did. Well?
Well, we got it and went to Hong Kong.
With Cairo?
We left him in jail in Constantinople. Something about a check.
Something you fixed?
Yeah.
So you and Thursby are in Hong Kong with the bird?
Yes, and I didn't know whether I could trust Floyd. I met Captain Jacoby, and I asked him to bring the bird back with him. He didn't know what it was.
And you and Thursby caught a faster boat. Then what?
Then I was afraid of Gutman. I knew he'd find out what we'd done. I thought he might find me or find Floyd and buy him over. That's why I came to you and asked you to help.
That's a lie. You had Thursby hooked and you knew it. He was a sucker for women. You wanted to get him out of the way before Jacoby came with the loot. What was the scheme?
I knew he'd left the States after some trouble or other. I don't know what it was. I thought if he saw a detective watching him, he'd think it was on account of the old trouble and would be panicked into going away. I didn't think that he...
You told him that he was being shadowed. Miles didn't have many brains, but he wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted on the first night.
Yes. I told him. When we went for a walk that night, I pointed Archer out to Floyd. Sam, you must believe me. I wouldn't have done it if I had thought Floyd would kill him. I just wanted to frighten him. I didn't think for a minute he'd shoot him.
If you thought he wouldn't, you were right, Angel.
What do you mean?
Thursby didn't shoot him.
But he must have.
Miles didn't have many brains, but Christ, he'd worked too many to be caught up a blind alley with his gun tucked away on his hip and his overcoat buttoned. Thursby couldn't have tricked Miles into the alley like that. But there was someone who could.
Sam?
He'd have gone up there with you, sweetheart. He was just dumb enough for that. He'd have looked you up and down and licked his lips and gone grinning from ear to ear. And then you could have stood as close to him in the dark as you like and put a hole through him with the gun you got from Thursby that evening.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I couldn't do a terrible thing like that.
Stop it! This isn't the spot for the schoolgirl act. The pair of us are sitting under the gallows. Now talk! Why did you shoot him?
I didn't mean to. I didn't really. But when I saw Floyd couldn't be frightened, I thought...
That's a lie. You asked Miles and me to handle it ourselves. You wanted to be sure the shadower was someone you knew and who knew you, so they'd go with you.
Yes, it was a lie. I can't look at you and say this, Sam. I knew Floyd wouldn't be easily frightened, but I thought that if he knew somebody was shadowing him, either he'd... I can't say it, Sam.
You thought Floyd would tackle him and one or the other would go down. If Thursby was the one, then you'd be rid of him. That it?
Something like it.
And when you found that Thursby didn't mean to tackle him, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
Yes, but not exactly.
And you thought Floyd would be nailed for the killing.
I thought they'd hold him at least until after Captain Jacoby had arrived with the Falcon, and then...
And you didn't know that until you heard that Thursby had been shot. Then you knew you needed another protector, so you came back to me, right?
Yes, but... Oh, sweetheart, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the first instant I saw you, I knew you
Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years, and you can come back to me then.
What do you mean?
I hope to Christ they don't hang you, precious, by that sweet neck.
You're not going?
I'm going to send you over, sweetheart. One of us has to take it. After the talking all those birds will do, they'd hang me, sure. You're likely to get a better break. If they do hang you, I'll always remember you.
But Sam, you can't. Not after what we've been to one another. You can't.
Like hell I can't. You knocked off Miles, you double-crossed Gutman, Cairo, Thursby.
But you know, Sam, down in your heart, that I love you, Sam.
I don't care who loves who. You've never played square with me for half an hour at a stretch since I've known you. You killed Miles and you're going over for it. I can't help you now, and I wouldn't if I could.
Don't help me then, but don't hurt me. Let me go away now.
No, I'm sunk if I haven't got you to hand over to the police when they come.
You won't do that for me?
I won't play the sap for you.
Why must you do this to me, Sam? Surely Archer wasn't as much
Miles
to you
was
as
a son
I...
of a bitch. But when a man's partner is killed, you're supposed to do something about it. It doesn't make any difference what you thought of him. He was your partner, and you're supposed to do something about it. Then, as it happens, we were in the detective business. And when one of your organization gets killed, it's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Also, I'm a detective, and expecting me to run criminals down and then let them go is like asking a dog to catch a rabbit and then let it go.
You're not serious. You don't expect me to believe these things are sufficient reason for sending me to the gallows?
Wait until I'm through, and then you can talk. No matter what I wanted to do, I couldn't let you go without being dragged to the gallows with the others. Next, I've no reason in God's world to think I could trust you. You've got something on me that you could use whenever you wanted to. And since I've got something on you, I couldn't be sure you wouldn't decide to put a hole in me someday. And what have we got on the other side? All we've got is the fact that maybe you love me, and maybe I love you.
You know whether you do or not.
Suppose I do, what then? Maybe next month I won't. If I send you over, I'll be sorry as hell. I'll have some rotten nights, but that'll pass. Listen, if that doesn't mean anything to you, forget it. We'll make it this. I won't because all of me wants to. Wants to say to hell with the consequences and do it. And because, goddamn you, you've counted on that with me, the same as you counted on that with the others.
Look at me, Sam, and tell me the truth. Would you have done this to me if the Falcon had been real? And you had been paid your money?
Well, a lot of money would have at least been one more item on the other side of the scales.
If you loved me, you'd need nothing more on that side.
I won't play the sap for you.
Kiss me, Sam.
This is it, sweetheart. Hello, Tom. Dundee?
Hi.
You get them?
Got them.
Swell. Here's another for you. She killed Miles. And I got some exhibits. The boys' guns, the black statuette that all the hell was about, and a $1,000 bill that I was supposed to be bribed with. Now, what the hell's the matter with your little playmate, Tom? He looks heartbroken. I bet when he heard Gutman's story, he thought he had me at last.
We got the story from Cairo. Gutman's dead. The kid had just finished shooting him when we got there. It looks like you're in the clear, Spade. Come on, lady. Let's go.
Goodbye, Sam.
Goodbye, Angel. Morning, sweetheart.
Morning, Sam. I was, reading in the paper. Is what they say right?
Yes, ma'am. So much for your woman's intuition.
And it was you that sent her over? You did that to her, Sam?
That's right. She did kill Miles, sweetheart. Offhand, like that. Oh, come on, Angel.
Don't touch me, Sam, please. I know you're right. You're right, but just don't touch me now, please.
Look, Angel, It sounds like a customer.
I'll see to it. Iva is here.
Uh-huh.
Well, what shall I do?
Send her in, darling. Send her in.
The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett. Dramatized by Michael Bakewell. Sam Spade was played by Tom Wilkinson. Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Jane Lapetere. Mr. Gutman, Peter Vaughan. Joel Cairo, Nicholas Grace. Wilma, Peter Raker. Effie, Mia Soteriou. Miles Archer, William Hope. Ida, Liza Ross. Tom Polhouse, Norman Jones. Lieutenant Dundee, Harry Taub. District Attorney Bryan, Don Fellows. With Keith Edwards, Robin Summers, and Arnold Diamond. Technical presentation by David Greenwood, David Chilton, and Anthony Cherry. The play was directed by Jane Morgan.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Peter Lowry. Have you become bored with crimes of passion? Does the unhealthy atmosphere of doom leave you strangely discontented? Or you still appreciate a murder attempt? It doesn't have to be so dismal. If that is the case, my friends, listen tonight to the Mystery Playhouse. I know a young couple, an extremely normal and happy pair, who apparently have nothing better to do than to become endlessly involved with murder and the like. They seem to flit from crime to crime with a happy and preoccupied abandon of children on a picnic, gaily rubbing elbows with a grim reaper and probably exclaiming when someone remonstrates with them, "Well, isn't everybody?" So tonight, adding an ingenious domestic touch to the usual Mystery Playhouse fare, we acquaint you, or reacquaint you, as the case may be, with Mr. and Mrs. Norris. Remember? Well, we come upon them, or rather Mr., as he's about to answer the phone. A routine he's evidently been through many times lately.
Hello? No, I'm not Pamela North. He hung up, as usual. Maybe I better practice up on my falsetto. In a hurry this time. Hello? I am not... Dead. Oh, the door. Maybe he didn't believe me. No, I'm not Pamela North.
Well, of course not. I am.
Hello, Pam.
Oh, I'm glad to be home, darling.
Wasn't the reunion fun?
It was awful. Everybody sat around noticing how much older everybody else looked.
Post-mortems, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, is there a man in your life?
Of course, dear. You.
There must be somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't been calling myself up and asking me if I weren't Pamela North.
Darling, you're not well.
I'm in perfect health. Listen, some goon has been phoning every hour and asking for you. As soon as I convince him that I'm not you, he hangs up.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, it's reasonable enough,
I
but...
wonder if it has anything to do with the little man.
What little man?
The one who followed me home.
Maybe I should have asked you about the men in your life.
Certainly, darling. The street was so dark and he was so gray, sort of, and indistinct. I ran.
Did he run after you?
I don't know.
I would have.
You did.
But you slowed up for me.
Oh.
You answer it. I wouldn't want to disappoint him again.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes, this is Pamela North. What did you... hello? Yes.
I know, he hung up. Probably thinks it's good, clean fun.
You know, darling, I am getting scared.
Nothing to get scared about. You're beautiful and... Come here to the window.
All right, darling. Wait.
Is that your little man coming down the street?
Yes, sir. He's looking up at the house numbers. I thought he was only a nasty little old man, but...
Come away from the window.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Oh, I may just be imagining things, Jerry. My imagination can't be that vivid.
Maybe a car backfiring.
Oh, no, those are shots.
I'll take a look.
Jerry, don't you go near that window.
Relax, darling. No one could see me up here. Funny.
What is?
He's deserted.
The little man?
He's gone, too. Maybe that was a car backfiring. At any rate, most people would think so.
Darling, we've heard guns being fired too often.
Well, whoever fired those shots isn't there anymore. Neither is your little man. I sort of suspect he's disappeared from our lives. I hope.
That is our doorbell.
Uh-huh.
Let's make believe we're not home, Jerry.
It might be important.
That's what I mean.
I'd better see who that is. It's silly being terrified by nothing, Pam.
You can answer the door if you wish, darling, but I'm going to keep right on being terrified.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no. No, I'm going with you. I want to be terrified in company.
All right, but get over to one side. I'm going to open the door.
All right, darling. It's the little man.
So it is. Won't you come in, please? Thank you. Shut the door, darling.
Uh-huh.
You come on, North?
Yes, I am. Jerry, he's ill.
Not ill. Please, let him speak. They will kill you, Pamela. You need a doctor. You better not strain yourself by speaking. Must speak. Don't need doctor. Must speak. I heard them red line bar. Kill Pamela North. Yeah.
The phone.
I'm done. He collapsed suddenly. Hot breath. I'll lay him down here on the sofa. Get his coat open.
Shall I phone for a doctor, darling?
No. There's nothing a doctor can do for him.
Dead?
Chest full of bullets. Yes, he's dead.
Oh, poor little man. But who...
He came here to warn you against a murderer, darling. But the murderer got to him first.
All right, get the stiff out here, boys. Well, Mr. and Mrs. North, you have made your contribution to the city morgue game.
I wish we knew whom we contributed.
No identification on him. Just a tramp.
Sergeant Mullins. He was killed because he wanted to warn me. And I ran away from him.
Easy, darling. You couldn't have known that.
But who would want to kill you, Mrs. North?
I don't know. Jerry and I have helped catch a few criminals.
I don't think it's that. Otherwise, they would have been gunning after both of us. The little man said the plans were to kill Pamela. And the man who kept phoning asked for Pamela North.
Wanted to make sure she was here, and then he was going to come around and...
ran into the little man. He must have recognized him.
Shot him. But the little man remained alive long enough to... To what?
He didn't mention no name?
No, Mullins, no name.
That's too bad. And who do you got in the house?
Oh, that's not much use. Pam and I can't live indefinitely under police protection.
Well, what are you figuring on doing?
Remember what somebody said once, the best defense is a good attack? Well, that's what we're going to do.
How?
Pam and I are going to have a drink.
This ain't no time for light refreshment.
At the Red Line Bar.
Oh, stop that silk jock.
Oh, pipe down, lad.
I want to know who stopped that jock.
Stop that noise and depart.
Your language? What's your language, partner?
There's a berth in the gutter waiting for you. Go fill it.
Unhand me a big bucket.
Come on, depart.
Jerry, this isn't getting us anywhere.
It's lots of good, clean fun, though.
In a raucous sort of way. There he goes.
There he went. Well, nobody seems to have noticed it.
Somebody has just noticed me, darling.
That drunk, he's in again. Oh, the guy's a virtuoso.
Lady, are them whistles vice, Tracy?
I beg your pardon, bartender?
Are you considering swapping partners?
Oh, no. No, I like this one.
Then I'll throw that bum out again.
Don't bother. We're leaving. Come on, Pam.
All right, Jerry.
The decorations may not be so nice, but you do meet such lovely people at the Red Line Bar.
Mm-hmm. We must invite them to a nightmare sometime.
I'd rather give up sleeping. The door, my lady.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Good to breathe air again.
The atmosphere in that joint should be bottled and sent to Hitler.
Oh, darling. Our idea wasn't so good, was it?
Just a second, darling. My shoelace. There. All right, now. What'd you say?
Our idea wasn't so good. Coming to the Red Line Bar, I mean.
I'm not so sure of that. You see, we have company.
Yes.
Don't stop and don't look back. We're being followed.
But maybe
Too many cars and people around. He'll wait.
I don't doubt it, darling. We have to...
Uh-huh. We'll turn at this corner. There. Now, quick. Back into that doorway. Our friend will be coming around the corner in a minute. Uh-huh. There he comes now. And when he passes here... No, there you go.
You were looking for us, weren't you?
Yeah.
Jerry, it's the drunk.
Oh, that beautiful lady. It's no good, pal. You were walking a very straight line trailing us. You see, I saw you. So what? I don't like being followed. Not unless there's a good reason. What's yours?
I was taking a walk. It ain't unconstitutional, is it?
Oh, I see. Tam, do you remember anything in the Constitution about taking a sock at anyone?
I don't think so.
Good. Then I should be able to go ahead with a clear Constitution, so to speak.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing it to?
Beat the living daylights out of you, do you mind?
Do I mind yet? You ain't got a right.
But I'm bigger than you are.
Don't get reckless. You can keep my coat.
Jerry, he got away.
Oh, darling, I let him get away. Because I want to find out where he's going.
Very clever of you, darling, to have a taxi waiting outside the bar for us.
I thought we might need one in a hurry, so I gave Mahatma his instructions. Right, Mahatma?
Right, wrong. It's all a question of history, Mr. North.
Better keep your eyes on that car we're following, or your history will come to a sudden close.
Maybe I would be happier. Maybe that is the best thing. As I sit here listening to the quiet ticking of the meters, I say to myself, Mahatma, whither art thou blowing? Don't look now, Mr. North, but if we keep on driving in the same direction any longer, we are all going to be swimming.
Jerry, isn't that the Atlantic Ocean?
Sorry, I'm afraid it's only Long Island Sound. Careful, Mahatma, he's turning off the road.
I better stop.
There's a gate up ahead, darling, in this wall to our left.
Uh-huh. Must be an estate. There he goes. Through the gate.
Gate swung to behind him.
Let's take a look up close. It's a nice night.
Cold. Jerry.
Is that a horse or a dog? On the other side of the gate, thank heaven.
Darling, we're not going in.
It is too late to visit. That mailbox on the side of the road. At least we'll find out who owns the joint. Let's see. Douglas Grant.
Douglas Grant? Jerry, I know who he is.
Name seems familiar to me, too. But better get back to the car and away from here. I don't want that dog to go around anyone suspicious.
All right, Jerry. No, I can't understand why Douglas Grant should want to kill me, darling.
Well, we've no real indication that he does.
All I did was witness his marriage to Joan. It was an elopement, Jerry, and terribly romantic. Even though Douglas was suspected of being a racketeer.
Wait a minute. I remember now. Grant's name was in the papers. He's going to marry that hardware heiress, Barbara Selden. Their engagement's been announced, and...
Oh, but he can't do that, darling. He's married to Joan.
Who knew about that marriage besides you?
Timmy Jones. He was the other witness. But, he died shortly afterwards. So, I guess I'm the only one who knows. Outside of Joan, of course.
Uh-huh. Darling, were you fond of Joan?
She was a very good friend of mine before I married you. Why do you?
Because I've an idea that Joan is among the missing. Hello?
Hello, Mr. North. We ain't traveling fast.
I didn't think you would. Thanks anyway, Mullins. So long. No record of a Pam. No record of any divorce. No record of a death.
Douglas Grant is planning to marry again. Jerry, he must be sure that she's going to listen.
Uh-huh, very sure. And there's only one way he could be sure. Come on, darling. We're going back to Long Island.
This section of the country please you, Mr. North?
It's all right. Ham, have you got the liver?
Pounds of it. He would have a great day. It took every ration point I had.
Never mind. We'll eat spinach.
Here's the joint again.
Pam, you stay with Mahatma. I'm just going to take a look around. Let me have a little.
Here, darling. But are you sure it's safe?
Uh-huh. I'm not going to interview Mr. Grant. Not just yet.
Mrs. North, suppose that dog don't like liver.
Mahatma, Jerry's been gone an awfully long time. I'm scared.
Speaking philosophically, so am I.
What kind of philosophy is that?
I will explain to you some other time when my teeth ain't rattling. What's that?
Oh, darling, I was so...
Relax, sweetheart. The worst is yet to come.
That's where the Mahatma goes. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Mahatma.
Did you find anything, Jerry?
Uh-huh. A smear of cement under the floorboard of Mr. Grant's motorboat.
Really?
I couldn't go near the house. Grant and his little friend are at home. But I did go to the boathouse. I found a motorboat and a rowboat. We can't use the motorboat, but I pushed the rowboat along shore. We can reconceal it.
If we want to.
Oh, but we do want to. Aren't you forgetting that smear of cement?
Oh, yeah, the cement. But the only thing is, what about it?
Pam, you and Mahatma will have to come with me. I'll need a little help.
Darling, what are we going to do?
Oh, didn't you know? We're going rowing.
One more shove, Mahatma, and we'll have this thing afloat. One more shove, and a Mahatma will be flat on its kitter.
Never say die. Come on. There. That's floating.
For how long?
No kibitzing. All aboard.
Darling, you know I love to go boating. But at midnight...
It's a very fine boat. Columbus crossed the ocean in a boat like this.
I'm not Columbus.
Neither am I, but I want to go fishing.
You ain't got no fishing rod.
I'm not fishing for fish. I'm fishing for evidence.
In Long Island Sound?
Uh-huh. Remember that cement.
You should let me forget it.
Plus another thing, darling. Grant is planning to marry again for money. He wouldn't risk bigamy. That's why I spent half the day going over those charts of the Sound. I had a hunch, and the cement confirmed it. Get in, Pam.
Easy now.
There. How is it?
Yeah.
Climb in, Mahatma.
Okay, but my philosophy don't approve.
Wait for baby. There, we're all aboard.
Jerry, darling, you know how big Long Island Sound is.
Roughly, why?
And you expect to find anything beneath it?
It's easier than that, darling. Grant wouldn't have dared cart his evidence around too long. He would have picked the nearest and deepest spot. That's where we're going. Grab an oar, Mahatma.
Should have stuck to my cab. Okay.
Then stroke.
Golly, it's dark out here in the water. Clouds over the moon.
Just as well. I don't want Grant to see us.
It's dark. Cold. Jerry, I'm shivering.
You want to row?
I'm not that cold.
Mr. North, maybe you rowed for Harvard. Me, all I ever did in this line was row a babe around Central Park. Hey, man, I've heard you tell that.
Take it easy, Mahatma. We're just about where we should be. That big locust tree lined up with the lighthouse there. Triangulated with... Uh-huh. Pull your oar in, Mahatma.
If I got this straight.
You like this spot, darling?
Uh-huh. The water's deepest here.
There must be other deep spots in the Sound.
But none right off Mr. Grant's estate. Excuse me while I stand up.
Don't ask me. Ask the boat.
Why it don't capsize, I will never Hey, Mr. North.
Yeah?
You were taking off your clothes.
That's right.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mahatma. Jerry always takes off his clothes when he gets into a rowboat. Something that happened in his childhood, no doubt.
There. You like my shorts, Mahatma? Well, here goes.
Jerry, where are you going?
Swimming. So long.
He went over.
He went under.
He'll be up. Look. Look, the moon is coming out. Ain't it a beautiful sight?
Jerry, coming up out of that water would be even more beautiful. Oh, I wish... Jerry.
Hello, Dolly. The water's fine.
You come right out of Long Island Sound.
I'm going down again.
I married a madman.
Mrs. North, there is always a reason for everything. For example, oysters is now in season. Maybe Mr. North is picking his own.
If he is, I'll serve him to them.
Don't look now, but he's surfaced again.
Sit tight while I climb in. Oh, that's better.
You have a nice swim, darling?
Wonderful. I found what I was looking for. See?
What is it? Looks like a piece of silk that might have been ripped off a dress.
It was ripped off a dress. I ripped it off.
A dress. Under there.
Yes, darling. And Joan Grant is inside that dress.
Boy, am I glad to be out of that boat.
So am I. Oh, Jerry, it's dreadful.
No, not pleasant. See, we left our taxi so far away. It's Grant spotted us in that moonlight.
Jerry Grant killed her, didn't he?
Uh-huh. I suspected that when I saw the cement in his boat. It's a common practice of gangsters to get rid of a corpse permanently by encasing its feet in a solid block of cement and dumping it into a river or...
Or the sound. Oh, Jerry. Joan was such a lovely, gentle girl.
Oh, now, Pam. At any rate, I rather think Grant's jig is up.
You're being a little hasty, aren't you?
But Douglas Grant.
Evening, Miss Blake. No. Be careful. I have a gun. And so has my, associate. Peter?
Yeah?
Frisk them. They're drunk.
Hiya, pal. Keep the mitts up.
The, moonlight betrayed you, Mr., Oh, Pamela, won't you introduce us?
Jerry's my husband. Gerald North.
Oh. Well, congratulations, Mr. North. You make a very handsome couple. Too bad, isn't it, that your marriage no longer has any future?
Too bad you found the body, North. Because I think the boss is out mixing a lot of cement for the three of you.
Help him kill his wife, Pete?
Nah. I was passing a little time in the state pen at that moment.
Then why get involved in a murder rap now?
You want to tell me a boogie story?
No. Pete, you know who we are?
Yeah, amateur dicks.
We work with the police.
So what?
They've got a detective tailing us ever since this case began.
That's a lie. I was tailing you myself the night after the bum got his. There was nobody else on you.
Are you sure?
Well, where are they?
They'll be here. They may be too late to save us, but they'll get you.
Forget it.
Mr. North, maybe I could jump him. Even if I stopped a few, you might be able to...
He's got
a Tommy gun, Mahatma.
He's also getting ready for the electric. Look, mister. You're talking through your hat.
Don't forget, Pete, no matter how much money you squeeze out of Grant, it won't do you any good where you're going.
Cut that talk out.
I'm sorry for you. You've been suckered, Pete. Suckered good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Where's Grant?
I told you he's out fixing.
You mean that's what he told you? Maybe he's leaving you here holding the bag.
They can't pin his wife killing on me. I was in the pen.
How about the other murder?
You think Grant's going to... no.
Why not? If we die, he's clear on his wife's murder. Then he throws you to the cops.
Yeah? Then I'd talk. I'd tell him.
What would you tell them, Pete?
He's going to shoot.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll give it to him. No, you blinking fool! Oh. Yeah. Ha! He's dead, the dirty murderer. I did it with me little Tommy gun.
Let me take a look. Uh-huh. Good for you, Pete.
Thanks.
There's something else you may want to thank me for. Mr. North, that was a blow of true magnificence. I had to do it. He's a killer. You mean Grant? Well, for killing that rat, he deserves a medal. I didn't mean Grant.
But Pete couldn't have killed Joan.
I didn't mean Joan either, darling.
Oh, the little man.
Pardon me, folks, while I massage him once more. He will now remain unconscious a while longer. Nice going, Mahatma.
Jerry, I knew you were working on Pete psychologically. That's why I screamed that Grant was going to do it.
You did it very well, darling.
But how do we know Pete killed the little man?
Well, for one thing, because we know Grant didn't.
Oh, we do.
Of course. Grant called you by your maiden name, Pamela Blake. He didn't know you were married. Therefore, he couldn't have been the one who came to our house and killed the little man there when he recognized him as the man he'd seen in the bar.
Oh, I guess so. And besides, the little man said that the plan was to kill Pamela North. But Grant didn't know that. He thought I was still Pamela Blake, which is the name he must have told Pete when he hired Pete to kill me. Pete must have checked and found out I was married. And so the little man overheard him say Pamela North.
Right, darling. Plus one other thing. We hadn't said anything about any other murder. Yet Pete said he's been trailing us since the bum got his, remember?
Uh-huh.
And do you know why the little man rushed to warn us?
His name was Franklin.
Franklin? Joan's father?
Oh?
Oh, darling, you're very bright.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm just inspired.
Like how?
Well, like this.
You again? Where is that wrench? Now, will you be quiet?
Give me a gun, Jerry.
All right.
Hey, what's going on in the back of the cab? Uh-oh. Kissing game. Speaking philosophically, I bet it's fun.
Love. It's wonderful. Just get those two a good murder and leave the moon for more ordinary lovers. Well, Mr. and Mrs. North, thank you, and may your wedded bliss continue, may blossom as crime marches on. And now, to the green room, and a glimpse of our next performance in a mystery playhouse. Come with me, please. Come. Come.
Why can't I go, Ella? Oh, my dear child, you're much too young to handle business matters. Oh, I was 67 last month. You're still my baby sister. I have qualms every time I send you around the corner to the store. You could hardly expect me to send you on an errand like this. Well. Listen to me for a minute. Yes, I want you to wait here in the house for me until I return. Yes, of course. You're not to answer the doorbell if it rings. I understand. I shall bring the food back with me. All right. I never intended to break my vow and leave this house. But for your sake and mine, I must. Why? There's some important reason why we've not received our allowance. I'm going to see Mr. Douglas and find out. Mr. Douglas?
Yes?
I came here to your home for only one reason. Our allowance.
Well,
My sister and I have not received any money from you in the past 4 weeks.
Yes, I know that, Miss Crawford.
Well?
I've been meaning to drop around and go over the entire matter with you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have some rather shocking news for you.
What is it?
You haven't any more money.
You mean it's gone? All of it?
Yes. I regret to say it is.
I don't understand.
You and your sister are receiving a weekly income from the interest and securities that are left you both.
I know.
As the administrator of the estate, I have handled these securities to the best of my ability.
Yes?
Unfortunately, the companies that you held stock in were non-essential industries. The curtailment of war wiped them out.
Mr. Douglas, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Crawford, but it's true.
I think you have been dishonest with it.
Oh, now, just a minute, please.
And in view of that, you leave me very little choice.
What do you mean?
When I leave here, I shall go to the police.
Well, what for?
To have you arrested for stealing our money. It was too large a sum to just dissolve in the manner you described. Why did you lock that door?
I've been hoping you'd come here. That's why I stopped sending you the money.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. I'm merely going to kill you.
What? You're joking.
You think so?
Keep away from me. Keep away. Keep away.
Say, that doesn't sound too good for that poor old lady, does it? I'm afraid that Mr. Douglas meant what he said, aren't you? Well, try to bring me seats next time for the rest of this exciting story. Another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. This is Peter Lorre closing the door of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's something you can't handle and it must remain strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I've worked very hard to get what I want out of life. A successful marriage. A husband who's highly respected in the community. Everything. Now, by one of her foolish whims, my own sister threatens to destroy all that. She's been missing for 2 days and must be found without any publicity. That's why I'm calling on you.
Calling on you instead of the police. Phone me this afternoon when my husband is sure not to be here. Tuxedo Lake, 673. I'll be at your office any time you say. Signed, Edith Wilder.
Tuxedo Lake, huh?
Uh-huh.
That little body of water's become very fashionable lately.
Well, I don't want to sound grasping, George, but if the Wilders live on the exclusive island in Tuxedo Lake...
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. The fee could be a thing of beauty. All right, call Mrs. Wilder for an appointment at the office tomorrow morning.
After thinking it over, Mr. Valentine, I decided to bring Angela's husband with me.
Oh?
Edith, you shouldn't have hired this man's services. Angela is free to do anything she chooses now.
Leave this to me, Walter. This is my sister's husband, Mr. Philliston.
Mr. Philliston?
How do you do?
My assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if she takes some notes? So far, I'm in the dark about this whole thing.
Anytime you're ready.
It'll take just a few not very pleasant words. Angela's disappeared again. This time, there's every reason to believe it'll cause a scandal none of us will ever live down.
Oh, Edith.
Mrs. Wilder, just how old is your sister?
Well, she's 2 years younger than I am, 42. You'll get all the information you need, and I'm sure you'll know just how to proceed.
You may as well tell him the whole truth, Edith, as long as you've gone this far.
Walter.
Do you want me to put all this down, George?
No, Brooksy. I think we'll get to the point right now. Look, Mrs. Wilder, what about the whole truth?
Oh, I wanted to avoid that.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm Angela's third husband.
Take it down from here, Brooksy.
Right, George.
The third man she's married through a matrimonial agency.
And now corresponding with another man before she's even divorced from Walter.
Oh, I see.
No matter what happens, this must never come out. You don't know how people are out at Tuxedo Lake. Even if my own husband found this out...
When I put the word confidential in my ad, Mrs. Wilder, I meant it. Now, Mr. Philliston, are you sure your wife was corresponding with another man?
Yes, I found a letter from him and his picture in a bureau drawer. I tore it up right in front of her face and threw it in the fire.
Well, that wasn't very smart. It might have helped you get a divorce without paying through the nose.
Oh, I realize that now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, last Monday I had lunch with Angela. She said she'd settle for $20,000 in cash in our house on Tuxedo Island.
And you mean you just shelled out $20,000 like that?
Yes, that same afternoon. It seemed the easiest way. She threatened to sue me for desertion if I left her and take all the money I have if she took me to court and tied up my contracts. And I'm a builder, you know, and it would cost me much more than that.
I just want you to bring Angela back here before she causes a scandal that will wreck all our lives.
Mr. Philliston, would you recognize the man in that picture if you ever saw him?
I can't be sure. I suppose so. I was so upset I don't even remember the name if there was one.
George, don't you think we ought to get the name of that marriage club?
I ought to know that. That's the way I met her. It's the Selby Friendship Club. Meet your companion for life.
The important thing is this, Mr. Valentine. Walter is staying with me and my husband on the island. So far, we only told Richard that Angela is off visiting some friends. It must remain that way.
Okay, I'll do my best. You'd better give me the keys to your place, Philliston. Maybe I can pick up a lead there.
Here you are. That's that. When a woman is just over 40, you're well over 60.
This is no time for you to feel sorry for yourself, Walter.
Here you are, Brooksy. Take these keys. I'll meet you on the landing at Tuxedo Lake in a couple of hours. Then we'll go over to Mr. Philliston's house.
Okay, George. Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Pay a visit to the Selby Friendship Club. See what I can find out about Angela's unknown suitor. No, Mr. Selby, I'm afraid I'm not mistaken.
I can't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Not Angela Kramer Holloway, Philistine.
Amazing how you remember the names of all her husbands. But, of course, you've been providing her with them for years.
Young man, I don't like your cynical tone.
So sorry. I guess I got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning.
The Friendship Club serves a very definite purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Bringing together people with identical interests has proven much more successful than aimless courtships and haphazard romances. Our motto is meet your companion for life.
Such as Mrs. Angela Kramer Holloway Philistine.
Of course, there are exceptions.
All right,
but...
let's skip the spiel, Cupid. It stands to reason that if Angela got the romantic urge again, she'd patronize the Friendship Club, which gave us such excellent service in the past.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. I know of no correspondence between Mrs. Philistine and any of my clients.
You sure about that?
In fact, Mr. Valentine, I tore up Angela's card in our files. After a year, I assumed she was blissfully united with that nice elderly Mr. Philistine.
Well, don't get a nervous breakdown, friend. You can always type another card. Now, look, you put out a bulletin, don't you, listing the different eager beavers bent on matrimony?
Yes, indeed, once every month.
Well, if I could get a hold of your latest bulletin, maybe Mr. Philistine could spot the man he saw in that letter.
Unfortunately, the new bulletin won't be off the press at the Bixby printers for another week. Then I shall be glad to let you see one.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, don't mention it. But if you think I'm just one of those fly-by-night marriage bureaus, you're sadly mistaken. I've spent 30 years bringing together people who thought they didn't have a soulmate in the world.
Goodbye, Mr. Selby.
Well, George, looks as though this trip to Philistine's house wasn't worth the boat ride across the lake.
Yeah, Angel. Everything neat as a pin inside there. Not a sign of violence anywhere.
Well, we don't have much to work on, do we?
Well, I thought I could get something out of Selby. That was a complete washout.
Well, George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
May I say something? I mean, as a woman.
I wouldn't have you say it any other way.
Oh. Well, did you notice Mrs. Philistine's closets?
Oh, like any other woman's? Why?
Stuffed to overflowing with furs, lined with dozens of dresses and racks of shoes.
Look, this is no time to comment on feminine extravagance, Angel.
Yeah, but how about feminine psychology?
Huh?
Well, members of our sex just don't leave all those frills and fripperies behind, especially when we're supposed to be running off with another man.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. You got something.
Mm-hmm.
Look, get to a phone.
Okay, I saw one in the living room.
Call the Wilders. If Edith doesn't want to walk over here, ask her for a quick inventory of her sister's things.
Of course. She'll know if Angela took anything with her.
How do you like that? She can't just be missing. Nothing
Nothing
as simple...
ever is, my friend.
Hey, where did you come from?
Who are you, one of Angela's friends? It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're young, sometimes they're old.
What have you got to do with Angela?
Oh, nothing. I'm just her son.
Son?
So you see, I speak with authority. Can I get your drink?
Well, if you're her son, aren't you at all concerned about what's happened to her since Monday?
I haven't been able to sleep one single night.
Now, that's obvious.
I have the greatest admiration for my mother and her assorted husbands. I'm Bud Kramer. I spring from Mama's #1 marriage club bargain. Are you going to be the fourth, Papa?
The name's Valentine. I'm here to see if I can find your mother.
Get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out. If you never find her, it'll be the best break I ever got. This house will belong to me, and I'll come into some money.
If you don't stop sticking your chin in my face, son, I'm going to have to do something about it.
Oh, it's fine to have a mother you can respect. You know, you can always help her with her letters when she decides it's time for another husband. Well, didn't you hear me? Get out of here!
Let's not be a problem, huh?
Let go of my arm.
You'd better go upstairs and go to bed. You've had a busy night, and you've been getting around today, too. Go on, sleep it off.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sing myself to sleep with Brahms' lullaby. Or maybe I'll make it Mother McCree. Be sure to find my mother, will it? Tell her how much a little boy needs her.
George, who was that? What does he mean?
We'll get to him later. What did Edith say?
Well, it's the strangest thing, darling.
Yeah, what is?
Edith says apparently Angela didn't take a stitch of clothing with her. And you know that blue plaid dress hanging over the chair in her bedroom?
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, Walter said that was the one she wore the day he gave her the $20,000 and she disappeared.
With a towel around her or a bathing suit? Oh, no, Brooksy, this doesn't whack up at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's beginning to look more like something for homicide, not missing persons.
Well, Lieutenant Riley is just going to love us when we present him with this case.
Well, of course, we're not sure yet. Brooksy, I'm going to take one more stab at keeping this confidential.
Meaning?
A visit to Bixby Printers. I'd like to get a preview of next month's bulletin of the Friendship Club. I know Selby's bulletin hasn't come out yet, Mr. Bixby, but could I take a look at the advance proofs?
Well, I suppose I could do that for you. They're right over here.
Oh, we'll have them back in the morning. We just want someone to take a look at them.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you're from the police.
Well, let's just say I'm working with the police.
Well, okay, just so long I don't lose any time on the job. Yeah, they're right here in this file. I just had them out a couple hours ago. Selby called up and wanted something ripped out before we went to press.
Oh.
George, that would be after you talked to him.
Yeah, I know. Look, Bixby, have you got that part Selby wanted left out?
Was there a picture of a man in it?
No, as I remember it, it was the listing of a lady. She must have changed her mind. Happens all the time. Sent the picture back to Mr. Selby by messenger. But here's the copy that went with it, if you want to see it.
Yeah. Friendship Club member number 40. Young, attractive divorcee. Amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest. Major interests, good books, cooking, and so forth and so on.
Well, that's a dead end.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bixby, we'll have these back to you in the morning first thing. Let's get back, Brooksy.
You know, I'm beginning to feel like a Tuxedo Lake commuter. It's all very well to be exclusive, George, but I'd hate to make this trip to the island every time I came home late.
Yeah, it is kind of dark, Angel. But that green light way up ahead, that's the Philistine dock.
Say, what happens if Mr. Philistine doesn't recognize any of these Romeos in the bulletin as Angela's boyfriend?
Well, suspecting what we do, Brooksy, we'll just have to dump the case in Lieutenant Riley's lap tomorrow morning.
We won't be giving him much to work on, except our suspicions.
And the fact that when a woman walks around with $20,000 in cash, she just naturally... Hey, Brooksy, that motorboat coming toward us.
Well, they can see us. They've got their searchlight right on us.
Well, I can't see a thing with that glare.
Turn, George, turn. They're coming right at us.
I'm trying. What's the matter with you, you fool? Can't you see it? Brooksy!
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about preparedness and that summer holiday. If you're planning a vacation trip with the family car, here's a suggestion from a whole group of service folks, the men at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations. As soon as you can, stop in. They'll be glad to give your car a troubleshooting vacation check. It's no fun to be way out in the middle of nowhere with a broken fan belt or sparkless spark plugs or a radiator that wants to be a geyser. To guard against that kind of mishap on your vacation, get a bumper-to-bumper inspection before you leave. Comes the day you're ready to start out, make sure your car has its two best highway friends, Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM motor oil. Wherever your vacation takes you in the West, just keep in mind that the men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A small outboard motorboat heading toward the island in Tuxedo Lake. Suddenly, out of the darkness roars a powerful motorboat, its searchlight blinding George and Claire. A sudden, terrifying crash as the boat upsets, leaving its shaken occupants to struggle ashore. And now, a few minutes later, in front of the fireplace in the Philistine home, George and Claire are trying to puzzle out just what they might have stumbled on in this strange case of Angela Philistine. Angela, still married but corresponding with a matrimonial club, and now missing for days.
Oh, George, this fire feels wonderful.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, there's one thing sure. Whoever just tried to feed us to the fish is right here on Tuxedo Lake.
Yeah, but what is it we know that we don't know we know?
Oh, Brooksy, at this point, I don't know from nothing. The three people who might possibly want us out of the way are right here on this island. Bud Kramer, Angela's son, who hates his own mother.
Mr. Philistine, who got such a raw deal from Angela the one and only time he used the services of the Friendship Club.
Yeah, that's right. And Sister Edith, who said she'd do anything to keep a breath of scandal from the swank shores of Tuxedo Island.
All this doesn't exactly give you a comfortable feeling, does it?
Brooksy, before we see Lieutenant Riley in the morning, we're going to check every boat tied up around this lake.
George, where you going?
Hey, come here, Brooksy.
Huh? George, The Philistine boat.
Yeah, the Angela. Tied up right here in front of the house, as innocent as you please. And look at this big dent right here on her nose. All the paint scraped off.
Well, it looks more and more like it has to be one of those three.
Yeah.
Hey,
What the?
there's somebody out there in the lake, George.
Oh, what a night. Just hope whoever was using this boat tonight left the keys in it.
Valentine, I've told you. I went into the village to celebrate.
Sounds phony to me, Bud.
What have you got to celebrate with your mother missing?
Well, that's what I was celebrating.
Let's skip that routine.
I was feeling pretty good, so I thought I'd swim across the lake.
Clothes and all?
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Suddenly I had to prove to myself that I was a reasonable facsimile of a man.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not in very good shape.
How about this version, Bud? You tied up the Angela after you plowed into us. And you were swimming away from the island toward the shore.
Then you'd be in the clear.
I don't know what you two are talking about.
We'll see about that later. Now, you go upstairs to your room and stay there.
Look, you can't order me around.
I said go to your room.
Yeah, go to your room, buddy. When I was a kid, whenever I was in the way, Angela would say, go to your room, buddy. My adoring mother. Fun-loving. Anxious to live life to the fullest. Oh, where's my wondering mother tonight?
I can't help feeling sorry for that boy, George.
To tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to him very hard.
What?
These red flagstones in front of the fireplace.
Yeah, what about them?
Red stains on red flagstones wouldn't show up very clearly ordinarily. But the light of the fire brings them out.
Huh?
Look at them, Brooksy.
Is that blood?
Could be. This might be the sign of violence we didn't find when we went over this place before.
Well, if you're right, Lieutenant Riley will certainly have something to work on when we come back here in the morning.
And if I'm right, Brooksy, it means Angela Philistine was murdered.
All right, Valentine. Where are these blood stains you dragged me out here to see?
But, George, they're gone.
Wait a minute. What is this? Someone scrubbed these flagstones clean during the night.
You don't say.
Oh, what a mental midget I turned out to be. I should have stayed right here while you went back to town, Brooksy.
But how could anybody know what we found?
Oh, well, at least I'm bright enough to know the answer to that one. Somebody knew every move we made last night.
Ah! Stop sounding like a bee picture. Next you'll be talking about trap doors and hidden passages.
Oh, that's not fair, Lieutenant
I
Riley.
get dragged out of bed. I bring the best men in the department out here with me. They dredge the lake, and all they're coming up with is some undernourished trout.
All right, Riley. Give me a chance to think, will you?
Hayes here. Look at him. One of the best men in our lab, crawling around on his knees like a charwoman, looking for something that isn't here.
I'll be through here in a minute, Lieutenant.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for that bracing, invigorating trip across the lake, Valentine, but I've got better things to do with my time!
Lieutenant, somebody tried to run us down on the lake last night, and he was using Philistine's boat.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Hayes?
These red particles between the cracks in the floor here. They might mean something.
All right, be careful with those, Hayes. Very careful.
Got them in this bottle. You want to initial the label, Lieutenant, in case we ever need it for evidence?
Yeah, sure. But just remember this, Valentine. If this proves to be ketchup from a weenie roast they had in this fireplace, I'll... So help me, I'll do it!
What do you say we wait and see, Lieutenant? It may not be ketchup at all. Just barbecue sauce. The kind that's too hot to handle.
Well, Valentine was right. It was blood, all right. Human blood.
Angela's? I don't understand. Who'd want to kill her?
Oh, I can't believe it.
We found it's the same blood type as your sister's, Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, no. No.
Now, that's not going to help at all, Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, I know I may have sounded selfish and petty. Just thinking of the scandal Angela might cause, but now that it looks as though my sister was murdered, none of that matters.
All right, folks, all right. Let's settle down and do some straight talking, huh? Mr. Philistine.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, this is the way it shapes up. Your wife never left the island. If she did, she was carried out after she was murdered in front of that fireplace. And we'll find the body if we have to dig up every inch around Tuxedo Lake.
Lieutenant, I admit I wanted to hate Angela when I found out what she was doing. But I'll give everything I own to find the man who killed her.
Mr. Valentine, you were trying to track down the man Angela was corresponding with. What did you find out at that friendship club?
I did have some pictures for Mr. Philistine to identify. But they're all at the bottom of the lake now.
Yes, very convenient.
About the $20,000, Mr. Philliston, that you were supposed to have given your wife.
No, what about it?
We checked into all of your accounts. There's no record of any withdrawal like that.
Well, I took that money out of a safe deposit box.
Well, that's not where most people keep that much money, is it, Mr. Philliston?
Oh, no, but being in the building game, it pays to be able to put your hands on ready cash.
All right, that's your story.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Maybe it was foolish to resort to a marriage club, but I was lonely. She never brought me any happiness, but I never heard Angela.
Well, we're going to stay right here at headquarters because we got a lot of things to talk about. I'm still checking on Bud Kramer's story. All he does is prattle about his amiable, fun-loving mother.
Oh, he's still at it, huh? Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
You stick right here. Lieutenant, you don't mind if I duck out for a few minutes, do you?
Oh, I won't waste time asking you why.
Oh, but I'll tell you. There's a little angle to this case I overlooked, but I'm going to take care of it right now. Come on, Selby, give. You were holding out on me before, weren't you?
Well, I answered all of your questions to the best of my knowledge.
You mean you just told me as much as you thought I should know? But now you got to open up, Selby. This is a murder case, and the police are in on it.
Oh, dear.
Well, come on, give.
All right. You understand, I had to think of my business, what it might sound like if Angela's disappearance ever got into the papers. You know
Never mind that, Cupid. Get to the point.
Yes, of course. I suppose I should have told you that Angela was the second wife of Walter Philliston met through the Friendship Club.
Well, surprise.
That's the truth.
Some names, Selby, some facts.
Well, the name of Philliston's first wife was Frida Merritt. She was a widow, pretty well off.
Yeah?
They were married 5 years ago, and then
Then what?
She was out alone fishing about 2 years ago. Her boat turned over, and she was drowned. But it was an accident, Mr. Valentine. The police said it was.
Uh-huh. Better get your hat, Selby.
Why, where are we going?
Police headquarters. I want you to repeat that story to Lieutenant Riley. I think we found the answer to just what's been happening over there on Tuxedo Island.
Well, thanks, Mr. Selby. Now, what about this, Philliston?
I suppose I should have known this would have come out anyway.
Why didn't you tell us before that you got your first wife through Selby's Friendship Club?
Yes, you made us believe you were just a lonely man. And that was the first time you ever did anything like that.
Does any man ever want to admit that he was played for a fool twice?
What's that supposed to mean?
Frida and I weren't too happy after a while.
And she died. Well, believe me, we're going to check into that accident, and much more thoroughly this time, now that we know what we're looking for.
That was an accident.
And what about Angela?
Oh, I don't know what happened to Angela after I gave her the $20,000.
Of which we find no record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Philliston, but I had to tell them what I knew.
Oh, leave me alone.
Oh, I do hope there'll be as little mention of the Friendship Club as possible in this affair.
Is that all you've got to worry about, Mr. Selby?
Of course, Miss Brooks. I've spent years and years building up a
Okay, Selby, okay. You can beat it now. We'll call you when we need you.
Yes, Lieutenant. Of course.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Is it your usual practice to let a murderer walk out of your office?
What are you talking about?
You mean Selby?
What kind of a joke is this supposed to be? I told you all I knew.
Let me in on this, Valentine.
Me too.
I'd certainly like to know what you're talking about.
You had me on the hook for a long time, Selby, until I started remembering a few things.
Lieutenant, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, suppose we listen anyway.
And stop squirming, Mr. Lonely Hearts. You can't talk your way out of this. It's there in black and white.
Please, Mr. Valentine, tell us what you know.
When I first walked into your office, Selby, you said you thought Mrs. Philliston was happily married.
Well, yes.
You said you even took a card out of the file and tore it up.
That's right.
But then why did you have her name listed in your new bulletin as a likely marriage prospect?
That's a lie.
Friendship Club member number 40, young, attractive divorcee, amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest.
Of course. That was a description of Angela. We never thought of it because we were looking for a man.
Those are the same words her son keeps repeating like a drunken parrot.
Words he could never forget, because they were the ones Angela always used when she was looking for a new husband.
That's the same way she described herself in the ad I answered.
Lieutenant, you don't
Save it, Cupid. You just ran your business too well. And that's what's going to hang you.
George,
I still don't understand what reason Selby had for killing Angela.
Because Cupid got double-crossed, Angel.
Double-crossed?
Yep. According to Riley, Selby had quite a little racket on the side. Like Angela, for instance.
Oh?
He saw she was getting restless with a man so much older than herself.
I see. So why not get a nice fat settlement from the old boy? The Friendship Club can always come up with a new husband.
They would have split that $20,000, Brooksy. But when she said, no go, and if you do anything about it, I'll go to the police, he killed her and buried her body.
Selby didn't miss a trick, did he? Even to using Philistine's boat to run us down.
Well, he knew what the police would think when they learned about how he married the first Mrs. Philistine and how she died. Which, by the way, was an accident.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad. That we met in a nice, normal way.
Oh, yeah. A USO canteen. Yeah, I remember. You were one of the hostesses.
Yeah.
You walked up and said demurely, "What about it, soldier? Dance?"
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it beautiful?
Yeah. And then I said...
And that was that. After all, no girl could resist such a pretty compliment.
It's after 8 o'clock, and every minute counts. Mary's going to lead the promenade at the senior ball, if she ever gets there. Right now, she's with Roger in his car, and there's a big silence. Roger choked the engine and flooded the carburetor. Too bad. He should have used Chevron Supreme gasoline in his car. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline assure instant starts, speedy warm-up, powerful getaway in heavy traffic driving, fast starts, and all the power your car can handle wherever you're driving in the West. That's because Chevron Supreme is scientifically tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Whether you're driving a new car or one that's many years old, you'll like the new get up and go that Chevron Supreme gives your car. Ask for it tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, Mr. Dimmick. What was that?
One of the many voices of darkness that echo through the tunnel of love.
Calm yourself, Claire.
But what's that up ahead?
Yeah, what is that dim light, Dimmick? Seems to be coming from the wall of the tunnel.
It looks like a man. Maybe he's in trouble. You better hurry.
Patience. We can travel only as fast as the water flows through the tunnel. It's like fate carrying us.
That man's got a gun in his hand.
Yeah, pointed right at us. Down on the boat, everybody. That guy means business.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Edith, Paul McVeigh as Walter, Jack Edwards as Bud, Joe Forte as Selby, and Stanley Farrar as Bixby. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. In just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, I'd like to tell you ladies how you can make delicious snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers more quickly and easily than ever. Just make them with those wonderfully handy Kraft cheese spreads. There are 9 grand varieties, you know, some sharp-tasting and others delightfully mild. But all are delicious, and of course of the finest quality, because they are made by Kraft. And for years, Kraft has been famous for foods of the finest quality. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is...
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Well, here, I'll light for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because I... Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process, you said, for refining oil?
Oh, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow, if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're 2/3 right.
Oh, what?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh, well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fast?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
Well, in that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you'd care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
We were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. If you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think?
No, don't. Oh. You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Oh, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Daly?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Yes.
Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. And then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
Oh, dear, that means my money...
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
Well, that's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon... I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do...
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me...
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw,
no,
maybe
no, you mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me,
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there at 5:30.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Muriel is a girl with ideas. And here's an idea for all you folks who really like good salads. An idea for a wonderfully different salad dressing you can make easily. Just empty a glass full of Roca cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft, into a little bowl. Then use that empty Roca glass to measure out an equal amount of Miracle Whip salad dressing. Blend the two together, and the result is a delightfully different salad dressing. Creamy, smooth Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious, really tantalizing. And for wonderful snacks and sandwiches, try Old English brand and Smoke Hill and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious that they've become America's favorites. So, enjoy the best. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. They're America's favorites. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes' at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi.
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you a fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
Well, there's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you'd better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. Waring, you gonna talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes?
Some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not going to make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. If you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Barnes was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you, the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
You know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
Uh-huh. So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Barnes'.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realize that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well?
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
You don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I'd hate to be in Mike's shoes right now. But then I have a much more pleasant job than Mike's. Yes, I really enjoy telling you about the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Because I know how good tasting all 9 of these fine cheese spreads are. Each one is extra good, and there's a variety to please every taste. There are mild-tasting ones like Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Roca, Smoke Ale, and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread. They're all good to eat, and actually good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft Cheese Spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I do understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only...
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money, a lot of
I'm not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun, please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh!
I don't need a gun.
Don't.
Gordon.
All right, Daly,
Hey, Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
What? Well, that's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
So thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it, so that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Gordon had admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, it's you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
when you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Oh, for a while I had to, Daly.
Well, you worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
Or wasn't it worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck.
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge.
I think of how much I love that woman. I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are, Waring. Trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, yes? Where?
Oh, just out looking for trouble. Good night, Daly.
For the best in taste in the margarine you buy, get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people don't need a moving van to move in. A little Colt 45 can carry a lot more weight. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley. He's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
The thing to consider when you've got to sleep is the bed not narrow, is the pillow deep. And you wake up in the morning, breakfast in Havana, with cereal do they serve a fresh banana. I offer these suggestions so that you will know that if you're ever in Havana, the place to go is a hotel known as Shannon's Place. Nice bed for your body, good food for your face.
That's a philosophy that should be spread around, King.
True, Lady Sailor, but in Shannon's Place tonight there are not many philosophers.
You turn on the neon sign outside, King?
Yes, Mr. Slate.
You happy now, Sailor? You convinced me to put up a neon sign out front. You said customers would flock to the place. How do you like that? A new neon sign with the biggest arrow in Havana. King, go out and make sure that arrow is pointed in the right direction.
You'd better do it, King. We're too close to the harbor to take chances. There'd be a lot of wet tourists if...
Here comes a dry one.
Yeah. Looks warm, too. Hello.
I'm looking for Mr. Shannon.
I'm Miss Duval. I handle his business. Is there something I can do for you? Ow.
I'm Slate Shannon,
Mrs. Ramsey. I've heard you have a boat.
That's right. The Bold Venture.
And I've heard it's for hire.
With me in it.
I'm cabin boy.
I'll give you $200 to take us to Zapata Swamps. My husband owns a tobacco plantation there. There'll be my husband, me, and Dr. Barton.
Sounds all right, doesn't it, Sailor?
I don't know. Mrs. Ramsey looks like she hasn't finished talking yet.
There's only one thing more to say. My husband always wished to be buried on a hummock in Zapata.
See? I told you to listen, Slate.
My husband's in a coffin. My husband's dead.
Is that you, Alice?
Yes. What are you doing in our rooms, Len?
Your husband invited me. He got lonely waiting for you. Asked me to play cribbage with him. I did.
His favorite game. A game for the old. Where is he?
Asleep in the next room. It was too much for him, the game, being without you. He tires easily these days, doesn't he, Alice?
That's a wife's observation, not a doctor's.
You always refresh my reasons for adoring you.
Thank you, Len.
The way you keep calling me doctor when you know I was branded for malpractice. The way you let me pretend to the natives at the plantation. The times you've let me put my hand on your lips.
Thank you, Lynn, for saying it so gently. Well, it's all arranged. Mr. Shannon agreed. I made a condition, though.
What was it?
That my husband would be dead. There's a knife in the desk drawer, Lynn. Will you get it for me, please?
Anything you ask. Here, Alice.
Thank you. He died quietly. You're a doctor, Len. Take care of the details. I don't want to keep Mr. Shannon waiting. How much farther to Zapata, Mr. Shannon?
That's the Isle of Pines right off the starboard bow. About an hour more.
Is Miss Duval able to handle this boat, too?
Uh-huh.
She'd rather sit on the forward deck and talk to Dr. Barton now, Mr. Shannon. Do I bother you? Talking to you like this while you're steering?
No, go ahead. Talk. Thing that bothers me is that all this time you haven't said what I wanted you to.
I don't understand.
It suddenly occurs to me that you're a widow.
Yes.
And you don't grieve.
My husband was an old man. I'm sure he's been given his share of tears sometimes during his life.
Was he ill for very long before he died?
Oh, he died suddenly. I put a knife in his heart.
Yes, that'll do it to an old man every time. We're going back to Havana, Mrs. Ramsey.
Oh, no. The reason for not going is in the back of your head. It's only a small gun.
Well, as long as it's a little one.
Cut your engines, Mr. Shannon. Do it. Thank you. Please, after me.
What's the big idea turning off your engine, Slade?
The customer's always right. Look over my shoulder, sailor, and see what you can see.
Don't bother, my dear. Mrs. Ramsey is holding a gun at the back of his head.
Are you ready, Lynn?
Yes.
Help him, Mr. Shannon. With the coffin. It's heavy, so it will sink. You can lift an end of it. Now, carry it over to the side. You're a sea captain, Mr. Shannon. Would you like to say a few words?
I'm sorry for him.
And so are we all. Now give him to the sea. Take us to Zapata, Mr. Shannon. I can make your life on my plantation very pleasant, Mr. Shannon, Miss Duval. You'll see.
What more could we ask for, Slate? A home in a swamp, jungle drums for dinner music, a hostess with her husband in the deep blue sea. What more?
We're living, baby.
For as long as you wish it.
Oh? You already picked out a couple of hummocks for us? Make mine with camellias. What's a hummock?
A mound of dried earth in Zapata's swamp. We bury our dead in them.
As long as Sailor and I behave ourselves, no funeral parties, huh, Alice?
Exactly. You're to make no attempt to tear yourselves away from me. No attempt to communicate with Havana.
Nothing gained, nothing ventured, I always say.
What?
Well, don't let it throw you, Mrs. Ramsey. Sailor learned that making daisy chains at Vassar.
Please understand me, you two. I murdered my husband because I like it without him. I won't have it spoiled. Don't try to escape from me, because all it will bring you is an ugly dying.
I like it the way Sailor said. How's that go again, Sailor?
Nothing gained, nothing ventured. There's more to it, but I forget.
Senora Ramsey.
What are you doing here, Fuego? Get back to your quarters.
The drums of my people, they have not made you wonder, Senora. Where is Senor Ramsey?
How did you know? How could you know a thing like that?
To us, the natives, to us, the workmen, such things come on the black wings of a bird, in the sound of sand washed by the sea. Our master is dead, Senora, because he was old, because you had hate for him.
No. She killed him. That one standing there.
Hey, what is
She killed him, put a knife in him out of jealousy, out of rage. Believe it, Fuego, believe it.
Calm yourself, Senora Ramsey.
She's crazy, Fuego. She's trying
You, too, must bring calm to yourself, Senorita. For if you have killed our master, you are forever the child of Zapata swamps.
You think you can get away now, you two? Try. Try.
You know what else they taught me in girls' school, Slate? They told me the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line. They were joshing me, huh?
Oh, Sailor, that's on the level.
Well, the shortest distance between the house and the boat was a straight line down the pier. Why didn't we take it?
Remember Fuego, the bitter native?
Made a lasting impression.
I got a feeling he and his boys would have spotted us walking hand in hand down a moonlit pier. There's a footbridge over the swamps. We cross it, cut back along the coast to the pier, get the boat.
You dribbled a crystal ball, and that's what you came up with, huh?
Well, the doctor told me about it. Laughed when he told me. I wonder why.
Oh, he's a chuckler, that one.
Wait. There's the bridge, sailor, through the clearing, just like he told me.
Now you know why he laughed.
Yeah. A misstep, sailor, and we land in the swamp. That stuff pulls you in, up to your shoulders, closes your mouth.
No swamp's going to do that to me. After you, kid.
Yeah. Why do you always pick on me to be brave, sailor?
It sways, doesn't it? I said it sways.
Well, don't talk. You might say a heavy word. You can talk now, sailor. We made it.
You and your footbridge. Ooh.
What kind of talk is that?
Something in my shoulder, Slade. It stings. It even hurts.
What? Here, let me have a look. A dot. A native dot. I'm going to pull it out. Hold on to something.
You'll do. Oh. Colorful, isn't it? Colorful feathers. Colorful... Hey, that color is me.
Come on. We're going back to the house.
You crazy? I'm all right. Just a pinprick, that's all.
Natives have a way with pinpricks. I'll carry you back. Take the offer, sailor. If you don't, you may never hear it again.
You did exactly right by bringing her back here, Mr. Shannon.
How do you feel, sailor?
I'm all right. It's only a scratch. We should have cleared out while we had a chance.
You know, you might die from that scratch, Miss Duval.
Slate, do something about her, will you?
You sure you feel all right?
Sure, I'm sure. I've had worse jabs than this from a sewing machine. She's just trying to frighten us with all this.
I'll get it.
For the lady stranger, give it to her.
Has native come to apologize?
He brought this for Miss Duval.
It's just what I need to cuddle up with. A rag doll.
Here, let me see it. Throw it away, Mrs. Ramsey.
Slate, why?
Because the rag doll looks like you. Because there's a pin stuck through it.
So what? Maybe it was made by a forgetful seamstress.
Voodoo, sailor. Doll like that means... I'll forget it.
It means death.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Look, Doctor, just paste a bandage on me and go away. Slate'll take care of your bill.
Alice will take care of it.
He's a chuckler, Slate. I told you.
Now, don't worry about it. Don't worry about a thing.
Excellent advice, Mr. Shannon. I couldn't have given better myself.
Then you mean sailor's going to be all right?
Did I say that?
What are you building for yourself, Doc? You think I'll make good copy for the medical journals? What's to laugh? They might name a disease after me.
I was only laughing, Miss Duval, because in your medical circles, my diagnosis would be worthless.
They snubbed you, huh? Pointed fingers at you.
Deeper than that, Mr. Shannon. They ousted me for malpractice. You still want my opinion?
Tell him no, Slate. A doctor that can't even endorse a cigarette. Tell him no.
He's all we've got, sailor.
The dart that was thrown into the lovely shoulder of Miss Duval was immersed in a native poison, brewed by the natives, held close by the natives, almost sacred to them.
Gee, I'm flattered. Sacred poisons just for me.
You'll grow weaker by stages, Miss Duval. The drowsiness you feel now, the first symptom. After that, a lassitude, a lethargy.
No, it won't happen that way. You'll see to it, huh, Barton?
It's out of my hands. It's a native poison, and the antidote is a native one, too.
You can get it.
And die for my trouble? No, that's reserved for Miss Duval. For killing Alice's husband, the Master Ramsey, remember?
Get out.
Your death doll, Miss Duval. Hug it close to you. It may bring you comfort.
You do it so gently, Slate, the damp cloth on your lady's brow.
Quiet. She's asleep.
So gently. I envy her.
I told you she's asleep. Keep quiet.
Good. The things I need to say to you should be whispered.
Whisper them to me outside.
Anywhere you want.
Right here in the hall, where I can hear Sailor if she calls out to me.
She's dying, Slate. Before long, she won't even be able to shape your name on her lips.
Off the dime, Alice. What's so important it needs whispering to me?
Look through this window. The plantation. From that cliff there to the east, it stretches out below you like a kingdom, an empire.
Gives you goosebumps, huh, kid?
Go there, Slate. Look at it. Let it lie at your feet. Because it's yours.
You're gaining on me, Alice.
What good is a dead girl to you, Slate?
Well, she could make a nice memory.
I could wipe the memory out of your eyes. Off your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. How do I get to that cliff?
Len will take you there. On horseback. A kiss to seal the bargain, Slate.
Now, don't rush me, kid. Let me look over the farm first, huh?
How do you like it, Mr. Shannon? Look down and consider it.
Yeah. Quite a plantation.
But it really doesn't impress you, does it?
What's to impress? Well, up here, all I can see is swamp and tobacco plants. What does a man do here? Take a hot bath in the swamp and roll himself a cigarette in a grocery bag?
Don't shake a finger at it. You might inherit it.
Did you slip that long, thin ear of yours under the door, Barton?
Alice is susceptible to you.
What about you?
It's a shame about me. I love Alice. Let's dismount, Mr. Shannon. There's something I want to show you. Oh.
All right. Oh, there. Whoa, boy. Oh, what do you want to show me?
Mr. Shannon.
What's on your mind, Doc?
I love Alice. You excite her.
Yeah, I learned by mail. What do you want to show me, Doc?
Yes, down there. See? To the left, those unpainted huts. The natives live there.
All I see is swamp.
There, behind that small rise. There, Mr. Shannon.
You're out of your mind.
I love her. I love her.
Take it easy.
I'll kill you. You've got to die. You
Sure you love her, Doc. But you didn't have to die for her.
You should be lying down, Miss Duval.
What?
You look drowsy. You should be lying down.
What do you want here?
Don't exert yourself. Can I do something for you?
Yes, you can. That water pitcher there on the table.
Why don't you get it? Don't you have strength enough?
You're kidding. See? It's just that I'm not used to drinking water from a glass.
You're going to die, Miss Duval. I'm sorry for you. This place is a paradise, but there'll only be Slate Shannon to enjoy it.
Slate been giving you the business, dearie? Has he? Slate,
Yes. Go on, Miss Duval.
Slate. He'll take care.
Hello? You there? You with the drum. What's the matter? Don't you like to talk to a man on a horse? All right. How about now? To a man not on a horse. Now, look, The only reason I rode down here was...
For what reason?
I've been looking for you, Fuego.
For what reason?
To save a girl's life.
Soon she will belong to death.
You can help her.
And why?
She had nothing to do with killing Ramsey. It was his wife and that doctor.
The doctor?
There's no use asking him. He's dead.
It was seen. That of you and the doctor.
I'm trying to make you understand.
The Master Ramsey was good.
Now, look, you've got to believe me. Sailor had nothing to do with Ramsey's dying.
Chonga! Rika!
Hey, what is this?
They call your boys off. You could die now, and the swamp would never return you. Now, you will go with us.
Fuego, what are you doing with Mr. Shannon?
In there. Stay.
Okay, Fuego. I got the idea.
What happened to you, Slade?
Your workman worked me over.
Let me hold you, Slade. I told you not to try to leave me.
Get away from me.
All right. Where's Lynn?
Dead.
Natives?
Me. Slipped out of my hands.
That's good for us. It makes it all so simple. Lynn was going to be a problem. Now Lynn isn't anything. You're hurt, Slade. I can take care of your hurt.
Now just sit over there and relax.
You'll see how well I can take care of you. You'll see.
I heard voices. I came in here to see if they were mine.
Sailor. Your face is burning up.
Slade? You're Slade?
Sure, it's Slade. You're going to be all right. You should be lying down. Here, I'll carry you to the couch.
Don't go away from me, Slade.
Why would I want to do that? Shut up.
Don't go away from me, Slade.
Don't you know that girl is dying? Shut up.
Oh, this is the first time you've touched me, Slade, and I like it. I like it.
Don't you know what's happening to us?
Please, Slade, don't take your hands away.
Those natives. We're prisoners here.
What did you tell them?
I told them you killed your husband.
They didn't believe you. Look what they've done to you and to her.
And to you. You can't get out of here either.
You're crazy. I can go out there.
Go ahead.
All right? You see, Slade? Oh.
What's wrong, Alice? You afraid of knives tossed at you? It's a native game, mumbly peg.
But they think she killed my husband.
Maybe I changed their minds.
You fool! You could have had it all. You could have had me, this place, everything.
I'm choosy, so kill me.
They'll do it.
Here, Alice. Here's what came through the window. A stuffed doll. Your face, your clothes. With a pin in its heart.
I'll get a gun. Gun rack. The key. Where's the key? I need the key. He hid it. He kept it from me. Let me think. I've got to think. Oh, I know. I remember. I know where it is. Here. I'll kill them. All of them. Out of my way, Slater. I'll kill you where you stand. You'll die. You'll die. I'll kill you like I killed him. No. No. Not the knife!
Right through the heart.
Slade, Shannon.
Whatever you're going to do to me, Fuego, I want to be with Sailor.
This we know. That is why I have come to cure her, to give her this, so that you may go away from here together.
Slade?
Sailor. Sailor, what are you doing out here on the patio? You know you should still be in bed.
I can't stay in bed. I feel too good.
Being home did that to you, huh?
Your taking care of me did that.
What's that you got, Sailor?
A doll. Look at it.
Ah, looks like me.
Oh, cuter. I did over a few features.
Where'd you get it?
Made it. Out of some hay, an old coconut shell, and a burlap bag.
Hey, what's this sticking in its heart?
A safety pin.
For what?
To keep you safe. Come here, Slate.
Fellow would never know you'd been sick. Welcome home, Sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
My cabin, Blackie.
Not very far from mine. Open the door, will you, Mary? I had my arms full of luggage.
Lucky luggage. Oh, very well, Porter. Put my luggage at the foot of the bed.
Oh, so now I'm a porter. I'll put it where you want it, Lottie.
Oh, fine. That will be all, Porter. At the foot of the bed, please.
It's very apparent, Lottie, that you've never been to sea. We seafarers call a bed a bunk.
Well, it's a lot of bed.
It's a lot of bunk.
Oh.
Say, I should have my reservation at the last minute, too. The walls of my cabin are so close together, they practically press my pants.
Well, Blackie, that's strange. This looks like a double cabin.
Well, strange. It should look like a double cabin when it is a double cabin. But don't think you have to sleep in both bunks just to get your money's worth.
I'll remember that. Will this be a long trip?
No, just overnight. We get to Westfield in the morning, and then we'll have some fun.
I thought you were making this a business trip for Charlie Kingston.
It is, but business for Charlie always leaves time for fun. So I thought this black suitcase was too heavy to belong to you.
Oh, Blackie, that isn't mine. You must have left one of mine in your cabin.
Oh, this is Charlie's suitcase full of bonds. Well, I'll take it back to my cabin because you might pull the handle of it.
Why shouldn't I?
It's tear gas. And then I'd cry for you.
It would take tear gas to make you cry for anything. Well, which bunk should I sleep in tonight? The lower or the upper?
I don't know. Let's see which one is softer.
The lower one's lovely. Now let's see about the one on top.
Mary, I think you'd better sleep in the lower bunk regardless.
Why?
It'll be a little crowded in the upper bunk. You have a cabin mate. But I don't think she'll disturb you much. She's dead.
Now here's Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Blackie, no matter where you go, you find a body, don't you?
Isn't it the most annoying habit, Inspector Faraday? Hurry and solve this case, will you? The ship is already 30 minutes late pulling out.
So what?
So are you going to Westfield with us?
No, and this boat isn't going.
Faraday, this is a ship.
Ship, sloop, raft, canoe, or a kayak. It's not leaving this dock till I found that woman's killer.
Who was, that woman, Faraday?
I don't know yet.
We should have asked her before the coroner took her away.
Why did you kill her, Blackie?
Inspector, may I say something?
No.
Well, I will. Blackie had nothing to do with it. I was with him when he found the body.
Well, that's no help to Blackie in my book.
Oh, golly, Blackie, this is all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to go to Westfield with you, you wouldn't have reserved this stateroom for me.
Well, don't feel badly about it, Mary. If you hadn't taken this room, we wouldn't have found the body. Faraday wouldn't be here, and we'd be missing all this fun.
Blackie, look, there's a man's face in the porthole.
Hey, you, what do you want?
He's gone.
Come on, let's go out on deck and head him off. Well, that was certainly a false alarm, Miss Wesley.
But, Inspector, how did I know he wasn't snooping?
Well, he wasn't. First mate said he was trying to repair a broken guy wire or something.
Or something, Inspector? You should have followed that up.
He told me what it was, but I don't understand this sea-going lingo.
Well, let's get out of here.
Just sit still, you two. The captain will be here in a minute.
Oh, Blackie, what's this under the captain's chair? There's something just like it on the wall in my cabin.
There's one in every cabin, Mary. It's a life raft.
Oh, you trying to kid, Blackie. It looks like a rolled-up inner tube with a tube of toothpaste attached to it. That thing wouldn't float a midget.
It'll float a couple of people, Faraday. It's a collapsible life raft.
What do you have to do, unfold it and blow it up?
Oh, no, Mary. Press that little button on top of that tube there, and in about 2 seconds you have a raft about twice as big as the top of the captain's desk and 1/2 the size of Faraday's head.
Let's press it and see what happens.
No. Now, Mary, please don't. Not now.
I never have any fun.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Inspector Faraday.
That's all right, Captain Randall. Who was the dead woman? Could you find out?
Yes. She was Charlotte Aiken.
Oh, I've heard of her. Something about money.
Something about $2 million.
Look, when I want information from you two, I'll ask for it.
Faraday, before this is over, you'll be begging for it.
I'll beg you right now to keep quiet.
Say please.
Please. I said quiet. Captain Randall, where did Mrs. Aiken board the ship?
At Westfield, just before sailing time yesterday afternoon. With Martha Vale, her traveling companion.
Where is this Martha Vale?
At home.
Better get me her address. I'll have to see her.
Well, forgive me, Inspector, but I took the liberty of sending for her myself and asking her to come down here.
You captains are used to running everything, aren't you?
Aboard ship, yes, Inspector. I've ordered a complete passenger list for you, sir.
Thanks. I'd like a copy of it. But I think I have my killer.
Meaning me, of course.
Why not, Blackie? There are 150 staterooms on this ship, and I find you in the one with a body in it.
The one, Faraday? Well, maybe there are other staterooms equipped with bodies. Let's look.
Excuse me, Inspector, but it's way past our sailing time. When can I give the order?
Don't worry, Captain. In an hour's time, your ship will be at sea.
Well, that's where you'll be, too, Faraday. At sea and sending out an SOS for me.
So help me, Blackie.
So I'll help you, Faraday.
Walk away. Don't go in there.
Bob, what are you doing here?
Stopping you. Hey, what's going on out there?
Let go of me. You're hurting my
I'll break your neck if you...
Don't, Bob.
Come on, let's go outside and see what this is all about.
Careful, Faraday. You may get into trouble.
Martha, so you're a fool. Why do you want to get mixed up in a murder?
What should I do? Hide?
It wouldn't do you any good. I'd find you.
Oh.
If he didn't get lost looking for you.
Quiet, Blackie. Who are these people, Captain?
This is Martha Vale, Mrs. Aiken's traveling companion. I don't know the man with her.
Hello, Captain Randall. This is my brother, Bob.
Well, this is Inspector Faraday of the police.
Oh, yes.
Miss Vale, were you with Mrs. Aiken on the trip she made from Westfield last night?
Yes.
How about you, son?
No, I never traveled with Mrs. Aiken. If I could have had my way, my sister wouldn't have been traveling with that Aiken woman either.
All right. Keep on talking, son.
And say something when you do. I'm not so selfish that I want to be the inspector's only suspect in this murder.
You? Oh, dear.
Don't look so alarmed, Miss Vale. Inspector Faraday accuses me of every murder in town. I think you'd better tell me everything.
No, she doesn't, Blackie. She tells me.
All right. She tells you, and then I figure it out for you.
Quiet, Blackie. Now answer a few questions for me, Miss Vale.
Now remember, Martha, by law, you needn't say anything.
Look, son, am I going to have trouble with you?
I want my sister to know her rights. She's mixed up in this. She should see a lawyer before she answers you.
And Faraday, why don't you stop asking all the stock questions and ask the one question that really should have an interesting answer?
What are you talking about, Blackie?
It seems very strange to me that Miss Vale should be traveling with Mrs. Aiken and get off the ship alone, leaving Mrs. Aiken in her stateroom dead.
Excuse me, Inspector Faraday. Mrs. Aiken wasn't found in her own cabin. Hers was number 85. Her body was found in 22.
That means something.
Don't you wish you knew what?
Oh, Blackie, darling, be quiet.
All right, everybody. Into the captain's quarters for questioning.
Oh, must you now?
Sorry. Okay, everybody, get inside.
Oh, now look what you've done, Martha. You've got us all involved in this thing.
Coming, Blackie?
The man called Faraday said everybody.
You stay here, Blackie.
Faraday, are you ill? You're not going to question me?
I'm going to question you, all right.
Blackie, give the inspector nice answers.
My very nicest. See you in the captain's quarters in a few minutes, Mary.
Right.
If I don't have him up in my quarters for a few years... Captain Randall, hold those people in your cabin till I'm ready for them.
Of course, Inspector.
Well?
Well?
All right, Blackie, what's this all about?
You don't know, Inspector?
Look, Blackie, I figured you knew something about this the minute I found you with that body.
If you didn't think so, I'd be awfully disappointed, as a matter of fact. But, why don't you stop calling me names and start calling a few shots on Charlotte Aiken's death?
Can you call any?
Names or shots?
Either.
You really want to know who killed Charlotte Aiken?
Well, I didn't come down here to go for a boat ride.
All right, Faraday, I'll tell you all I know.
Well?
We went through that well routine already. I'm telling you all I know.
You're not saying anything.
That's because I don't know anything. About this case, that is.
Well, I know something.
The time of day, no doubt. Uh-oh. There goes that gun again.
And here you go again, too.
I know. Down to headquarters.
Oh, no, wise guy. You're holding out on me. You know something about this case you're not telling. And until you talk, I'm going to put you in your cabin under guard.
Well, at least you think so much of me, you want to give me police protection.
Come on.
On second thought, Faraday, am I being put under protection for your sake or for mine? Yes?
Boston Blackie, sir?
Yes?
Sent you the steward?
Yes, I want something to eat.
Sandwich, sir?
Sure, anything.
Yes, sir. Sandwich. Right away.
Well, what are you standing there for?
I know who killed Mrs. Aiken.
What?
And I know why she was killed.
Well, never mind that sandwich. Let's have this instead. Better still, let's get Faraday in here first.
No, I can't go to the police. I don't dare talk to you now. The cabin is being watched. I'll see you here at midnight.
Nice of you to walk around the deck a few times, Faraday. Are you sure it's no bother?
I even take my dog for a walk every night.
2 to 1, he outsmarts you.
Very funny, Blackie.
I didn't think so.
Here's your cabin. Take a good deep breath of air because you're in for the night.
Okay, Inspector, good night.
Go on, Blackie, get in there.
Alone?
No, I'm going in with you.
No, I'd rather be alone. I'd be in better company. Now, wait till I turn on the light.
I just want to make sure you're not hiding something that...
Oh, Faraday, stop looking so pleased with yourself. That's not a body in my bunk. It's just a steward.
Why is he lying in your bunk?
Maybe he's tired.
Maybe I am, too. For those half-wit remarks of yours.
Well, he offered to come in here and tell me a little story entitled Who Done It.
You mean he knows who killed Mrs. Aiken?
That's what he told me. Let's wake him up and hear his story. Hey, steward, wake up. Wake up.
Shake him.
Before using?
Very funny. Hey, steward. Wake up. Wake up!
I know that booming voice of yours is disturbing, Faraday, but even you can't wake our friend up.
Huh?
He's dead.
What? Hey, I know that boy. He's done time, and plenty of it.
Well, he's not going to do any more. I guess I should have expected this.
Don't move, Blackie.
Oh, Faraday, put away that gun.
I've got you for 2 murders now, Blackie. And I don't put this gun away till I put you away. For keeps.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Blackie and Mary Wesley boarded the night boat to Westfield. But the journey was upset when the body of Charlotte Aiken, wealthy widow, was found in the upper bunk of Mary Wesley's stateroom. While Inspector Faraday was questioning Martha Vale, the dead woman's traveling companion, the steward of the ship came to Blackie and promised to tell him at midnight who killed Mrs. Aiken. At midnight, Blackie and Faraday found the steward dead. Faraday charged Blackie with killing him. And as we return to our story, the inspector is about to take Blackie to jail.
All right, Blackie, move.
Well, when I move, Faraday, I like to take my luggage with me.
Okay, take the suitcases along.
Thanks. Help me, will you?
Okay. But knowing you, I'm going to carry the big suitcase. The little one will be no match for the big one if you start swinging it.
I always said you'd make a good red cap. Boy, pick up the large suitcase, please. I'll carry the small one.
And no more wisecracks, wise guy. Come on.
After you?
After you. You're not getting away from me this time.
Oh, no?
Hey, what's that hissing noise?
Tear gas.
Tear gas?
I thought you'd try to be a wise guy and want to carry the big suitcase for your protection. This little one contains a tear gas bomb for mine.
What? Why are you carrying tear gas?
Because the suitcase you're carrying contains $250,000 worth of negotiable bonds.
Hey, Blackie, where are you?
I'm right here, Faraday, by the door.
Where's the door? I can't see a thing.
Well, in a few seconds. You won't be able to see me either. I'm leaving.
Blackie, come back here. Come back here or I'll kill you.
Go ahead and shoot me, Faraday. I dare you.
So help me, Blackie. I'll put you behind bars for this.
Well, before you put me behind bars, Inspector, figure out how you're going to get out from behind this door. I'm locking it.
Darling, what's the matter?
Oh, Mary, where'd you come from?
Well, Captain Randall's letting us take a walk on deck. Why are you crying?
Faraday just told me the nicest thing. He never wants to see me again. So let's get off the ship and make sure he doesn't.
If she isn't on the train, Blackie, then what?
Then Martha Vale is smarter than we are. My brother told us she was on this train and... Oh, here she is.
She's alone, too.
She looks like the lone wolf type. Hello, Miss Vale. Going somewhere?
Oh, I didn't kill Mrs. Aiken. She was alive when I left the boat.
How do you know?
Well, I guess I don't know. We had separate cabins. I left the ship as soon as it docked. I had some shopping to do for Mrs. Aiken. It was very important.
Then she could have been dead when you left the boat?
Well, maybe she could have. I didn't go into her stateroom before I went ashore. She sometimes slept late.
Well, tell me, did Mrs. Aiken act at all strangely on the trip from Westfield?
Oh, not unless there's something strange about taking a walk in the middle of the night because you can't sleep.
About what time did she go for this walk?
Well, just before midnight.
What time did she come back?
I don't know.
Well, did anything strange happen last night after Mrs. Aiken went on deck?
No.
Think now.
Oh, well, just before I fell asleep, the ship slowed down a little. But it always did around that time of night on every trip.
I tell you, I don't know anything about Mrs. Aiken's death. Now, will you please leave me alone?
If you'll tell me just a little bit about your brother.
Oh, I see.
He didn't like the idea of your being Mrs. Aiken's companion.
You wouldn't tell me.
What else wouldn't your brother tell you?
Where he made all... I mean, nothing.
You mean where he made all his money, don't you, Miss Vale?
I didn't mean anything.
I think you meant a lot. I'm getting off at the first stop, and I'm going to see him. Maybe he doesn't know more than you do, but maybe he'll say more. Mary, I found out from Robert Vale that his sister inherits Mrs. Aiken's money.
Oh.
What did you find out?
Well, the Westfield night boat leaves Westfield at 7 in the evening, and it arrives here at 9 the next morning.
Did the steamship company tell you where the ship would be at midnight when it slowed down?
Yeah, the clerk gave me this map. And here, he made a mark on it. The boat would be right here where the little X is.
X marks the spot, huh? But I wonder what else it marks.
Well, you're the great Boston Blackie. Why don't you swim out there and see?
It's a good idea.
Oh, Blackie, will you stop being silly?
I'm dead serious. Only I'm not going to swim. We're going to trade water wings for airplane wings and fly out there. Come on.
You showed me, Blackie. It's a boy on the water.
Nice flying, buddy. We're right beside it.
Is that chain hanging from the top of the buoy fastened to whatever holds it into the water?
Yes, I think we... Say, wait. The chain that holds the buoy in place would be underneath it, not on top of it.
A chain is hanging loose, Blackie. Why don't you have a look at it?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to climb out on the wing. Now I can reach it. Yeah, now I have it.
What is it, Blackie? Just a loose chain?
Yeah, with a snap on it. Like the one you find on the end of a dog leash.
So?
So nothing. Okay, pilot. Let's go back to the mainland.
Oh, are we going up in the air again?
Yes, and if I don't get a bright idea pretty soon, we'll be up in the air in more ways than one.
Inspector Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
All right, Blackie, stay where you are. You're under arrest.
And you're under delusions again, Inspector. I want some information.
And I want you.
Nice of you to say so, pal, but listen. You knew the steward who was killed in my cabin. What did he do time for?
None of your business.
It's your business, though, Faraday. Tell me, and I'll bring in your killer.
Nothing doing.
Okay, Faraday, if you don't want to solve this case...
All right. But don't forget where you got the information.
I don't think you'll let me. What was the steward sent up for?
Smuggling. Now, is that any help to you?
Probably not. You give such useless information, Faraday. So long.
You listen to me, Blackie.
Well, Mary, the steward was arrested for smuggling.
Is that any help?
No, I don't see it. Smuggling? Smuggling, yes, of course. Of course it helps.
How?
The chain on the buoy. Smuggled goods from overseas was attached to it, then picked up by someone on the Westfield boat as it passed by.
How does that explain Mrs. Aiken's death?
She walked the deck of the boat last night and saw something she shouldn't have seen.
That's right. The ship passes the buoy at midnight, and Martha Vale said that at exactly midnight Mrs. Aiken went for a walk on deck.
Well, if Mrs. Aiken was killed last night because she went for a walk, we're going to solve this murder by a walk, too. This is the way I figured, Captain Randall.
You must be good at figures, Blackie, if you can slip past the police guards on this boat and walk right into my quarters.
Oh, let's not waste time with my accomplishments, Captain Randall. I'm more interested in the doings of someone on this ship.
What do you mean?
I think Charlotte Aiken was killed because she couldn't sleep last night. I have good reason to believe that this ship of yours is being used for smuggling small but highly priced articles into this country.
That's absolutely fantastic. My ship goes to no foreign port. Why, we never sail a course more than 8 miles offshore.
But you pass a certain buoy about 8 miles offshore every night at midnight.
When we're on schedule, yes.
Well, here's what's been happening on your ship, Captain Randall. When it slows down as it passes that buoy, someone on the lower deck reaches out with a hook or something and very neatly catches a chain dangling from the top of the buoy.
You know there's a chain on the top of that buoy?
Yes, I looked at it myself. On the end of that chain would be a package or a box or a container of some kind. Once the smuggler has that container aboard, he can bring it into the country.
Yes, that's true. We don't have to pass through customs. What makes you think my ship is used for smuggling?
Your steward, the one who was found dead in my cabin, was once arrested and convicted for smuggling. Mrs. Aiken was killed because she was on deck at midnight last night and saw the smuggler at work.
If she was killed at sea, why wasn't her body tossed overboard?
The smuggler didn't have time for that, I suppose. But he put her body where he was sure it wouldn't be found.
What do you mean?
The killer checked the reservations list for the return trip and found that stateroom 22 would be empty. He hid Mrs. Aiken's body there, hoping to get rid of it at sea the next night.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason the steward was killed was that he saw Mrs. Aiken's body being taken into the cabin and was going to tell me.
Blackie, you're too smart to live.
Everybody pulls a gun on Blackie. What are you smuggling, Captain?
Diamonds from Africa. My partners bring them from Africa as far as the buoy. I bring them the rest of the way. Just stand where you are.
I just want to get a little closer to you, so when you shoot, you won't miss.
I won't miss. Then I'll dump your body overboard.
Well, when you do, will you throw this collapsible life raft in after me? This one under your chair looks like a big one.
Don't touch that.
I won't touch the raft, Captain, only the inflation valve.
But don't do that. Hey! Hey!
You look awfully silly on the floor, Captain.
Kill you for this, Blackie.
How are you going to kill me after I get this gun out of your hand?
Go! Let go of me!
After you drop that gun.
You're breaking my... All right, I dropped it.
Okay, Randall. Get up. I have a gun of my own.
Don't shoot.
Don't worry. Say, isn't it funny how a little air in this life raft took the wind out of your sails?
21, 22. Here's my cabin again, Blackie.
Open the door, will you, Mary? I've got my arms full of luggage.
Lucky luggage? Oh, I said that before, didn't I?
I liked it just as much the second time.
Oh, very well, Porter. Just put my luggage at the foot of the bed. Blackie, will we get to Westfield this time?
I don't know. I can't guarantee anything.
Well, do you think we dare look in the upper bed? I mean, bunk.
I don't know.
You look.
No, maybe you'd better look.
I'd rather you looked.
Well, if you'll remember, last time I looked, we found a body up there.
Oh, yes, that's right. All right. I'll look. Blackie!
What, Mary? What is it?
Believe it or not, there isn't a body up there.
21,
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. In the interest of our government, the King Trendle Broadcasting Corporation asks you to accept Uncle Sam as the sponsor of the Green Hornet program. Young men and young women, boys and girls, you can help win this war. Millions of you are leaving school in the next few weeks. Do you know what you can do to help? Ask your local United States Employment Office. That office can tell you where you can join the Army of Workers, where you can help produce materials of war, where you can help produce food for our fighting forces, our allies and ourselves on a farm or ranch, where you can get free training that will fit you for a war job. Register for service to your country now at any United States Employment Office. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Invasion Plans for Victory. The Green Hornet strikes again.
This Mr. Britt Reed's apartment?
A phone call. A simple thing like a phone call started Britt Reed on an adventure that was to bring him face to face with sudden death and cause new cries of "Get the Green Hornet" to blaze across front pages.
For you, Mr. Britt.
Well, thanks, kiddo. Hello. Axford lounged in the living room as Cato entered.
I heard the phone ringing, Cato. Was it for me?
For Mr. Britt. I take evening paper, please.
Ah, but hold on. Got to read the latest news and find out who I should be mad at.
Mr. Britt want paper in bedroom. I'll borrow, please?
Oh, all right. Then if Reed wants it. I don't know why it is that with Reed, the owner of the Sentinel, we don't get but one copy of it here at the apartment.
I'll check on it and see you as soon as I can get. Goodbye.
Here's newspaper.
Thank you. That's fine. What's Axford doing?
He was reading paper.
Oh, here we are. Personal column. That's a funny thing, Cato, how people can conceal things by printing them for everyone to see.
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the ad I'm looking for. Johann Kinder. Very important that you call on Mother tonight.
Oh, is there a special meaning in small ad?
Yes. Cato, you've heard me speak of Jack Mercer.
Oh, yes, many times. You friend in college.
Well, Jack Mercer's been flying planes. It was he who just telephoned. He wants me to go to his home in the suburbs right away. He spoke of this ad.
I drive car for you?
Yes, but not the Black Beauty. We'll take the convertible. I don't like the way Jack spoke. He sounded worried, and he's not the worrying type.
What he say about ad?
Well, he couldn't talk over the phone as much as he wanted to. He just told me to look up the ad and translate Kinder. Then he said he thinks that Mother means himself. I don't like the way he said it.
Get that ad, Britt. Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Get the car, Cato. I'll tell you more about Jack Mercer and his work while we're on our way to his home.
Very well.
While you're getting the car, I'll find a way to get Axford out of the apartment so he won't be too curious.
Okay, Reed. I'll hang around the cops' headquarters just in case there's a new development on that case me and Lowry were handling.
Thanks, Axford. I'll be more at ease with you on the job.
Good night, Reed.
Good night. I don't like the way Jack said it.
Get that ad, Rick. Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Car's ready.
Oh. All right, Cato.
Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
I wonder what he's worried about.
Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Cato.
Yes, sir?
I think Kinder is the German word for child.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Johann Kinder. Well, that would mean John Child. Possibly Childs. John Child. There's something familiar about that name.
I never heard it.
We'll soon be at Jack Mercer's home. I didn't even know he'd reopened it. He sent his family to Florida when he left a few months ago on a secret flight to an undisclosed place.
You were to tell something about him.
Oh, yes. Well, he was working on a report for the government. Few people knew it, but the fact that I knew it makes it possible that enemies also knew what he was doing.
That is true.
He knows that someone's watching his house. He thinks it's a man called Johann Kinder. Now, there was an ad addressed to Johann Kinder in tonight's paper.
I see.
Well, Jack is under the impression that Kinder was formerly a crook who went under another name. He thinks Kinder took the German translation of his name, and he asked me to find out what I could. In the meantime, he asked me to go to his home.
Oh?
You see, Cato, Jack made some aerial photographs of enemy country that he was familiar with. He's marking the photographs to point out places where our big bombing planes can land when the invasion begins.
Oh.
He asked to deliver those pictures tonight. And he wants me to go with him, just in case this fellow Kinder wants to get rough. He thought there was more than coincidence in the ad and the Sanctum. Oh, Cato, turn to the next drive to the right. Stop here. No one around here now. Cato, you come to the door with me. Agents got their hands on Mercer's photographs. The job would have to be done over again. I want you to stand right by the door until Mercer's in the car with me. And I'll keep watch till you join us.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Did you ring bell?
No, I thought he'd be waiting. Oh, the door's unlocked. Well, you wait here. I'll go in and get him. Close the door behind you.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Yes.
Oh, it looked like suicide.
It's been made to look like suicide. There's a note in the gun. But Jack Mercer wouldn't shoot himself.
No, sir.
Where's the envelope? He told me he'd have it all addressed and ready to mail. It should be right here in his desk.
It is not.
No. Good old Jack Mercer. He suspected this. He tried to tell me something.
Police will call it suicide. Case closed.
No, they won't. This is going to be a case that the police will investigate with every means at their disposal. Thank goodness for the hunch that made me bring the Green Hornet's equipment. Cato, take that suicide note.
Yes, sir.
Leave the gun, but move it a few yards away from him.
Very well.
I'll leave the emblem of the Green Hornet here on the desk. I'll guarantee that'll make the police use a fine-tooth comb in hunting for clues.
Wait. Car stopping in front.
Car?
Men are coming from it. They are police.
Police? Kate, we've got to get away from here. I can't be detained for questioning now. I've got to find out who put that parcel in the Sentinel.
Police have not yet seen the car and driveway.
Come on, in the side window. The car. Get in, I'll drive.
Hey there, wait!
Hang on. We're going straight through that fence in the rear.
Opening the law! Didn't get the license.
Didn't you shoot him?
I went too fast. I didn't think you'd get away like that.
Hey, Flynn, Doyle. Find out more about the guy across the street and report a shot being fired.
What's inside the house?
It's homicide, and the guy that did it is the Green Hornet.
Hello, Sentinel. Give me the desk.
Hello. Give me your rewrite. Jack Mercer's been killed by the Green Hornet.
Mercer shot by Green Hornet.
Hornet strikes again.
Green Hornet eludes police.
Speed, King of Air, latest victim of the Green Hornet.
Get the Green Hornet.
Hornet strikes again.
Get the Green Hornet.
Dead or alive, get the Green Hornet.
Get the Green Hornet, dead or alive. Get the Green Hornet.
Good morning, Reed.
Oh, hello, Axford.
By golly, I've been talking to the boys at headquarters. They were all wondering about why I asked so many questions.
Well, it took you long enough. It's nearly 11 a.m.
But you said to find out all I could about Jack Childs.
Well, what did you learn?
The cops don't know where he is. The last they heard, he's gone out of the city.
Oh.
Did you look in the files, the morgue?
Yes, Axford, but there's not much there. He seems to have been generally known as a hoodlum, but he was never convicted of anything.
I know he wasn't. And now, Reed,
He was indicted several times, a couple of times on homicide charges, but never convicted.
Why do you want to know about him?
I just wondered about him, that's all.
Now, Reed,
Has Gail returned to the office?
No, not that I know of. Reed, if it's all right with you, I'd like to go after the Green Hornet.
It might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. I know how hard you were hit by the murder of Jack Mercer. He was a pal of yours in school, wasn't he?
How'd you know?
Cato was telling me, and so was Casey. By golly, that's an awful thing. I wonder why he'd be bumped off like he was.
Well, there are quite a few people that want to know that.
To think of him getting tangled with the Green Hornet. Suffering snakes. Oh, if only I could get me hands on the Hornet. That's all I want. Just to get me hands on him once.
Yes? Oh, send her in. Well, that'll be all for now, Axford.
Okay. Then I'll go and see if I can get some new leads on the Hornet.
Mr. Reed, do you think it's fair to send me chasing wild geese?
Oh, good morning, Gail.
Hello, Michael.
See you later, Axford.
Oh, but I'm not in a hurry about starting. I could wait around for a while if you think you'll be needing me.
I won't.
Well, all right, then. If only I was 20 years younger, suffering snakes.
Now, Gail, what's this about wild geese?
It's not fair. You just won't take me seriously. And I do so want to make good.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean?
Well, you told me to find out who placed this personal in the Sentinel yesterday.
Well?
Sent poor little me tracing away out in the sticks to call on Pemberton Q. Graves.
Our records indicated that a man named Smith paid for that ad.
Smith? Mr. Smith is Pemberton Graves. And it took more than a little work to find out that much.
Well, who was Pemberton Graves?
Oh, a writer of trash, tripe, and spinach.
I beg your pardon?
He writes under half a dozen names for the detective magazines, and his own name for Slicks. Oh, he's done no end of stories about conditions in Europe. He came from there a couple of years ago.
I see. Has he any relatives in Europe now?
Oh, I couldn't find out everything about him and get back here by noon like he said.
But you are sure that he's the man who placed that ad?
Well, he didn't say so.
Oh.
Fact is, he laughed at me and asked why he'd be putting in that sort of an ad. Oh, I couldn't answer that because I didn't know of any reason for such an ad.
But you did feel that he's the man who came here as Mr. Smith.
Oh, sure enough.
Very well. Thank you, Gail.
Now, you just hold your horses. Don't brush me off like that. Why would Mr. Smith or Mr. Graves run that ad?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to find out.
You take that up with Axford, Gail. He has the deductive brain.
That's his own appraisal.
Well, you learn more about Mr. Graves.
I'm trying to, but, well, you just simply won't talk.
I can't talk because I don't know. Now, you go ahead and show me how good a reporter you can be.
But I've already traced your Mr. Smith to Mr. Graves. Now, isn't that something?
Elementary, Gail, elementary.
All right, then. We'll see what Michael Axford can turn up.
Yes,
Mr. Reed,
speaking.
you inquired about a certain envelope of photographs.
Oh, yes. What about it?
It was received in this morning's mail.
Was?
That's right. But it's not for publication.
I understand.
This is one time the Green Hornet didn't get what he was after. He's killed Jack Mercer for nothing.
Thank you. Well, that does it. Now the Green Hornet must really act. I spent the whole afternoon making sure that Mr. Jackson really had the envelope of marked photographs.
He does have them?
Yes. The authorities think Jack Mercer mailed them before he was shot. But I know differently.
Yes, sir.
I know that Mercer marked those photos to show where planes could be landed and then telephoned me. He was not going to leave the house until I joined him. The man who murdered him mailed the pictures.
But why did he?
Well, if the pictures were stolen, the authorities would find new points in enemy country to set planes down. They know that the places Mercer selected would be guarded. But as it is, our planes will be landed where Mercer indicated, and they'll be trapped there.
I see.
The enemy has seen the pictures, probably copied them.
And you cannot tell authorities of this?
No, not without revealing myself as the one who left the mark of the Green Hornet at the scene of the murder. There's just one thing to do, Cato, and the Green Hornet has to do it. Is everything ready for action tonight?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll telephone Mr. Jackson.
He has pictures now?
At his home. Cato, I'm going to make an appointment to meet him at my office.
Tonight?
Right away. And while he's there, you'll have to go to his home. The odds are against us tonight. And if we fail, it's the electric chair for the Green Hornet.
What's Britt Reed going to do to prevent the capture of untold numbers of heavy planes when America starts the offensive drive into enemy country? We'll hear in just a moment. But first, a message from your government to young women who will soon be graduated from high schools and universities throughout America. Would you like to help win the war? If so, you are urged to consider entering one of the most respected of professions, nursing. Thousands of registered nurses have joined the armed forces of the United States. Thousands of student nurses are needed to replace them. If there's a school of nursing near you, it can supply you with information. If there's none in your neighborhood, apply at the nearest office of the United States Employment Service or write the State Nurses Association. Enroll now as a student nurse. Not only will you be doing your part to help win the war, you will be learning a profession which will enable you to serve humanity throughout your lifetime. Now to continue our story. It's evening. Britt Reed is in the large lobby of the Sentinel building with a man named Jackson.
I didn't know whether the information would be of any value to you, Mr. Jackson.
It might be, Reed.
It seemed like more than coincidence. The name Johann Kinder translates to John Childs, and there was a murderer, at least a suspected murderer, named Childs.
I'll have the file of clippings you gave me on Childs gone over.
Very well.
As you say, there might be something to it. There's a strange coincidence in the fact that the murder took place on the night this fellow Kinder was to call Mother. Can I take you home?
My car's just around the corner.
No.
Oh, by the way, Jackson, I'm not at all certain that Mr. Pemberton Q. Graves is the man who inserted that ad.
We'll have Mr. Graves watched and see if we can't get a line on Jack or John Childs.
The murder of Jack Mercer hit me hard. I want his murderer captured.
We all do. This Green Hornet...
Maybe John Childs is the Green Hornet.
Oh, Reed, I have doubts about that. Well, thanks again, Reed. We were lucky that Mercer's work wasn't stolen.
Jackson, are you sure the murderer didn't see it?
Well, how could he? Mercer mailed it before he was killed.
But you're not sure.
Well, the Hornet wanted those pictures. If they'd been anywhere else but in the mail, he'd have had them. Good night, Reed.
Good night.
Driving his convertible, Britt hurried to his apartment. He dashed to his bedroom and then stepped through a panel hidden in a closet. A narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself led down creaky stairs, connected with a building on an adjacent side street. The building was run down, windows boarded up. No one could guess that behind those walls was the hiding place of the Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Cato was already in the car.
A mask, Cato.
Here.
Move over. I'll drive now.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Did you get to Jackson's place?
Yes, sir. And let's stick her, as you say.
Good. Now to get there before Jackson does.
The headlights flicked on. A photoelectric cell intercepted the beam and started a small electric motor. As the great car rolled forward, a section of solid wall swiveled silently up. The car rolled through, turned into the street. Behind it, the wall settled into place. The Green Hornet was in action. Jackson reached his home and went directly to his library. He turned on the lights and moved to his desk to study the material Britt Reed had given him. Then he stared at the top of the desk with a look of shocked surprise.
The mark of the Green Hornet. Been here while I was out. Wonder if you found the place where I had the envelope concealed. Oh. Go ahead, Jackson. Open the panel in the wall. Face to face with the Green Hornet. I'm surprised that you fell for that old trick. Stupid of me. I suddenly remembered that it would be like you to leave your seal here. To make me think you'd already gotten what you came for. You didn't remember quite soon enough. You'd already reached for that panel to see if the envelope was gone. I realize that. Jackson, in your position, you can recommend that the Mercer plans be followed or discarded. Well, obviously, they'll be discarded if you steal them. Open that panel. If I don't? I'll gas you and open it myself. Of course. There it is. I'll take the photographs. They'll be worthless to you? Oh, you're wrong. They'll be worth a lot to me. They'll clear me of a murder. What? Jackson, the morning edition of the papers will be on the street in 2 hours. News of this robbery by the Green Hornet can make those papers. It will also make the radio newscast this evening. Surely you're not doing this for the publicity. I've got to use the publicity. And if you're as keen as I think you are, you'll use it to greater advantage than I. I don't follow you. I'm going to remove the marks Jack Mercer made on those aerial photos and make marks of my own. I'm going to talk to you for just 3 minutes, and then you can report this robbery to the police. Now, here's an address. Take it. The man's name is Kinder.
Snakes, the Hornet has struck again. He stole confidential plans from Jackson's home.
Sentinel Extra, paper! Green Hornet strikes again! Sensational robbery! Hornet robbed official! Read all about it! Sentinel reporter coming on the air. Tonight, the Green Hornet struck again. Once more, is the
Wasting his time. What can the Green Hornet hope to accomplish by a robbery of this sort? Read it, Snyder.
I heard it on the radio a few minutes ago. Graves, I do not like it.
What difference can it make?
Graves, you are a fool, an utter fool. And for one with a fiction writer's imagination, I'm surprised.
Well?
Now the plans are stolen. Jackson knows they're stolen.
True, but...
So, do you think those plans will remain unchanged? Of course they won't. All our work is gone for... What's this?
Good evening.
You, that mask.
The Hornet. The Green Hornet.
I knew it'd come, didn't I? Here, Graves, there's something I brought for you. Open that envelope and look the contents over.
I know what's inside.
Open it.
You were active last night.
Yes. I've been taking the blame for a murder. I don't mind that if I'm paid for it.
pay.
I think I've proved that I can deliver the goods. And when you deal with me, you get what you pay for, and not something phony.
Something phony?
You birds give me a pain. You think all you got to do is line up some cheap underworld hood and pay for what you want. Don't you realize that there's no way to be sure you've got the real thing until it's too late?
Snyder.
What's the matter, Graves?
Look here. What came from Jackson's home. And then look what we bought and paid good money for.
What's the matter?
Matter enough.
Talk it over and we'll meet again. Next time I call, you might have an interesting proposition for me.
Wait.
I'll see you again, Graves.
Stop a moment. I want to talk. I was right at the window. He's gone.
But he'll come back. Now I see what has been done.
The cheap crook, that double-crossing rat, he swindled us. $5,000 we paid him for nothing but pictures he sketched to suit himself.
In no ways like the real ones.
And already they put the pictures he gave us into the hands that would deliver them home. And he's learned what a blunder we made.
Come. We'll deal with him.
In the only way. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. But first we will get back the money we paid. Come, Graves. A car is outside.
Who is it?
Open the door, child.
Oh, you. What's up, Graves?
Stand back, you rat.
Hey, what's the idea of the rod?
You will learn.
Crossing rat.
Oh, you big
Stand
lug.
still. Where's our money?
What's the idea of busting in here with a gat like this?
You know the idea. We've learned the truth. You sold us plans which were worthless.
You're
It was
crazy.
the Hornet that killed Mercer, just as the paper said.
What the...
The Hornet killed him. You tried to make us think you had been there.
I tell you I was. The Hornet got rid of the suicide note I left.
You never even saw the original plans. You made sketches from your imagination.
That's a lie.
It is you who lies. There's the money we gave you.
If you think I'm going to give it back,
You will do so now.
Now, look here, Graves. Be sensible about it. The Hornet got there after I did. I don't know how he knew about Mercer. He took the suicide note to make it look as if he'd done the job. I gave you the real plans. I swear I did.
Liar, crook.
I did, I tell you. I'm giving it to you straight. It's a Hornet that's doubling on you. He's trying to steal my stuff. He's trying to put me in bad with you.
The Hornet killed Mercer.
He didn't. I tell you he didn't. I got the real plans. The Hornets are the phonies. I got you the real ones, and I killed Jack Mercer.
Jackson, Himmel! Shoot!
You know, take a boys.
I'll get him.
No, don't shoot.
That does it. All right, line up there, the three of you.
Wait, there's a mistake.
No mistake. We heard all of us said.
Oh.
We heard your convincing story that you murdered Jack Mercer. We heard that these two paid you for it. Well, that's enough.
It's the Green Hornet. He's the guy. Oh, you two fatheads, you thick-skulled saps. You fell for the Hornet's trap. You took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
We are not yet beaten.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
Hey, Jackson, there's a car outside. It looks like that one we heard about. There it is. Hear it?
The Green Hornet. Boys, I'm sorry the truth can't be told.
Why can't it?
Well, the less said, the better. We've captured two men of the Gestapo, Snyder and Graves. Graves has relatives in concentration camps. He was forced to obey Snyder's orders by threats of death to his relatives. But we're going to let the plans go back to Europe. Let our enemy think they know where our big planes will land. We'll change our plans accordingly.
I see.
For obvious reasons, it must not be known that Graves and Snyder are captured. Men will take their places. Men who are on our side, who will gather vital information on other spies.
But that means that the Green Hornet...
Yes, gentlemen. It means that I'm relying upon you leading men of the press to cooperate. It means that the Green Hornet will have to take the blame for the murder of Jack Mercer and the robbery of the plans from my home. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
The Hornet's been blamed for so many things. I don't think you'll mind being blamed for one or two more.
No, I don't think you'll mind. You know, sometimes I wonder about those other, shall I say, crimes of his.
Newspaper!
America needs young people in this war. If you are 16 or over, you can help grow the nation's food, or work in a war production plant, or get free training that will fit you to help in building planes and ships and guns for the Army and Navy. Learn where and how you can best serve your country at your local United States Employment Office. Learn about free training courses, about summer farm jobs for both boys and girls. Register now at the nearest field office of the United States Employment Service. You have just heard the adventure, Invasion Plans for Victory. These exciting dramas are sent to you each Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Waiter. Yes, monsieur. Waiter, will you tell the chef of this unhappy restaurant that he'd make a better shoemaker?
Monsieur, shoemaker?
Look at this miserable concoction. It's called a salad.
But, monsieur...
Don't butt me.
But, monsieur, I have something to tell you.
Yes?
Someone is waiting for you at another table.
Well, get back to him at once. Warn him against eating anything in this establishment. Tell him his life is in danger.
Mr. Tinter, there is something strange about the gentleman. I think he has a gun in his pocket.
Aha. More severe critic of food than I am. Well, tell the chef he'd better flee for his life.
Oh, do you wish to see him?
The chef? No, he'll have to look out for himself.
Not the chef, monsieur. The little man.
He is little, isn't he?
Yes, sir, but...
Desperate air about it. Well, I'll go see him. How do you do? You wish to see me?
Mr. Templar, my name is Potts.
How do you do?
I need help. I'm the senior partner of Potts & Carter, Jewelers Extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
Earlier this evening, Mr. Carter was killed.
Oh, too bad.
Mr. Templar, it wasn't an accident.
Oh?
He was murdered.
Oh, I see. And the police are picking you for Queen of the May. And you want me to prove you didn't murder Carter?
Oh, no, Mr. Templar.
No?
No. I want you to prove I did. It's no use, Mr. Templar. I did kill Carter.
Well, why wouldn't the police believe you?
Because they couldn't find the corpse.
Well, there's usually one around after a murder, you know.
Somebody stole this one.
Stealing corpses is a rather restricted profession. Where did you kill your partner?
In our establishment on Wilshire Boulevard.
Well, that's a nice place for it. When?
Earlier this evening.
And then you phoned the police from the shop?
No, I couldn't bear the sight of Carter's body. I walked over to a nearby hotel and made my call from there.
And then?
I returned to the shop. I didn't go into the back.
Where the shooting had taken place?
Yes. I waited for the police. They arrived. I told them what had happened and led them into the back.
But when you got there, the cupboard was there?
Yes, Mr. Templar.
No one had heard the shot?
No, you see, it's a business neighborhood. It was evening.
That's understandable. May I ask you a question, Mr. Park?
Of course.
Are you tired of living?
Well, You mean, why am I so anxious to have the police leave me?
Yes.
Because I shot Carter in self-defense. He's a larger man than I am. He was threatening me with physical violence. I acted only in self-defense.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll drop you at your home. And, Mr. Potts, you've got a job.
Yes?
You've got to find your partner's body.
But
Now, ask yourself where you'd go if you were... No. No, he wouldn't be going anywhere himself. You better spend some time thinking about your friends. One of them might have removed the corpse in order to shield you. Or think of your enemies. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, anyway, an enemy of yours might have moved the body to make the killing look like, well, like premeditated murder. One way or another, Mr. Potts, you've quite a bit to think about, haven't you?
Templar?
Oh, well, my living room furniture is sprouting. Or are you,
I'm Carter.
Carter. Carter?
Yes.
Of Potts and Carter?
Of Potts and Carter.
Oh, one of us is in a bad way. Either you're dead or I'm crazy.
I can assure you I'm not dead.
Oh, very well. I'll see a psychiatrist in the morning. Tonight I'm sleepy.
What did Potts want with you?
Well, you've been haunting me, haven't you?
I've been following Potts. What did he want?
Oh, nothing really. He merely wanted to assure me that he'd killed you.
He what?
Killed you, shot you to amplify an already unbelievable remark.
He said that? He must be insane.
Well, eccentric, anyway. Mr. Carter, the situation is rather bizarre. A man confesses to a murder. The police do not believe him. He comes to me and asks me to prove him a murderer. I leave him and find myself confronting the man he claims to have murdered.
It
doesn't make sense. No, perhaps it's not intended to.
What do you mean?
I suggest you go to the police, identify yourself to them, and ask complete protection for yourself.
I don't need any protection. Potts wouldn't harm a fly.
Yeah, but you're not a fly.
My dear fellow, the possibility of Potts really doing me harm is something I can't take seriously.
Why not go to the police anyway?
I couldn't without exposing Potts to ridicule and...
Your solicitude for your partner is rather touching, especially since he accused you of being a thief, of stealing from the firm, to be precise.
He said that?
Yes.
Then I have something to think about.
You've something to fear.
Nonsense.
No. Now, a man has already confessed to your murder, and you're still alive. His confession may have been moonstruck madness, or it may have been prophecy. Good night, Mr. Carter. Hello. The cars they put out nowadays have rare and wonderful gadgets attached. Pardon me, but I'm trailing a fellow.
Who?
A man named Carter. Do you know him?
Mm-hmm.
Do I know you, or should I?
What do you think?
Carter's cab is well in sight. Just a moment. I'll take my eyes off the cab for a moment, and... yes, I should. What's your name?
Claire.
I'm Simon. You know, I only bought this car yesterday. Are you part of the standard equipment?
No, I go with the deluxe models only.
Well, I'm so glad I paid for the extras. Claire, what?
Doesn't matter.
Depends on where we're going or what we do when we get there.
This is a nice, quiet street.
Hey, wait a minute. That's the ignition key.
I know.
Look, you've got the key.
Mm-hmm.
Well, may I borrow, eh?
No.
No, Carter's cab is out of sight. Hey, you're cute.
This is as far as we're going. And now, Simon, what are we going to do?
I beg your pardon. Oh, hello, officer.
Now, this may be a residential neighborhood, but...
Is it?
It is. But that doesn't mean you should play house here.
Well, we weren't exactly playing house, officer. I was trying to persuade the lady to return my ignition key to me.
Is that a fact? Lady, give him back his ignition key.
All right, officer. Here you are, Simon.
Well, thank you.
Now, you take that ignition key and stick it in the lock. That's right. Now you turn it. Oh, you're doing very nicely. Now you push the little button over there.
This one?
Yeah. Oh, charming. Now you shift the gear into first. You release the handbrake. You're a bright boy. The next time you go out with a girl, make sure your ignition key isn't showing. Now step on the gas and get the heck out of here.
Simon, are you angry with me?
For delaying me? Not especially.
Where are you taking me?
To a jewelry store.
Oh, you really shouldn't. You don't know me well enough. Which jewelry store, Simon?
Potts and Carter. You know the place?
I should. My husband owns half of it.
Oh. Potts or Carter?
Pot.
They must have a nice assortment of stones.
What makes you think so?
Potts doesn't bat in your league, baby. Not in his own merit.
Well, I'm not so sure that's a compliment.
Brood about it, huh? Because, we've arrived. Hey, there's a light in the back. Are you coming with me?
No.
Oh, why not? You think your hubby might be there?
I'm brooding.
All right. Just don't hatch anything. Who's there? Open the door. Okay.
Templar.
Now, how right you are, Mr. Carter.
What do you want?
Let's go inside.
I
said inside.
Well, come in. But
I know. You weren't expecting company. The house is a mess.
what made you think I'd be here?
I wasn't sure, but it was a possibility, so I came.
Now that you're here,
I'd like to take a look in that back room where the light is.
where the light...
And I rather suspect the vault.
Templar, I don't have to stand for this.
No, but I've got a feeling you're going to. Let's get on with it, shall we?
I was checking stock.
Well, let's both check.
Wait a minute. You mightn't understand.
Give me a chance to first, huh?
I don't want you to come in
Keep
here.
walking.
All right, but...
Well, you idiot, if you think that by putting the lights out you... Carter!
Simon!
Claire,
I heard the shots. I came up to Simon. Where?
The light switch is near the back door. I got it. All quiet now.
Simon, at your feet.
Lying half across the doorway, Mr. Carter.
Eyes open. Simon, they're open.
Dead. There's blood leaking out from under him. Let's take a look at the back room. Uh-huh. Yeah, back window leading to an alley. Not so much for that. Now, the vault's open.
Simon, how can you worry about that when the man's
I've
dead?
seen dead men before. The vault's empty.
I don't care.
Your husband might. The police certainly would. Well, I gotta go.
Oh, but you can't leave me.
You've got a job notifying the police. They wouldn't like it if you didn't.
What are you going to do?
Where do you live?
Bell Tower Drive.
What number?
39.
All right. Dial operator, ask for police headquarters. Tell them all. Me, I'm going to visit with a man who confessed to a murder before it was committed. Curious to see whether he's going to stick to that confession now that the murder is a murder. I want to see Mr. Potts.
At this hour?
Yes, I'm peculiar. I want to see Mr. Potts at this hour.
I'm sorry, but...
Save your regret.
Good heavens, sir, you pushed me aside.
Tonight you win the badge for alertness. Now shut the door.
Yes, sir.
Where's Potts?
I refuse to...
You're not the usual butler. You're young, big, and you look as if you've got muscles. Yet you let me push you aside as if you were a doddering old man. Why?
My father was a butler before me, sir, and his father before him. We're accustomed to dealing with gentlemen, sir.
Must be quite a come-down talking to me. Where's Potts?
He's not at home, sir.
You sure?
Quite, sir.
Let's go look for him as though we didn't know he was out.
But I assure you,
Don't
sir, that he...
Show me. Well, he's not in the house.
No, sir.
Don't look so smug. Mrs. Potts isn't in the house either.
You knew that, sir, before you looked.
Tell me, how does she feel about her husband?
I beg your pardon.
All right. You've given me the proper outraged response. What's your name?
Anderson, sir.
Anderson, make a speech.
Sure. Well, my father
And
was...
his father before him. And I'll bet you they all knew exactly what cooked with the master and mistress. So do you. What cook?
Well, Mr. Potts is a very fine man. Mrs. Potts is a
Very fine woman, and you take the high road, and I'll take the low road. Hey, company's coming. I will take the low road. Butler, who am I?
I don't know, sir.
Good. Then tell the police all about me when they arrive. And they'll be here soon. It'll give them something to think about besides Mrs. Potts. And, Anderson?
Yes, sir?
You think about something besides Mrs. Potts, too. Something like murder,
Good afternoon, sir. Oh,
It's only Simon.
hello, Simon.
Business as usual here at Potts and Carter,
Yes, usual enough, I suppose, with Carter lying in the morgue and my husband.
Where?
Nobody knows.
Police looking for him?
Yes.
Warrant out for him?
No, of course not.
Then whom have they in mind for Carter's murder?
A burglar. It's obvious what happened last night. Someone was burgling the vault. Carter surprised him. The burglar shot Carter.
It's a theory with a great many pleasant aspects. It doesn't explain your husband's confession, though.
Well, he was overworked. He was tired. I didn't know what he was saying. Police are afraid that maybe he's lost his mind or something.
Yeah, I like that or something better. The theory doesn't explain your husband's accusations against Carter. Accusations of theft.
Simon, I don't know anything about all this.
Then why your act in the car last night?
I was worried about my husband, about Carter. And then I've always wanted to meet you.
Oh. Why?
Well, it's not the kind of thing I can talk about coldly like this.
Well, we must discuss it warmly. Some other time. Right now, what about Anderson, your butler?
Anderson?
I don't trust him. I know it's not done this year, mistrusting butlers, but I have a feeling he knows more than he should.
More than he should about what?
Why don't you find out?
What? How could I?
By discussing things with him, warmly.
I'm not so sure I like that.
I'm not making friends today, just influencing people.
I can't imagine what Anderson would or wouldn't know.
Stimulate your imagination by going out to the house now and working on him.
You really think it's important?
Very important. Now run along.
Well, all right, but for sure.
I'll lock up. You go on.
Will I see you later?
I'll be at home, stirring up the furnace.
Simon, you don't have to have a furnace to be warm.
Well, first the back door. Locked. And now the front door. Locked. Now?
Hey.
Yes?
Hey, Sal.
Yes?
That's your heap over there?
Yes, it is.
Better take a cab.
I like my heat.
Now, don't look now, but some low characters let the air out a couple of your tires.
Oh. Well, then suppose we go for a ride in your cab. 39 Bell Tower Drive.
Okay.
Say, did you happen to notice the happy prankster who deflated my tires?
Sure, I noticed her. Why not? I'm under 80.
Oh, well, why didn't you stop her?
Mister, I'm a married man. That means I'm cautious. For all I knew, maybe you're the kind of fella likes a girl to deflate his tires for him.
It depends on the circumstances, Cabby. Not so early in the morning.
Okay. Next time I'll know you don't like a girl to deflate your tires for you in the morning. You don't think it's fun?
No, I think it's murder.
Bell Tower Drive up ahead.
Okay. Pull over here.
Okay. Nice jump. What, I should wait for you?
We'll both wait.
For somebody to get to the house?
No, for someone to leave it.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
There's a guy leaving the house now, getting into a car.
Good. Anderson, follow the car.
Okay. Not too close, huh?
Not too close.
There he goes. Well, we go too. Hope he ain't going on no long trip. I ain't got too much gas in the tank.
He's going on a very long trip, and yet I don't think he's going far.
Huh?
Space is relative, Cabby. Remember what Hamlet said?
Well, I wasn't around at the time.
I could be bounded by a nutshell, yet count myself king of infinite space.
Oh, yeah, I remember it now.
Were it not that I have bad dreams.
Nice guy, Hamlet.
I wonder, does Anderson have bad dreams?
Getting dark. I don't like these hills when it starts getting dark.
They're barren.
Yeah, and they're steep. Hey, the guy we're trailing is turning off the road.
Private driveway. Pull up to it and stop.
Okay.
The house is beyond the bend, quite near the road. Cabby.
Yeah?
I'm leaving you. Look, I want you to drive back to town. The instant you hit a place with a phone, call the police.
Yeah, and tell them what?
To warm a cell for a murderer. They can pick the murderer up here.
Okay, pal. Just don't do nothing rash.
Oh, hello, Anderson. Fancy finding me here,
Templar.
Mr. Templar, whatever would your grandfather say?
What do you want?
I'm admiring the country home of the Potts. By the way, where is Mr. Potts?
I don't know.
Oh, who's that, a sick friend?
Stay away from that door.
Nonsense. It looks like a charming door. Works, too. Mr. Potts, tied and gagged.
I told you to stay away
I
from
don't accept advice graciously, nor do I care for large with lantern jaws. But lantern jaws are handy to hit. Now for you, Mr. Potts. We'll get the gag out of your mouth. There. You feel better? Oh, don't rush it. Your hands. Nice stuff. Shh, quiet.
Look out behind you.
Oh, hello, Claire.
Hello.
So glad you dropped in.
You are?
Yes. Remember I warned you about your butler? It was he who brought your husband here, tied him up, etc.
That's interesting.
You should ask me why I suspected him. Oh, all right, I'll tell you. When I visited your house and met Anderson for the first time, we had a little chat, in the course of which he remarked that I knew you weren't in the house before I searched it. That was odd, you know.
Why?
Because how did he know I'd seen you outside the house unless...
Unless what?
Let me help you to your feet, Mr. Potts.
I can't move.
Standing up will help restore the circulation.
Unless what, Mr. Templar?
Oh, tut. So formal, Mr. Templar. Unless, Claire, you told him.
Oh. Why should I have told him that?
Obviously, because you and he were in on this little plot together.
Plot?
To kill Carter and frame your husband for the murder. Thus you would inherit the business. And the butler.
You're charming, Simon, but fantastically wrong. You're implying Anderson killed Carter.
No. He'll go to the gas chamber as accessory.
To whom?
To you.
Silly. Carter was shot from the back room. I was out front with you.
You were at the front door, that's true. Carter was shot as he was going into the back room. His back, therefore, was to us. And yet, if you remember, he was shot in the back. Afterwards, we remarked how he lay face upward with the blood coming out from underneath him.
You aren't a fool, are you?
Oh, dear. I was wondering how long it would be before you produced the pistol. Mr. Potts, can you stand alone?
I can't. I'm falling.
Oh, then fall in your wife's direction. Twilight. Mrs. Potts, your gun, if you please. Thank you. Well, that's a good deal better. The police will be here shortly, and that will be that. Oh, relax, Mr. Potts. You've fallen to rise again, but your wife, I'm afraid, has deflated her last tire. Here you are, Mr. Potts, in good health.
Mr. Templar, how could I have killed Carter and not killed him?
Simplicity itself, Mr. Potts. Your gun had been carefully loaded with blanks. Carter pretended to be dead.
But why should he have done that?
Your wife must have persuaded him that by doing that he would escape going to jail for theft. She'd have a hold over you.
She's not a very nice woman, is she?
No. With Carter murdered, she was preparing to have you disappear permanently. It would seem to the police that you'd killed Carter and fled to the country.
I can't thank you.
Don't bother. It was fun. But in the future, Mr. Potts, before you confess to murdering anyone, be sure you murder him.
You've been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, freedom is everybody's job. The Bill of Rights established our freedom and protects it. But freedom demands that each of us carry out our duties as a citizen. To vote in an informed way so that the best man is placed in public office, to serve on juries, to take an active interest in public issues. Remember, by making our form of government work better here, we strengthen democracy everywhere. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Our cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Stanley Perrard, Ted Osborne, Larry Dobkin, and Tom Brown. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippard's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Rudd. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.